That's why it took damn near an hour to still not get to a single value for the distance to the horizon. Now, he said it was 5. It seems like he's starting to have an objection now that you've introduced what you said, even though it should have been
No, I
included.
lowered it.
Lowered what? You said
The
super
realistic
refraction.
distance. I even lower the
You,
realistic
you,
distance.
you said super refraction maximum, and then you gave a value. I wanted you to give the maximum. A if it's a higher maximum, I want
No,
to know
yeah.
what
So
it
I'm
is.
curious what this 20-mile thing we got here is.
So we've got a couple of observations in the side chat. So the one I posted, it's 8-foot observer height. So the max globe geometric horizon, that would be without your refraction, 3.46 miles. The horizon's beyond 10.10 miles. So if you wanted to go ahead and use your maximum value for 8 foot, and if it's only about 5 miles for 10 foot, it's not going to exceed 10 miles for a lower altitude. So this here debunks your maximum.
His maximum, I don't I don't even think that's a well defined question. I don't know why you guys don't just go measure it. That's my thing.
This
So-
this is a comparison
hold
to the
on.
maximum that we've been told is possible.
Oh, now we got the unverified oil rigs again. It's like, come on.
Let me help y'all validate. Yeah. I'm gonna just put him on mute because he's running interference. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
So you gave us a maximum value, right? A standard by
Yeah,
which we could compare other
I
observations.
need some verification on that.
Yeah, so I've posted the original video it was taken from.
No, he's scrutinizing the distance to the oil rigs. So at this, he's all the way reversed back
No,
to
I'm
his
not.
original.
I'm not scrutinizing the oil rig.
No, that's something the great. Nable's the great. He's been
Is he
My glasses are here.
So,
Stand up, please. I need to see if my glass. Are you wearing my glasses?
somebody's hot micing, just so you know.
Well, Nable's only wants to interrupt.
That's why he's on mute.
Back to the
Oh, somebody unmuted Nables. Why? I muted him because he was interrupted.
I got you. I remuted him. So we'll see if JJ wants to stay on the Nice, JJ.
I just want.
It's you,
Can
man.
someone send the link to the YouTube, the video with the oil rigs, or the date, like the evidence on it, or something, the actual source of it.
No problem.
So I'm lagging out. One second.
No, you good.
By the way, you're the first brave globe earther to actually give us a max distance. By the way, congratulations.
So I posted the GIF there of the photographer's showing his location on the shore, showing his height above the sea, and he's using Google Earth to draw out lines to distances to those oil rigs to compare with the footage that he took.
I figured y'all would be yelling at each other by now.
Because when it takes forever for the actual conversation to reach the point where we can actually get a definitive on what's what, and then it goes silent. I mean, so before that, it's extreme chaos to stop us from getting there, and then we get there. Usually, Globers leave, or they'll say, "That's interesting," then leave, or I don't know what's going on there, but why don't you answer me this question about this? Some other non sequitur. I mean, who wouldn't get peeved about that?
Bro. You guys ever see that movie yet with Scarlett Johansson about faking the moon landing that came out last year? I saw it. I saw it a couple of days ago.
Is that ET?
No,
You don't have the moniker ET?
no, that ain't me.
Oh, no, never mind. Used to be some dude named ET that was pretty cool. And that's like literally the only moniker he goes by. So.
Yeah, in the video that has that, you see ships disappearing beyond the horizon. And there's very clear refraction going on.
Is that a red herring?
No, it's pointing out that the oil rig video shows things disappearing beyond the horizon.
Well, where's the horizon? Is the horizon where the globe predicts, or is it somewhere else? Because I asked you for a maximum.
No, because given refraction and atmospheric conditions, that are obviously.
I was almost done. Are you going back on what you thought was a maximum distance? Because that's all I'm concerned with.
Well, I'm saying that I'm looking at the photos and the video, and it's showing the base of it. You cannot see the full base.
Okay, but the horizon is where the sky meets the ground. Is that causing that because it's in front of the oil rigs, or is it behind the oil rigs?
Yeah. What you're seeing, so what you're seeing with the raised, what looks like a raised horizon.
What's the maximum distance?
Well, no, but the issue is no. So when you say,
if you're not gonna answer me, I just want to disengage.
Well, the maximum distance. No. Well, the maximum. Hold on. When you include, I'm looking at.
Now I gotta do a whole bunch of other stuff I didn't want to have to do, bro. Like, look, I'm not arguing with you. I sat here and spent a whole hour, and I said, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to engage. You don't have to give me. You don't have to do nothing. So my whole thing is, If you're not talking about the maximum distance to the apparent horizon because of refraction, so you believe in, if you're not talking about that, I really don't care what you're talking about. I swear to God. I don't want to argue. If we're not talking about what we set out to talk about
Same.
an hour ago, I don't care. Because you done sat here and ran me and everybody else around for a whole hour to not talk about it, I'm not interested. You can talk
Well, I mean,
about what you want
we've
to talk
talked
about, but
about
I'm not
it.
going to
We've
engage.
talked about it, and I'm explaining to you that at the max distance I gave you, even that's like confirmed by this what I'm seeing. But again, you have
What a liar! You're just going on mute because the horizon in what I posted is clearly beyond those oil rigs. Clearly. So you have a horizon beyond 10 miles.
Wait, in what you posted, are you talking about?
Mhm.
Is this the side chat now?
Shoreland Drive,
Because
Santa
I'm looking
Barbara,
at
8 foot above the surface of the water. He's on a little on a deck. He sits his camera on the railing, and he zooms in towards the oil rigs, and clearly there is a horizon beyond the furthest oil rig,
no. What you're seeing
which
there
exceeds your maximum. It
No,
exceeds your maximum.
no. The horizon ends at the base of the oil rig. What
I'm
you're seeing
sorry, but
above
the horizon is where the sea appears to meet the sky.
And the sea.
You're not going to invent any horizons, bro. Sorry. You're not going to invent any horizons.
The oil rigs before the oil rigs and we can't see the oil rigs because the sky is there now.
No, I'm saying
Post it
look
again.
to the far right, next to the oil rig, in the picture you sent.
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon? It's a simple question. Where's the horizon?
I'm looking at it. It seems to be the base of the rig.
So the sky appears to meet the water before the oil rigs. Is that your claim?
Certainly before the second one, and this has extreme refraction going on.
So why
and
can we
before the
see
first
the
one kind of looks
if
like
the
it.
horizon is there?
The base, you can't see, the full base looks like it's being cut off in the second one and in the first one.
Yeah. Zero genuine.
In the same video, the video itself shows ships disappearing beyond the horizon.
So let me ask you a question. Let's see exactly which. Are you talking about the one that looks like it's at dusk? Or are you talking about the one where he just posted the video? Says who? Which one?
I'm talking about the source video.
Okay, so did you realize that there was like a tiny little boat beyond where you're saying the horizon is?
No, I see that boat.
Yeah. Right. You see the boat. It's a little boat. From 1 foot, shouldn't see it. So if you're going to claim that, how much is going?
I get your point. But what's happening, as you can see, which is why I said look to the right. I couldn't see. Look to the right. Oh my God. You do have a lot of not only refraction, but other shit going on. Like, this is clearly an example of lots of refraction. And
what does that have to do with the maximum distance to where the sky meets the ground?
Because it changes throughout the video.
So it's changing within this field of view. The horizon could be 10 miles, 2 miles, and 6 miles within this one.
No, but then you have to account for the actual.
You have
to account for the conditions. What were the conditions? What were the conditions?
If I'm looking, look to the right.
You guys demanded like 20, like 30 times that I give specific things from varying different things and specific numbers. What were the actual? Yeah, what were the actual?
We're using your maximum, bro. We're using your maximum.
I'm asking.
Do you want to change your maximum? Do you want to change your maximum?
Because that was.
Do you want to renege? Do you want to renege on your maximum?
Well, when we're talking, again, I'm curious what the conditions were.
No, irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because if you have a K
It is
factor that goes
irrelevant.
above,
Give us your
because if the K
give us the
factor,
maximum that is absolutely 100% possible
oh my
according
god,
to nature.
just give me the
Nature would
data.
only allow a certain set of conditions to exist by which you could establish a maximum. What is that maximum?
Yeah, and I'm asking for the data. I gave
Okay,
you a
that's it.
maximum number
End of
before.
story. No, end of story, bro. End.
Number I gave you was 4.6. Now I'm asking you for the data. Now I guess that's the end of story. I asked one question. Silence.
So if the max is 4.6 and you can see that little tiny boat
Yes, so
or
give me the
buoy,
data. So give me the data
the data of what?
that they have, apparently, of the measurements of not only distance but also air temperature.
So I told you to just use whatever theoretical maximum there was, and
Yeah, and I'm
that
also trying to
that would
confirm
be
distances here. So
okay. Well,
please.
bro, if you want to confirm distances, go on Google fucking Earth and type in platform habitat and platform hill house. What the
Yeah, I'm not
fuck?
gonna do it
As a
for
matter of
you.
fact, the video,
If you couldn't read the
the
single link
video,
I posted, I'm not gonna research something.
no, it's in
Hey,
the video. He
does anyone
told
want to
you.
have a civil
Hold on, time
discussion?
out,
I'm
time
very open minded to a lot of new ideas.
Yeah, so am I.
out. So hold on. You're gonna go on mute for a second while I respond to this guy, and then I'm gonna unmute you and mute the other guy. Now, um, so again, the maximum distance you said was 4 miles. So you're saying you're not gonna do the research for me. Good shit. We did it for you. That's why all the information is in the video. Now, if you want to talk about temperature and all of that, there are people who also have that information from that day that the video was taken. And guess what? It's not going to help your case. Just like you stalled for a whole hour when I knew that you weren't going to be genuine. Big surprise.
Unfortunately, he missed a lot of that, Elijah, because he left, but now he's back.
Say that again.
Unfortunately, he missed a lot of what you just said because he'd left, but he's just come back. So,
It
and
doesn't
he's not on
matter.
mute,
Like,
surprisingly.
he's, the bottom line is, I knew he wasn't going to be genuine an hour ago, so it doesn't really matter. He, why? I'm not. I can't argue a man down to get to a point like that. And it's not like moderators are going to moderate the conversation and say, "Hey, listen, honestly, this is what they're saying. You're not getting it." Like nobody's doing anything. So it's like I can't moderate and debate, right? At some point, somebody's got to do something. We're just going to let him dismiss and hand wave and obfuscate, and that's like until and then I get mad, and then someone says, "Oh well, now it's unlistenable," as if the last hour wasn't right.
What's happening in here?
Just waiting for someone to bring their best globe proof or concedes the Earth is flat.
Nice. Those are two good choices.
We've gone roundy with Ice JJ, and he just there's no getting anywhere with him.
I mean, it's just a question. Like, what is south?
What is what?
Like south. Like, what does that come from? What is that referencing?
The opposite of north.
That's it? Like, what is that?
Opposite of north.
Yeah, what causes things to point north on a compass?
I don't know, you tell me. How does a compass work on a ball?
You have a north and a south pole.
Do we? The water's not curving, so that's a problem.
Water is curving. That's why things are disappearing over water.
Why do you have to hold the
I'm
compass
sorry,
flat and level to make
flatness
it
is a
work?
property of water.
Wait, so
Yep.
So the north. So north is, I guess, you would say north is the center of
I guess T-Dub was right when
Earth
he asked
land
you
masses that we've been to.
So I guess T-Dub was right when he asked you if Earth curve was the only thing that made things disappear bottom up then.
No, like so is
That's
north
exactly.
is North Pole the center of everything?
Fucking busted.
No.
I mean, I'm curious. What do you think? Like, where is the North Pole?
I just said no. It's not the center of everything.
Well, not everything, but where is the North Pole? And you're like, where do you think the North Pole is?
In the north.
No, yeah. Where relative to the U.S.?
Up
north of the U.S. Like, dude, what?
Okay, no. I mean, okay. So if you had the U.S., and you had Asia, between those there were North America, America, and Asia.
Well,
which one is closer to the North Pole?
Where's Asia at? Is Asia in the northern hemisphere?
The continent of Asia.
Which on the northern side or the southern? Like where's that?
It's one continent. Like, so the continent of Asia.
Okay, it's a continent. Where at? Because
like the closest bit you can find.
Hey! America is one continent. That is
no. North America. North America.
Oh God! Oh my God!
Yeah, it's a really dumb question considering that Asia is both in the northern and southern hemispheres. Ding dong.
Yeah, so which one is closer to the North Pole?
No, that's what I'm at. The north side.
Yeah, of which continent? It's closer.
Yeah, the north side would be the north side of it.
Whichever one
would be closer to north.
Oh my God! The one that the one that has the lowest latitude. My bad. The one that has the highest latitude in the north. That's the one that would be closer.
Okay, so the north. So the pole is out of all the continents and the places that we know of on Earth. The North Pole. Where does, like, if you were to represent it, like, what is the shape of everything we've been to, like the discovered Earth?
I don't know.
Like, you don't know, like, from what you know, what is the shape of the furthest we've been that you know?
I don't know.
So, like, that you what you do know.
Let me ask you a question. What's the shape of a lake?
Depends what lake.
Okay, what's the shape of a lake? Pick one.
It depends on the lake. Like, I'm asking.
Are there any circle boundary lakes, perfectly circle boundary lakes? Are there any perfectly square boundary lakes, triangle boundary lakes? Like what?
No. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That it's not going to be some uniform shape. I'm asking roughly. Like,
No, I don't know.
look, out of every okay. So
I don't know.
like, is the United States closer to? Is the United States closer to London or is it closer to Japan?
Okay, depending on latitude and where.
No, like if you're in. Okay, fine. If you're in Chicago.
Okay, what's the latitude in Chicago and what's
or
the
California.
latitude?
If you're okay, let's say you're in LA.
Okay, let's say you're in LA. What latitude? And then tell me what latitude in London, and then I'll let you know.
No, latitude, like no, like what, like
yeah, latitude. Latitude
LA,
is going to help.
LA.
Latitude gives you the distance to
like
the north.
I'm asking you if you're in LA.
Yeah, knowing your latitude will give you the distance to the north. So if you want to know,
no, I'm just asking you. Like, I'm just asking you if you're in LA.
Okay.
To go to London.
Mm-hmm.
You know how far is that?
I don't know. Could probably Google it.
You know, okay. Well, and then okay, let me ask. I'll ask a more straightforward question. But I need 1 second.
That's what you should have did from the jump.
Oh, were we still waiting on him to answer?
Yeah. No. It wasn't a question. I was. It wasn't going. Here's where I initially wanted to go, which is when it comes to the South, or the South, what you would say is what Arctic. Is it all snow, or is there anything else that's further than that, or anything at global level? Like as south as you can go in any direction.
As south as you can go in any direction would be
assuming
60 degrees. Oh my God.
Well, no. So,
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It wasn't a
that
question.
That wasn't what you meant to ask. Okay.
No, it wasn't a question. I wasn't done saying it. Like the sun.
Go ahead.
The sun.
Okay.
You think? How do you think the sun travels? Like, how do you account for the sun? What do you think's going on there?
I don't think anything's going on other than how I observe it.
So what do you observe the sun? Okay, well, you obviously.
I wasn't even. Oh my God. That like it. You know how you try to lead a person to say something that, like, you obviously have a preconceived notion that you're trying to get me to meet you at. But because I don't actually have an assumption of what shape the earth is, and I don't commit the fallacy of reification by mistaking the map for the terrain, you don't know where to go with me. That's the problem.
And my question was the sun. Like around, like what do you think causes time zone?
Well, at 12 o'clock, the sun is overhead, and it would be not 12 o'clock somewhere else because it would be at a different angle from someone else.
And if someone said, based on where the sun is seen, places on Earth, that it follows the trajectory that it would if we were on a sphere orbiting the sun. And that what we see from the sun,
I would say prove it.
that the time zones that we see line up.
Without affirming the consequent or reification.
I mean, this is what
the time zones match the Mercator projection. So what are we talking about?
No, like simply.
Yeah, it matches the Mercator projection.
The Mercator projections. That's what you're saying is the
that's how it's described. You ever go on Time and Day app? Like I'm not just pulling this out my ass. Like it's the most basic shit. You ever visit Time and Date? You know
the Time and Date app
relative to where the sun's position is at. Yeah. That's what you're asking about, right?
5 o'clock. No, I asked. My question was, what causes the time? Like, what is the? So it's the time zones are caused by the sun moving around. So you think it moves around in a circle?
No. It moves around in the circle sometimes in the north because some people can actually see it go in a circle. And then in the south, it apparently also does a circle over there. So that would be 2 points of rotation. It wouldn't be a smaller circle in the north. And then, it'd just be a circle in the south.
Like among the outer perimeter?
There's no outer perimeter. There's north and south.
Well, north you're saying is a point, and south is everything around that point in every direction.
Is another point. No, south is another point.
What point is south at? Like what is the southmost point of?
Some people say, what's that? What is that? A lot of people use the Southern Cross because that's what you can see. But
Southern what?
Unlike the Southern Cross, but unlike Polaris, right? Which is the point in the north in the sky that you can actually see. There's no such thing as that in the south. However, there is a point with no star in the middle that the stars over there, sometimes my bad, because obviously the sun can't see it rotating around in the stars.
It sounds like
Did you guys measure the refraction yet? Hey,
we're talking about. I think it sounds like things aren't adding up.
What do you mean? How? So you're asking
our experience of the sun.
South is a circle. You're asking me if south is a circle. I said no, because in the south.
Not a circle. Like it's a perimeter around the north.
No.
Okay, good. I'm just okay. So like positionally, where things are. Like if you were to look at if everything is on a flat surface, and you were a bird, and you could keep going up, like positionally, what are you seeing as like do you have any visual conception of where things are?
Well, if you were going to use any visual conception, I think what you mean is map or projection, like a globe projection. And
not a projection, like a flat, like it's a flat surface. So just like a map, like your best counting of the flat surface.
Yeah, it's not going to change my answer what you're saying because I understand what you're asking. You're asking me.
Don't talk about globe projections.
Well, I don't. Great. I don't have.
I'm asking you for a flat surface map.
No one has a flat surface map. Well, that would be a globe projection.
No. I'm not asking for a globe projection because you don't believe in globes. I'm asking you because if we're on a flat Earth, everything's flat, then what is the best? What is the best map that is accounted for these?
Are you a bigot?
No, I'm asking you a question. Like, what is the best map that is accounted for these? It's not a projection of a globe.
If you're not a bigot, then my answer is the globe projection.
Okay, but the globe projections are globe projections. So why are you using a globe So you're admitting that you use a globe.
Well,
You just use a projection of it.
Didn't you just ask me what the surface would look like? And you said,
No, yes, on the planet.
then you said, do you have some sort of map? And I said, oh, the globe projection.
I said of what the flat Earth, not a globe. Flat Earth map, any map that covers the best map. No, not a globe. Flat Earth.
Globe.
No, okay, well, I'm glad that you agree with me that the globe is the best that we got. There is nothing that you like. There's like a flat Earth surface is very easy to map. Well, then give me any map, the best map, or any map of a flat Earth.
The globe.
So the best map you have of a flat Earth is a globe. That should tell you something. That actually I should put that on a shirt. That's hilarious.
You should. If you would stop being incredulous for a second, you might learn something. But if you think that's a gotcha, I'll let you walk away with that.
No, that is extreme gotcha. That's not even from my end. That's like you admitting that the best you have is a globe. You don't even you have no map of the Earth, assuming it's flat. That's better than that.
I could just use a globe. What? Why not?
No, but that's the best you have is a globe.
Why not? It's not the best I have. Why not?
Then what's better? What's better? And what's better?
What do you mean?
And is there a map that does not assume a globe of the Earth that is accurate?
You can pick any map.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you if there is one, and you could pick any one and they'd be bullshit. So I'm asking you if there's one that's not bullshit that's better than a globe.
You can pick anyone. It doesn't matter which.
Okay. So that's a no. I asked you as a yes or no question. Do you have a yes or no answer?
Hold on. Let me Google it because I don't know. Let's see. What is the most accurate map?
That is not based on a globe.
No, the globe is not based on a globe. Is that what you thought?
The most accurate map, which is not a projection of a globe.
Are you under the impression that the globe is a globe thing?
No, I want a map that is not a projection of a globe Earth. Like not a projection, a map. Like I have a projection. I have a map of the city I live in.
The globe is not a map of the globe, though. That's the problem. That's why I said
no. Correct, but a projection based off a globe, a projection of the globe into a flat map is different from a map of the flat Earth.
No, it's just a different.
So what's the best map that's not a projection of a globe?
Listen. Any map, because a globe is a globe and a map is flat.
And what's the best map? It is not a. That is not. Do you know what a projection is of a globe? They project a globe onto a 2D surface. Like it is a projection. So what's the best map that is?
The globe itself is not. The globe itself is not built from a globe. It's built from a flat Earth.
No. What is the best map that is not a 2D representation of a globe spread out?
Look, listen.
What's the best map that you have?
You're obviously ignorant. Now we have thousands of hours having this same kind of conversation, and I promise you, if you were less ignorant or less, talkative, then you would gain more of an understanding of what I'm trying to tell you. But
fine.
Because
give me the best map. Fine. Then give me the best map.
The globe.
Give me the best map. You just went on a tangent about how globe is a map. So give me the best map.
Orthograph world map.
What?
It's called an orthograph world map.
Off the graph world map? I didn't hear the first part. Can you send a picture of what you think the most accurate map of relative positions of things on Earth.
You heard me correct. All I did was Google it.
No, I'm asking you what you think is the most accurate. Like,
I just gave it to you because I just told you could have anyone you like. I don't give a fuck.
But I'm asking what you like. If you have like,
this is where a moderator would come into play, because obviously I have a point to make, but he's not going to let me because he believes he has a point to make, and he feels like
I was
I'm not
asking you a question, and now.
So this is where moderation would act, and I'm not. No. Whoever muted him, that's not the moderation I'm talking about. I'm talking about clarity for someone who isn't me, the person in the debate. Somebody who also knows enough about the conversation that can say, hey, actually, the point that Eli's trying to get out is X. Or could you be quiet so Eli can get X point out? Or listen, this is what you're not understanding. Or Eli, this is not what you're understanding. But do something.
No problem. So he was pulling this bullshit earlier. He already understands the point. He's just wasting your time. So, Icefish, what is your ultimate point today with this map problem?
I wanted to understand, because he disagreed with a lot of other people within Flat Earth and people in this Discord about where things are. Like the idea that the South Pole is a place rather than. So because there was because it was.
I don't want you to misrepresent people in here. Did you hear what he just said, guys? Who's a flat earther? That's available. So Ice JJ Fish, who happens to be a content creator that is on the spectrum, by the way.
I'm not a content creator.
The name Ice JJ Fish.
Correct. You're right. Okay, you're right.
So anyway, so the bottom line is he's saying that my view is different from you guys' view, and you guys' view is South is a ring around North.
Well, no, in that South was I misspoke. In that South was different from North. South was the opposite of North, and you defined it as an actual position or place.
Well, opposite. I guess you could say that.
Like my point, like I was trying to get at whether or not you think all the observable landmass on Earth that we've seen.
I already told you. First of all, I don't have a layout of the land. Anyone who claims that they do is in reification mode. If you look up what a reification is, the first thing you're going to get is an example of people using maps to reify what they believe the positions of the ground is. So, religious about a globe or not, that's the truth, because that's just a logically true statement. So, that being the case, I already told you I don't have a layout of what the land is. And you're like, yeah, but I still want to get what you think the layout of the land is. So you are trying to, in a roundabout way, get me to agree that there's a ring around North. But then I told you, no, that's not the case. So you said, okay, fair enough. So what do you think? What is the most accurate map of the Earth? And then I said, if you must, because I don't reify, but if you must, just go with anyone, because I'm opening up for you to be able to do that. That's why I'm to pick anyone you would go with. They are all derived from flat Earth measurements anyway. Doesn't matter. Pick globe, pick Mercator projection, pick orthograph world map, pick any map. It's going to use the same measurements of a flat Earth.
No, the standard, like the satellites and the stuff that we use, like specifically Google Maps, does not use flat Earth calculations. It uses geodesy. Like they've used lasers and actual like different methods and land-based surveys to come up with the WGS 84, which is the basis of the actual stuff that they and Google Maps today. So that is just not true. But when it comes to reification, I gotta be able to finish. When it comes to reification, what you said, we can say if you travel from London to New York, you can determine you are in New York. It is true that in the past, like hundreds of years ago, or even 150, when you would certain sailors who traveled to like Columbus thought he was in India, but that's because we didn't know what India was. So yeah, and some people get confused when they think the border of Arizona is a mountain because they're misreading a map. But the issue is we know that how to confirm you are in one city. We know how to confirm you are in the other city. There's countries on all these places on this land, and then you confirm where you are. You fly forward in a straight line. You can see what's under you. Like we have GPS. Like we figured this out, which is why I would say the Google Maps, based off of the WGS 84. If you keep scrolling in any direction, you will come back around because it is a globe, a sphere.
Okay. Now, just on Google Earth, those are linear distances. Now, because we can't confirm distances over water or over air and only on land.
What do you mean we can't confirm?
Well, the equation for the distance on the ground if you were driving is not going to be the same if you were calculating in the air or on water. Because unlike the ground, you're going to have things like air or water currents taking you off course. So there are other variables that take effect. And so it's not a straightforward measurement, like, for example, on land. So when we're talking about trying to map what's where, and there are tolerances for these things, which is why you can't get a definitive relationship between these things. If you try to get a definitive relationship between
GPS.
If you try to get a definitive relationship between these things, then the sizes don't match. If you go with the sizes, then the orientations don't match. Well, GPS is a ground-based system.
No, it's not.
Okay.
That is why that exists. It literally is not. Like whether or not you believe in space, it's like they're in the sky. That's why we have photos from space. Like satellites exist.
Okay, whatever. Sure. I mean, I don't agree.
So satellites don't exist. So satellite imagery of everything on Earth is fake.
You believe it exists. I don't have to believe in anything or even mention it.
I'm curious what you don't believe in. I'm curious what you believe in. So you believe that the satellite images are fake?
Okay, tell them I'm coming. Anyway, to your original point, again, the bottom line is, you asked what map was most accurate. The bottom line, when I said that all of them are derived from flat Earth, you said no, and then you continued. But the true answer is yes.
No, it's not. WGS 84 is not derived from flat Earth.
Excuse me for a moment, JJ.
Let me respond to that. You're correct. I never said WGS 84 was. WGS 84 is a overlay. So that's why it makes corrections from the flat measurements that we actually do make.
No, they're not flat measurements. We take measurements from satellites.
From the ground.
No, satellites are not on the ground. Have you ever seen a satellite? Have you ever seen a satellite?
Dude, satellites use
satellites are y'all can get into that next. That's not what I was talking about when I was talking about maps. We're not talking about using satellites for maps either, because I'm talking about knowledge before satellites even came into play. So we're just talking about cartography, right? And geography based on what it already was before we had satellites. So that being the case, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is,
you don't know where things are. You have to accept the globe map.
which is built off of flat Earth. Yeah.
No, it's not. If you scroll,
Well, I mean,
no, it is literally
if you say no, look,
it's
but
literally
but you're not
showing you.
smart
It's
enough.
literally.
But you're
It's
not
not.
smart enough. You're not smart enough to use my live stream to embarrass me by saying prove it. Why are you saying that? Make an ass out of yourself. You're not even smart enough to do that. You're just
Because I
gonna say
know what it's based
and
off
then
of,
you're
and
gonna
it's not that.
okay. So then, okay.
Unlucky.
I don't. What do you want? What do you want me to force it down your throat? You don't
Use
want
your brain.
it.
It's based off of satellite imagery, aerial photography.
No,
it's GPS data.
No, it's not.
I mean, I can tell you
WGS 84 is abstract. That's not real anyway.
But when it comes to the model that we all use, like this, the reason flights work, the reason people can get to one country and then get to another, like the people flying the planes, like these mysterious people who won't tell you the who won't tell you the truth. Like all
Guys, can you stop asking? Can you stop interrupting over ISJ because he knows what he's talking about.
He knows what he's talking about.
It's already been server muted.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So bottom line is the reason that we can get to places is because we know the heading and we know the distance, and that's because we've already mapped the world using flat Earth measurements. You can say no all you want; it's true. If you were going to challenge me on that, I'll just provide that information for you, but you're just hand wave dismissing it and reasserting your position. I don't, there's nothing else for me to do but go, okay. Because, I mean, you're not allowing me to do anything else. So, you know what I'm saying? So, if you're going to say it's a globe because of the WGS 84, blah, 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 and you don't want to hear what my rebuttal is because you're scared, that's fine. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to do, bro. Totally fine.
Like, where's their map? You're saying it's based on their map? Show me their map. They took all the calculations. I want to see their map. Because I'm telling you, it's not based on that. If it was, if they did enough to create the map of the world, like, or the map of stuff, it's based on their stuff. Show me their map.
Where do you get latitude from? Where does latitude come from?
I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna stay muted until I see the
Where
map.
does latitude come from? All these maps have latitude on them. Where did you get it from?
He won't answer. He knows he's cooked at this point. He's done the wise thing and just shut up.
He's scared.
I'm still waiting.
He's scared. His tactics don't work for anybody other than the people that are already indoctrinated. But
again, the tactic of asking a question and waiting.
Do you get your latitude using the WGS 84?
Can you answer the question?
Is latitude pertinent in this?
Not to my question.
How not?
Just answer the question.
I'll Google it myself. Does
So the answer to your question is all of them.
That's what I already told him.
Yeah, that's not an answer. No, I asked for he said that the map, Google Maps, is based off of some flat earthers map and measurements and all that stuff. I want.
That's not what he said.
JJ, where do you get latitude from?
He said it's based off the flat earth stuff. So clearly,
yeah, I had to mute you. Here's the answer. Look, all right. So, does WGS 84 use latitude? Yes, WGS 84 uses latitude along with longitude and altitude to define the three-dimensional coordinate reference system for the Earth's surface. So where the fuck Did they get the latitudes from to use this three-dimensional coordinate system? That's a very pertinent question. But if you want to suck a dick and not answer it, I mean, it's totally up to you. Oh, you left. Oh, you left. They never get there. They never get there.
He'll come back. Sittenhoff, what say you? Was it you that was white knighting for JJ, or are you and him buddies? Any opinions on the topic? Any questions? Any claims? Only silence? You only feel comfortable when somebody else is talking?
Oh shit, I'm unmuted. Wait, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you say?
I my name. Yeah, so what brings you in today?
I was just listening, to be honest.
Okay. Did you make some comments, sir?
Alright, cut me off, cheers. Say that again.
Well, you stopped, and I thought that was an opening for me to speak. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Of course you did. Just say it. I didn't hear what you said, sir.
Well, what about when the other guy was talking? What about that?
Which other guy? Oh, what? The one that got muted for just talking? I don't know. What did he say? He said something that you lot didn't like and then just got muted.
What did he say that we didn't like?
Just, what do you mean? Everything he said, you obviously didn't like it. So you just muted it.
What was it? I mean, could you give us a map? Oh, okay. So he asked us for a map. Do you want to ask us for a map?
I don't want to ask you for anything.
Are you just in here to clown or to troll? Or now you think we're ridiculous. So now you're complaining you're just going to filibuster. Isn't that interesting that, yeah, I know I'm talking while you're talking. Oh, great. Now you're muted. Interesting. So is that the only reason why you're here today, to just filibuster and talk shit and talk about people being muted when they ask questions or whatever? Is that why you're here?
Oh, now I can talk. You just spoke over me so much and then complained.
Right, why don't we complain about somebody talking over somebody else? Why are you here again today? That's my question.
Oh, I told you I was here to listen. And now
okay, well then, the great thing about listening is you shutting the fuck up and staying on mute. If you want to listen, stay on mute.
You asked me a question.
No, I asked you a question. Then you complained about, people asking questions and being muted. But you're here to listen. So what you're going to do is listen, put yourself on mute, and do exactly what you said you came here to do. Right? You don't want to talk because that gets you muted. So follow your own logic and shut the fuck up and listen.
Why are you being so mean?
You're being a fucking reed.
There we go. Got a new player. Somebody else that wants to concern troll. What is your problem?
Oh, there's no problem. I was just wondering what's happening.
Oh, we just got a guy coming in here. He said he wanted to listen. And then I said, okay, no problem. But then he started to go into a diatribe about how, it's so unjust that some people get muted. So I decided to mute him and tell him to shut up and stay on mute on his own. But he couldn't do that, so I muted him myself.
So you're a Nazi?
No, I'm not a Nazi. What's a Nazi? Define Nazi.
Someone of the Reich.
Oh, yeah, no, that Reich means royal. I'm not royal in that sense.
Do you censor people a lot?
No, you're talking right now.
Okay, I was just making sure because I just get very nervous around these kind of calls a lot.
What kind of calls? What are you talking about?
Oh, anything that dives into the truth, people get very sensitive about it.
That's true. What's the truth? What's the truth?
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. You're in a flat Earth server. Were you aware of that?
I thought this was a call.
Well, excuse me. It's a politics server. The channel is a flat Earth channel.
Flat Earth is politics? I didn't know.
Well, I don't think it is either, but it's in a politics server.
So if it's flat Earth, why do you guys use the globe emoji?
It's the only one they had available. Plus, it triggers people.
Oh, I can see.
Yeah.
How you doing today?
Do you think
sir?
you live on a globe? Who cares? Do you believe you live on a globe?
I believe we live on a outer dimension.
An outer dimension? Could you give me the dimensions of that outer dimension?
The fourth dimension.
The fourth dimension? What's the fourth dimension?
The comprehensible, like, you know, what we can perceive. That's the fourth dimension.
The perception? Perception is the fourth dimension?
Yeah, what we can comprehend as human beings. I believe that's.
How long is it? Dimensions usually have a value. Yeah, dimensions usually have a value. Can you give me the value?
I think that's beyond my human brain.
Okay, so you're probably not a good candidate for this conversation if you don't know the value of your perception, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely not the best. I will admit, I'm pretty humble about that.
You say Jesus Christ is the truth. Do you believe the Bible?
I believe it's been manipulated, but I believe Jesus is bigger than the Bible.
He's bigger than the Bible.
Yes.
Well, what other book talks about Jesus other than the Bible itself?
The Quran.
Okay. Which one do you pick, the Bible or the Quran?
I pick God.
You pick God?
Yes.
Who's God?
God is the universe. God is all around us. That's God to me.
God's the universe. So now that you've turned God not actually into a persona, but into a thing. Could you define universe, please?
Yeah, I could define universe for you. Give me 1 second. So according to Oxford Languages, it's all existing matter in space considered as a whole.
So God is matter and space.
God is a lot of things.
You just told me God is the universe. Now he's a lot of things. What other things is God besides the universe? Meaning matter and space.
There's a lot of things that happen in the universe.
Yeah, you said he is the universe. So is he the stuff in the universe or the universe itself? Make up your mind.
No, I made up my mind.
Everything.
It's everything.
So God is everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So God is a pencil on a desk.
Yeah, that's made out of matter, isn't it?
Right. So you're calling God a pencil.
No, I'm calling God as everything. Like there's traces of God everywhere.
So you're worshiping. So you're a pagan. You worship material.
No, I believe we have some miscommunication going between us.
Oh, well, you said God is the universe and he is everything. Do you worship God or do you not worship God?
I worship God, but I also, more importantly, love God. I appreciate God. I woke up breathing.
So you're a pagan.
No, pagans worship materialistic things. I worship.
Right. You just said he was everything, and everything is the material, and the universe, that's all material. So you are a pagan.
No, I follow Christ.
Wait a minute. Now you're back to Christ. What do you know about Christ, and where do you get the information from?
I know about Christ from historical records, a lot of testimonies, artifacts.
Historical records. Where could we find those at?
You can find historical records of that time of when Jesus was alive.
Where? Where is it? Give me the books.
The books? I believe you could. I believe they got some out there.
Okay, you're a waste of time. How do you guys pull this off where you actually troll yourselves? I ask simple questions. You end up boning yourselves. How do you do that? You're not even like drunk or high or anything, are you? That's unbelievable. Got Johnny Law in here. So Sittenhoff and Dwayne are trolls. That's been established. Anybody else? Yanni. That same profile picture was used earlier by a guy named Daniel. Why'd you change your name so quickly, bro?
I've had this picture for a while.
Okay. So you're not Daniel from earlier?
No, says who. I've been coming here for a while. I'm a flat earth.
Oh, this is Johnny Law. No, I'm talking about Yanni.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
No worries.
Oh, see, Dwayne Whoop, I'm not muted.
All right, everybody. Dwayne is going to tell us why he thinks the Earth is a globe. So he's going to be unmuted now, and he's going to make a claim, and he's going to support that claim. Aren't you, Dwayne? Here we go.
How's it going, everybody? So, I mean, I will try to justify the claim that there is a spherical terrain that we sit on that spins in the space. Well, in my real life experiences, I don't have fancy budgets or technology to do any experiments, but I do have a pair of eyes. When I go to the beach, I see like boats. See boats disappear in the horizon. And I believe this is my claim. That's my first.
Y'all trolls got to get a better set of tactics. You know, where you make a claim, you say, here's my claim, and then just go quiet. And then all of a sudden come back and say, that's my first claim. Like, and we've heard it before, dude. Be funnier. Be better. Just be better. Like, we will entertain funny trolls, but that's just not funny. Next.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Oh, okay.
Aw, come on, says who?
Well, it's freaking Maynard, so do you want to field this one?
Oh, gosh. Probably not. I mean, just so long as it's or rather, we take questions that pertain to the topic of this room. How about that? Does it pertain to the topic of this room?
Yeah. It does.
Okay, let's
So
go for
like,
it.
so like, I don't understand like, why do we have planes and stuff? Because there's like nothing in the sky. There's like nowhere to sit or anything. There's like no malls. So what do we do? Why do we
How
go
did
up
I
there?
know this was... What? Is this like producing to absurdity right now? Is that what we're doing?
No, I'm just asking like why we have like planes and things because there's nothing in the sky.
Why do we have planes and things?
Planes.
To get to places? Planes, like airplanes? Or
Yeah.
why do we have airplanes?
Yeah, there's like no place to sit or sleep or hotels in the sky. Like why do we go why do we have planes to go in
Alright,
the
I'm
sky?
done. Yep, done talking to you. You've gone full retard, man. Like, you know that's a retarded question. You know that's a trolling ass question. Sit down.
Well, I'm sitting down because I'm not in a plane.
Oh, you'd be sitting down too if you were in a plane, numbnuts.
But there's no place to sit in the sky.
This guy doesn't know
Yeah, in
which
your
way is down.
airplane.
Yeah, but like what's the point of having airplanes if we can't land anywhere in the sky?
It's to get from continent to continent in a timely fashion, you know, instead of just trying to drive, take a horse-drawn carriage or take a boat. Plane would be the fastest option to get from point A to point B.
That's
If
a
I
good
needed
point.
to go from, if I needed to catch a flight from New York to India, well, I could do that.
But boats can hold
And it
more
would be
people,
the
right?
fastest, most rational option to take a flight instead of a train or a bus or a car or a boat or a horse-drawn carriage. Yeah. So your question is stupid and I'm not going to have it.
Yeah, if you go in a straight horizontal line, you're not going down. You know what down is. Down is perpendicular to horizontal. Like Maynard, you know that, right? Like you're not going to go down to go forward. You're just going to go forward.
But boats hold more people than planes, right?
Okay, Maynard, here's the deal. You're going to either mute yourself or leave, or I'll help you leave. One or the other.
Well, I'm just asking, like, if boats hold more people,
Okay,
why don't
that's
we
the
like,
end.
send boat?
That's the end.
Heard that chuckle, bro. Goodness. Did anybody else hear that chuckle? That stupid little behind the
Oh yeah, so
behind the
that was me
scenes,
laughing
behind the
at him.
screens.
That was me.
I think he chuckled too.
It was a double chuckle. Like it's sad what the globe Earth does to people. It's like to like Maynard. It's like sad. He doesn't know what boats do. He doesn't know what airplanes do. He doesn't know what like speed does. He's just like, oh man, it just has to be. It has to be the case if we take airplanes and boats that the Earth's a globe. It's a sad thing.
Like, I'm sure other Globers look at people like Maynard and be like, "No, man, we can't be this retarded." No, but y'all are.
Yeah, why would they take airplanes if the Earth was a globe? That would be a bigger radius. That would be farther away. Yeah, you should take submarines only, or bigger circumference.
Why would we take planes? They can't cross the ocean on a train? Duh.
So on the surface of a sphere, right, the shortest distance between 2 points would be an arc, right? But in the air above the globe, you're not restricted. But you don't have that restriction. So you could cut some of the length of a flight by going in a straight line. But apparently they don't do that. They just continue to follow that arc. Like they could get to 30,000 feet and then just like point the nose down a bit and then just glide in a straight line. And they'd be losing altitude, but they wouldn't fully come to like hit the earth, all right? And then so they could treat the total distance from the point where they've reached 30,000 feet and the point where they have to start preparing to land, right, before their destination, right? They could just draw a straight line between those 2 points and follow that straight line. And then they could cut off a lot of that they would have taken above them if they were going along that straight line. They'd be cutting out that length. It'd be a shorter distance. They'd cut flight time and save fuel. They don't do that.
What are you doing? Huh? Okay. Smell like restaurant. Mm-hmm.
I'm traveling.
Got Pawn Jab in the house. Welcome, Pawn Jab. Have you been here before?
Yeah.
I had a feeling. So, do you know that the Earth is flat, or?
Oh, it's not a thing to know because it isn't flat. So that's sort of a stupid question.
Oh. So you have evidence of direct measured Earth curve, yeah?
Oh yeah, I have evidence.
Okay, so let's see your direct measurements of Earth curve.
Okay. So you need to look at the stars right now.
Kind of have to stop you there because you're already looking at the sky away from the ground, and you're about to assume something about the ground by looking away from it. That's retarded.
See, we live in a universe where things are connected, silly. Right?
That's a claim. She's asking you for something very specific, so get her the Earth curve measurements, please.
I was going to. You're so rude.
I don't know why you're not hurrying up about it.
Oh, stop. I'm not intimidated by you.
I don't care. I mean, I'm not here to try to intimidate you. I'm asking you for the evidence of your claim. So was Jen here, so just get the earth curve measurements. Hurry up.
Nope. I'm just not doing it.
So now
It's okay. If you don't have direct measurements of Earth curvature, your only other option is to concede that you don't have those.
No, it's not.
Okay, then what is your other option? Since you don't seem to have these direct measurements of Earth curvature, what is your other option?
Bigots in the chat.
If not concession. Oh,
What?
bigot. Okay, that's his proof, you guys. Bigot. That's his proof.
Yeah, it's not my proof, fucking idiot. I never said it was my proof.
Oh, you said it was in the chat. It's the first thing I saw.
I think you are stupid.
Are you mad?
Like, if
Why are you getting mad?
test done, like, you have like the
Why
mental
you to get mad?
proficiency to actually like.
I'm still waiting on those direct measurements of Earth curve, Ponjab. Just keep yapping and not providing any of your evidence. Just like Daddy's gone, I swear I'm the fastest globe cooker. Morv, did you give him the boot?
No, I muted him. He left. It sounded like there was just going to be a tirade of insults, and I wasn't in the mood.
Yeah, he already started by calling Morvis a bigot, so yeah, we could see that wasn't going to go very well. Oh, my best friend Twonger's in here. What's up, Twongo? Oh, he can't answer me. He's muted.
Anybody ever speak to Daydreamer? They seem new to me. We also have 6 in here. Hello, 6. Do you have a cold, 6, or is that a voice changer? What's the problem? Okay. Shy, I guess. No worries. Hello, Josh Ingersoll. I can tell you're a flat earther.
Hey, howdy.
Josh, you got one good best proofsy for the globe?
No, not really.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't think there's any way anybody could prove a globe. Well, anyways, welcome.
I come into these spaces mostly to listen and understand people's perspectives.
Well, everybody has the same perspective as far as I can tell, that they, in reality, stand on a motionless plane with topography that is under gas pressure. That's everybody's perspective. I don't know anybody that has a different one. And there's no measured Earth curve by anybody. That's also pretty perspective. Wow. Someone's upset. Is it just the mention of the Earth being flat?
What did you say, little liberal?
Liberal? How do you know that?
Tell.
How can you tell?
Smelling on you.
Smell through the internet? That's hilarious.
You said it's through the internet.
Yeah, how do you smell things through the internet? I'm curious.
You're the one that's saying the internet. You said the internet.
Yeah, you said you could smell it on me, isn't that right?
I didn't say it through the internet, did I?
Oh, so how do you smell
He's trying to say he's near you. He said he's trying to say he's near you in real life right now.
If that's the case, come on over. Who's giggling like a schoolgirl?
I don't know, bro. Must be the genie.
So do you believe you live on a spinning water ball? What's your favorite proofsy?
I'm a believer of God, bro.
Yeah, that's great. That wasn't the topic, though. Do you think that your God puts you on a spinning water ball, or are you just going to be triggered from the moment that you come in here? Why are you so fragile? You seem fragile.
Are you projecting?
No,
I think you're projecting.
You don't really want to discuss the topic. How come you don't want to discuss the topic?
I'm not here for your topic.
Oh, okay. Well, then why'd you come in here? Well, why'd you come in here then?
Do you not hear what I said?
I heard you. I'm just curious.
So why are you asking a question if I already gave you the answer?
All right, no problem. We'll solve this real quick.
Well, you know, says who you did ask him whether or not he thinks that God put him here on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, and he didn't answer. So maybe give him a chance to answer that. Hold him on that.
Well, he didn't want to. He wanted to do. Was it him that was giggling? Who was the giggler?
And he's gone.
Oh, shoot.
No, and I found that a lot of people that believe the Earth is flat have many different perspectives. Like some claim different models. Some reject the ability to know any model. Some folks. Everybody got to these conversations from different paths. So it's it's illuminating to learn about those different life experiences.
Yeah, I'm talking about everybody's perspective as far as it concerns reality, not models or anything like that. Reality, the perspective that everybody has is that there is an up and there is a down, and that they do travel in linear fashion across the surface of the Earth. Everybody does that. So, if you have a different perspective, Like, you know, do you use the globe for your everyday purposes, or do you still use it flat?
1 sec, I'm having issues muting, so my app is being weird. So might have to duck out and come back. Let me know if y'all are getting like a bunch of background noise or hot mics. But no, I do use the globe on a daily basis.
Great, tell me how.
Oh, I'm a satellite engineer, operating.
You're a satellite engineer. Great, that's great. So tell us about your satellite.
129 of them currently. Another 24 going up tomorrow morning. But
okay, great. So tell me how you use the globe.
Well, they use the globe to do all of their navigation. So use spherical coordinates to do their low Earth orbit.
No, I'm not asking you for your spherical coordinates this time. I'm asking you how they use the globe.
Oh yeah. They use the spherical nature of the globe to stay in orbit.
Okay, so there's a spherical nature of the globe. Does that mean that there is some kind of Earth curve that we could measure somewhere?
From the spacecraft, yeah, not from the ground, no.
Oh, not from the surface. So how did they determine that the Earth was a sphere from the surface before these satellites?
Oh, I mean, I could posit Aristophanes or other experiments that have been done. You know,
that's great.
You know,
but none of those are experiments. I mean, none of those are experiments. Or measurements, by the way. So where's the measurements of the globe?
Oh no! Again, I'm not here to debate. I'm here to learn.
Well, isn't that interesting? Somebody who's a satellite engineer has no way to prove that they live on a globe. Interesting. So you don't use the globe every day. You postulate that your satellites, that you have no idea whether or not they're in a second law of thermodynamics violation. You say that the satellites do, but you don't. Isn't that right?
I mean, sure. That's my job every day is working on this system. So
your job every day is to not use the globe.
Real quick, I don't come into these spaces trying to debate. I come in here to learn. So I don't, I'm not here to, you asked me right off the rip when I joined if I had any, proofs of the globe, and I just told you to your face no, because that's not my purpose here. So I'm not, not here to debate. I'm here to learn.
Well, so what would you be learning since you already use the Earth as a flat stationary plane like I do? Are you hoping to find some globe evidence somewhere?
No, I'm here to learn about why flat earthers think the Earth is flat.
Flat earthers? That sounds like a stereotype. Are you stereotyping me?
No, not at all. People that engage in these conversations that hold the belief that the Earth is not a globe, why they think that, and how they came to that
belief. Sorry, that's another that belief.
Wait. I did not want to set a precedence where someone would come behind me and use either the words bigotry or stereotyping wrong. Don't do what I do if you can't do what I do. Him calling you a flat earther because you are is not him being a bigot. But if he's going to make assumptions, then you give him an opportunity by asking him. And then it depends on how the conversation goes. You can't just be like, "Oh, so you called me a flat earther? Are you a bigot?" That's wild. Come on, son. I'm not.
I didn't call you a bigot.
Then I'm gonna get in trouble. Then I'm gonna get in trouble. But people think that
I'm not trying to get you in trouble, man. What I'm telling you is, I did not call him a bigot. I was asking him if he was stereotyping me.
Hey, sorry, I'm back. Apologies. Like I said, I was having trouble muting.
Him calling you by your title is not him stereotyping. You mean?
Let me put it this way. I don't like to be called by titles by other people unless I identify myself as that thing.
So then tell him then, hey, this is what I wanted to identify as. If you have How is he supposed to? For God's sakes, you're arguing the position that the Earth is flat. You got to be reasonable.
I'm not sure that I'm arguing that position. I think that that's just everybody's reality.
It's the same difference. So you're a flat earther. Now, if you want him to call you something else, then just tell him that and see if he
Yeah,
obliges.
happy to be supportive of whatever communication you prefer.
There you go. Don't be unreasonable.
I'm some guy on the internet that knows that I live on a flat stationary plane. Now, there's no title for that. I don't like being called a flat earther because it has a bad stigma with it. So if it's comfortable for you to call me that, that's no problem. But there is a bad stereotype and stigma with the term, right? Because as you've already told us, there's a lot of different people believing a lot of different things about the flat earth. I'm not one of those people. I'm just me.
Okay, sounds good. That's why and that's why when you stated that my response was to better collate the group of people that I'm talking about based off of meeting certain conditions rather than a label.
Terrific. So you come into these spaces wanting to learn about what? People or the topic?
All of the above. That's a little column A, a little column B. More, what are the going arguments? What specific case studies are presented? How do those, how did you get from that primary source of information to your current worldview? Any mistrust in larger institutions or postulations about the reasoning behind why what we perceive as our reality is different from what mainstream communities purport, and then also on an individual level, sort of like why how you got to that position, how you got to that worldview. So I like you said, everybody has a different story, so it's more of just listening and asking, double clicking on certain things when I need to, and trying to answer questions about the aerospace industry or things that at least I feel like I have a good handle on. But not more of an exchange of information and less of a debate.
No worries. As far as I understand, and everybody that I've talked to, everybody treats the Earth as a flat and stationary realm with pressurized gas. Nobody that I've ever spoken to can observe or measure any curvature on the Earth. In fact, everybody uses it and measures it as a plane. Anybody who says otherwise, I'm asking them for evidence for their claim, and usually it always ends up back at flat, stationary, and enclosed. In fact, anybody purporting to be a aerospace engineer or somebody that deals with satellites is very much confused about a couple of things. Second law of thermodynamics and firsthand knowledge of these satellites in general. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I agreed.
Yeah, okay. So you agree that you treat the Earth and experience it every day as a flat, motionless, enclosed realm, and that you don't have any Earth curve measurements. You also agree that gas pressure requires containment, and therefore the second law of thermodynamics violation of outer space, where these satellites would be claimed to be, is just an idea, a very bad idea based on a misunderstanding of the laws of nature, and you've never had any firsthand knowledge of satellites being in this region.
I agree with the first part because your sphere of influence, your sphere of observation, the human brain, the human existence is just too small compared to the radius of the Earth to perceive or have the curvature come into play for almost everything that we do on a day-to-day basis. However, I do disagree with the second point, just because gas pressure does not require a container on celestial scales. At least,
okay, no.
On my
I want you to give me scale. I want you just to go, your understanding. No, never mind the scale. Can you provide for me any circumstance, without begging the question with the Earth, of course, that you can have gas pressure without containment?
Yeah, I mean, you can use spectroscopy looking at the other planets, right? You can see that there's gaseous,
Sorry, I didn't ask you to beg the question of outer space. I asked you to provide for me any circumstance, because that's a story. You're giving me a story as evidence. I want you to demonstrate the gas pressure without containment.
Yeah. You can look up and you can see the spectral emissions of CO2 around Mars.
The question. You're begging the question.
It isn't. No, no.
The thing in question is.
He just directly answered the question.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
No, I'm not talking about Earth at all.
I didn't ask you about that. You're begging the question about space being the second law of thermodynamics violation I was talking about in the first place. That would be begging the question. The thing in question, outer space.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that you can see. I'd be interested to see what you think the planets are. Then it's at least from my perspective.
I'm not making a claim. You don't have to reverse the burden of proof. I'm asking you to demonstrate for me gas pressure without containment.
Hey, let's like I said, I do not want to debate, so I would appreciate you change your tone.
I'm not going to change my tone at all. I asked you not to beg the question. You begged the question. Can you demonstrate for me gas pressure without containment? The thing in question right here would be outer space.
Are you a mod? Were you the one that muted me?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a power trip.
No, not really. I'm just asking you to answer my question. Can you demonstrate for me gas pressure without containment without begging the question? And you immediately beg the question. That's very frustrating. Maybe you're on a power trip.
Whoa, I'm just saying that, the removal of a barrier requires celestial scales because of the relatively...
Celestial scales?
Correct.
Where'd you get the scale from?
The relative forces between pressure and gravity. Gravity is a relatively weak force, therefore you need a very large...
Gravity's not a force at all.
Okay, I'm just explaining my perspective. I'm not trying...
I'm not asking you for your perspective. If you're not going to back up your claims, the multiple claims that you're making, this is not a forum for opinion. If you're going to make the claim about celestial scale, where did the scale come from?
I just answered the question and you muted me.
So you didn't answer the question about the scale. Where did the scale come from?
Y'all are seeing this, right?
Yeah, everyone is seeing this.
No. What are you asking? Like, who specifically came up with it? Like,
no, I'm not asking who came up with it. I'm asking him about the scale that he's appealing to and where
what specifically about it are you asking? No, but what specifically about it are you asking? You're not being very clear.
He mentioned, well, it's not me that's being vague. He said celestial scale. Why don't you ask him why he's being so vague? Don't you want to know what celestial scale egg? Okay, well then you tell me, what is celestial scale?
I would imagine it's the scale of planets, stars, celestial bodies.
Right, celestial bodies. What is the scale? Yeah, I know. Why don't you yell louder? Maybe that'll make the point, come across way better. Hey, by the way, where do we get these scales from?
Yeah,
what are these celestial bodies? Where are these celestial bodies and what are their distances and how big are they? Where did we get the scale from?
What do you want to know? How big is the sun? How far away is the sun from Earth? Like, we can calculate this. We know this.
Where did the scale come from?
Again, what do you mean? Who came up with it? Like, who came up with it?
Let me ask you this. Ask the question 8 times. Okay, how do you determine...
Because you're not being clear. Hold on.
I'm going to ask you a very specific question. What is the distance to the sun, and what is the size of the sun, and how is that determined?
Let me Google it real quick. This is very easy to answer. Google is free.
Yeah. Friend, you didn't even know the answer to the question. You said it was easy before. Now you have to look it up.
Yeah, again, it's easy to answer because, again, we can just look it up. Yeah, that's a thing people can do during debates. Wow, who would have thought?
I know. While you're filibustering, just get the information, and then we'll go from there.
It's fucking Christ.
Just because TriPass doesn't know, it doesn't mean it's not true. He just didn't know.
Also, I'd like to mod the point. I want someone who actually has some authority in this chat to, like,
You screwed up. You're Googling the facts. Get the facts, bud.
When they don't know what to say, all they do is just debate the forum.
Yep. No, so those two. All right, we'll go back to aerospace engineer.
Say what?
Okay, we have a new player. Who's this guy? Blessed. Welcome. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. What brings you in today?
Drunk.
Drugs?
No. Beer. Alcohol.
So you've been drinking?
Alcohol and conversations.
Okay. So you're going to do the old drinking Discord thing. Okay, no problem. I always advise against it, but here you are.
Nah, I'm just here to listen.
Okay.
Advice.
Well, I'm going to talk to Josh over here. He's going to tell us how you can have gas pressure without containment. And then he's going to appeal to scale. And I'm going to help. Hopefully, he's going to get us from A to B where the scale came from. Unless he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. But Josh, where does the scale come from?
I don't consent.
Oh, he doesn't consent. No worries. He's just here to listen.
You say gas and containment? Can you explain about that? What do you mean?
No, I'm just talking about gas pressure. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
No.
No. You see, that's a great answer because nobody knows of gas pressure without containment. Now we have people like Josh here who's very, very indoctrinated into the heliocentric model. He thinks that gravity creates gas pressure. He's obviously uninformed or misinformed because gravity is not applied or involved in any of our gas laws. So I don't know where he would get that claim. All of our gas laws don't involve gravity whatsoever.
Well, if you think of, like, how do you say this? You could say boiling a pot of, what can you boil that would pop?
I don't know, but it would be in a pot.
Something that would boil pressure to a point where it cannot contain the pressure, it would pop, similar to gases.
Yeah, high pressure will move to low pressure. Yeah, you boil the pot you boil the water in the pot. That's high pressure, and it's trying to escape and move to low pressure.
If it's contained, it's gonna pop.
Yeah.
But if you have a way for an exit, it won't. It will just continue.
Just think about that. We have 14.7 psi pressure here on Earth. Just think about it. You don't have to argue it. Just know it.
How do you know that? I did not know that.
It's measured. Just know it, though.
Okay. And then
don't argue. Yeah, that's it. Don't argue against what you know must be the case because you have it. Don't argue against what you know must occur in order for you to have what you know is the case. Just know it. Yeah. Don't fight it. That's all. You're good. You're good so far. Just stay good.
I don't know, dude. I'm a welder, so I work with a lot of these gas containers, so things gotta make sense or else that shit sounds stupid.
Exactly.
There you go.
So I also weld. And I use, oxyacetylene or argon or CO2 or whatever
Especially for
to
building some
weld.
type of container sent out to the field, right? Like,
Right.
you gotta make sure
So,
everything makes sense so you don't blow up on these guys.
right. So you can't just carry around gas for welding in a bucket, right? It has to be in a sealed container. And there's a lot of pressure inside that container.
Exactly.
Well, the earth is pressurized. And if the earth is pressurized, then it has to be contained. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep. I mean,
Yep. There you
somehow,
go.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This is instinctual. See, Josh, he's an
wait a
aerospace
minute.
engineer, but he doesn't understand that.
So if you're talking about Earth, I have never thought of it. I cannot give an opinion on it. But what you did say did, in my field, does make sense. But as far as Earth, I have no clue, brother.
Well, that's the thing. I asked Josh to go ahead and say again.
Can you explain it more? Maybe like you snap it to me.
So I asked Josh earlier if he could demonstrate whether or not you could have gas pressure without a container. And he couldn't. He said that at celestial scales, it's way different. And I asked him where the scale came from, and he couldn't answer that question either. But anyways, I digress. Every scale that we're aware of, you must have a container to have gas pressure. Makes perfect sense. I mean,
it has to be.
If the Earth is under pressure, then the Earth must be contained.
Right. So you're saying as if Earth was in a container, or Earth is the container?
Well, the evidence that we have for the Earth being contained is that we have gas pressure on Earth. So it must be contained. Now, what the container looks like, how far it is away from the surface, what it's made of, I have no idea. But I do know that we have gas pressure.
Probably methane. But I do believe that, like, there has to be some sort of fucking barrier that keeps our oxygen inside and anything outside from coming inside. There's gotta be something there so you can say that's the container.
Right. Well, think about it this way. Gas always likes to fill spaces. So I'm sure you've popped a tire or popped a balloon before, right? So anytime that you puncture a seal on something, the air leaves very quickly and it fills the available volume so that there's an equilibrium. Well, what they're claiming is that this outer space region is a very large, ever expanding area for the gas to fill. So if the Earth is producing any gas, then that gas would immediately, very quickly, very high rate of speed, 500 miles per hour or something like that, try to fill the available volume, and there would be no gas pressure on the surface of the Earth whatsoever.
Oh shit.
Yep.
So everything will just flush out and Earth will be dry?
Yeah, as far as I understand, the surface of Earth would be a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. That means that there would be no potential for life or any way, shape, or form for oceans to form, because oceans or water, for water to have its liquid state, needs to be under a certain amount of pressure. That's why if you take water and put it in a vacuum chamber, and then you start to draw a vacuum, well, all of the water turns into gas, and it evacuates that particular volume. So we wouldn't have oceans if the Earth was exposed to this vacuous region of space called, the outer space that they talk about. There certainly wouldn't be. Yeah.
So
That's just how gases and
suck everything out. It literally suck everything dry.
yeah, the gases or the liquids turn to vapor or gas, and then they leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like a balloon being punctured. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, bro.
Pretty much.
That's wild, bro. I never thought of that.
Right.
It
Most
is
people
weird how
don't.
we go our whole we go our whole lives not thinking about it, and we know it's true, and then we don't even think about it in the context of
But it doesn't make sense.
yeah.
Holy shit, bro.
This guy deserves an award for being like the most intellectually honest Glober ever come in here.
I think he's just a reality guy. Yeah.
Yep. Simple truth doesn't have to be, over explained. These are all instinctual things that we experience every day. They also happen to be laws of nature.
I mean, until the day that does happen, but now that's up to a scientist to determine when that would happen, I guess. Like, how long do we have to our fucking, what do they call that? Green layer or ozone layer? Until that's
The
already
ozone
like
layer.
run thin.
Well, as far as I know, the ozone layer, whatever it might be, is not containing gas. Gas cannot contain gas. You need to have at least a solid barrier to contain gas.
Right. So I'm not sure which one is actually the one that's containing everything within Earth. What layer is that?
None of the gaseous layers. There must be some kind of solid barrier to hold the gas on Earth. If there isn't a solid barrier, then the gas would fill the available volume, which is an ever-expanding universe. What I'm trying to communicate to you here is that the universe that you've been told exists, it being a very large vacuum that's always expanding, that does not exist.
No.
Yeah, it's called the
I don't
antecedent
even
thing that's
believe that
necessary.
makes sense.
The thing
It
that's
doesn't
necessary.
exist. Unless it's something we don't know. Or maybe what we know is wrong.
Yeah, like if I found you living somewhere on Earth, right, and your parents were gone and dead, and I found you, I would know that you came from a mom and dad, even if I cannot find or describe or point to your mom and dad. I know that they are what made you. Yeah, so it's like the antecedent. It's the thing that's necessary for the gas pressure. I don't need to know what it is or like what they look like. If your mom had blonde hair, if your dad had blue eyes, I know you came from a mom and dad because you exist. It's the antecedent.
Exactly. So, shit, dude. That's starstruck. Damn, bro, I gotta ask my coworkers that tomorrow, dude. Holy shit.
Just ask them one simple question.
You know what happens if this fucking and I'll do references towards like a fucking box that we welded and all that pressure. I want to see their reactions to this question. That's really
just ask them one question. Just say, hey, fellas, can you prove to me that you can have gas pressure without a container? And see what they say.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even worry about what they say, bro. Like they're gonna say shit like they're gonna be like, oh well, gravity, like orbits, like whatever, right? They're gonna say shit that they can't explain, and you're gonna be like, nah, dude. Listen, I know I have a container here, and I know that's the thing that I need to have the pressure of the gas. So whatever you say isn't going to demonstrate what I know is necessary.
I'm trying to think of like a perfect example I can do for them. Trying to use a balloon, but that's not a good example. Trying something else.
Don't make it even about the context of the Earth. Just ask one question. Just say, hey, do you guys know of any situation where we would have gas pressure without a container? Just ask that. Don't talk about the Earth. Don't talk about anything. And you're going to get the same answer from everybody, I assume, which is, no, I can't think of a situation where there would be gas pressure with no bottle, no container, no tire, no balloon.
Yeah.
No bottle.
That's the thing, man. This fucking industry where I work with these guys, like they're just straight up. They're non-conspiracy theorists. They're totally about facts. Like, shit, man. That you cannot bring some like no bullshit to these guys.
But
They'll look at it and they'll be like, they'll start doing
when you
math in
tell
their head,
so
and they'll start like, man, that shit don't make
so when
sense.
so when you tell them that a container is an antecedent for pressure, like in your profession that you all work in, you're telling me they're going to start doing math,
Yeah,
which
because
happens to be abstract and not real.
everything around you involves a lot of math, bro. In order for it to fucking stand straight, in order for it to not fall down, like
Right.
you don't know how much math goes into
So you work as a welder and you use like tanks and stuff like
infrastructure.
that.
Yeah, yeah, a whole
Okay.
lot of that.
So with the math, right? Is V going to be in there?
Well, first it comes to the planning, right? You gotta like go through the whole planning before you even take up, like, start pursuing the job.
Right. But
You
is
gotta make sure
V
that shit
going
even
to
makes sense. So
when
imagine
it
bringing
comes
this up in
to
the conversation. They're like,
containing
"Man, this
when it
guy
comes
sounds
to
stupid."
why is he not listening to me? Why is he talking through me? I don't get it.
Sorry,
Am I
bro. Go
low?
ahead.
Am I low, y'all? Like, what is it? It's like he's not
Apologies,
listening or
dude. Go
something.
ahead.
So the V, which stands for volume, are you aware? You understand what that is in your profession when you're dealing with high pressure stuff?
Sure.
Okay. So in which scenario would V not be the case? That's all you got to ask them. You wouldn't have V. Where do you not have to have, and then let them do whatever math they wish? Because I think if you're telling the truth about your profession, you know that no such thing exists. So you're talking about not conspiracy, and you're talking about actual facts. I just gave you one. See what they tell you.
Okay, shall see. I don't want to sound stupid on the guys, but yeah, I'll ask a good
Well,
friend.
is what I said stupid?
I mean, I think I'll sound stupid if I ask that question tomorrow.
But is the question stupid?
Your question is, ask the V in this project we're doing. We're doing pipe
Anything
work,
that
right?
involves
Of course,
high
there's
pressure.
volume, and there's
Being
a whole lot of pressure and a lot of things.
So that's what I'm saying. So it's like if that's the truth and there's no conspiracy around that, then in what reality are you going to accept that not be the case, but there still be containment? Because as far as the air we're breathing, that's 14.7 pounds per square inch of what? Nothing. Right. So there you go.
Shit, that's interesting. I don't know. I ain't no fucking scientist, bro. Fucking,
You don't have to be a scientist. You're a goddamn welder.
you
That's
might
all you
be,
need to
bro.
know.
You just might be. I'm just a fucking welder, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I put something in the side chat. It's about Trump proposing 25% budget cuts to NASA. I was kind of wondering what you guys thought about it.
Well, NASA's a spy agency, so I don't know what it would have to do with this topic.
Most of the arguments I've heard on here is that NASA is kind of a fake agency to keep up appearances for the globe worldview. So if Trump is saying cut it, then does that impact that at all?
Got it. I mean, because there was a worldview of a globe 500 years before that, so I don't know exactly if people accepted it or not because I wasn't living at the time. But nor do I know how many people believe that they went to space or that the Earth is a globe when they claim they went to the moon. So I don't know. Um, ultimately, I don't know. People will believe whatever the mainstream and the people who control that information tells them to believe because that is always how it's been in history. And that's how it's been since I've been alive.
But do you think flat Earth will ever become a mainstream thing?
What difference would it make?
Well, I don't know. Just curious, though. Do you think that just because, based on what your claim is that if people are convinced to believe in a globe Earth, because people in the, people who are wanting to influence people's minds are wanting to control them, will people ever be exposed to the truth?
Well, there's a high percentage, a higher percentage than I like of flat earthers who, although they, uh, well, they know most of them believe the earth is flat. They don't know it like I do because I've actually directly done something to know it. But a lot of flat earthers believe it. Now, for the ones that know it, even the ones that do, there's still a high percentage of them that fall victim to logical fallacies and fallacious reasoning. Because it's not about flat earth. I've been saying that since I got here. It's really about you letting people get into your mind and tell you things that you can't validate and then letting them justify that. I give an example of my ex. She was talking to, I guess she had a warranty on one of her speakers, and the guy was trying to weasel her out of actually having, collecting the money simply because he was suggesting something else. And had she accepted what he said on recording, she wouldn't have been able to get that money. And so, what I'm saying is, because people aren't privy to these things, because even at the time she was fighting me on why I was asking certain questions and why I wasn't letting her say certain things, it's because people don't understand when they're using fallacious reasoning. So they're not coming out of flat Earth because they're not coming out of the globe because they now understand what fallacious reasoning is. If that was the case, then all of the deception that happens wouldn't get past any of the humans. And we wouldn't have any of these problems. I'm talking about homelessness. I'm talking about poverty and homelessness, wars, this, that, and the third. Because the reasons we have these things are nonsense. So if everyone knew what made sense, none of those things would exist. And I don't think there's any fixing that. So I've tried.
That makes sense. Thanks for answering that.
You're welcome.
Does anyone know how big Antarctica is? Does anyone know what the moon is?
It's a light in the sky, bro. What's the moon? Do you know what the moon is?
Yeah, light from what? Wait, you think the moon is a light?
I don't know, bro. I don't know what the moon is. Do you know what the moon is?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Please do tell.
Well, it's a body, obviously, as you can see with the telescope. It has texture. You can see craters on it. I mean, would you disagree with that?
Okay, I see a moon, and yeah, it looks like it's got some, craters, dark spots, light spots, but it's seems to be its own light, my guy.
The moon is a light.
Yeah, it's like the sun. What's the sun? Is the sun a light?
The sun.
It's you, JJ. You fucking piece of shit. I don't want to talk to you. You fucking time wasting troll.
What? The moon doesn't produce light. That's sun. That's reflecting off the sun. Like when you have solar energy doesn't work at night.
Okay, JJ, whatever you say.
How can you demonstrate this?
How can we validate what you're saying that the moon is not producing the light, but it is the reflection of the sun?
No, rocks reflected light.
Okay, one way you know this is that the bright side of the moon always faces the sun.
So does that mean rocks can reflect light? Does that?
No, it means if you shine a light on a rock, the light side of the rock will be the side facing the light.
Yeah, so why wasn't it so bright under their feet when they were supposedly landed on the moon?
What?
What?
What did you ask?
Well, why wasn't it so bright under their feet when they were standing on the moon, supposedly?
Were they facing the sun?
What?
Were they facing the sun?
It's either lit up or it's not, mate.
When it's facing the sun, if it's on the other side of the earth, sun.
But you're saying that they were in the dark. They were in the dark with studio lights. Yeah, that makes sense. Good
What? No.
Stop wasting our time.
What? I think you're confused.
Yeah, that's ironic.
You think the moon produces light? Is that what you think? The moon is producing light?
So you're saying that, what did you say earlier, that because it's facing the sun?
Yeah, it's going to be brighter facing the sun.
So you're correlating something, not giving a causation.
No, that's causation. If a light is facing an object, an object, that object will be lighter.
That is called correlation. Let me give you an explanation of correlation.
The causation is that.
Oh my God.
Photons.
I wasn't. Yeah, you're saying BS. Blah blah blah. Listen.
BS. I'm explaining to you how light works.
Yeah. No, you're not. Check this out. You're telling me that it's a reflection because of the sun, whatever, blah blah blah. But I'm telling you that's correlation, not causation. Because I can give you correlation. Oh my god! I give you correlation with something else. Every time the rooster croaks, a sun comes up. Is it causing it?
Dude, the world's not flat.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
the causation is photons hit a surface and they bounce off, and there's something called reflectivity,
right?
Which is why when you shine light on an object,
Yeah, doesn't mean
brighter.
No, okay, that does not mean
You understand that,
is
right?
Causing the light from the moon to shine. You're correlating.
No,
it faces the moon.
No,
the moon faces. Stop, dude.
No,
You're
it's causal.
correlating, not causal.
The cause is that sunlight.
How do you determine the cause?
Sunlight illuminates.
How did you determine the cause?
You can look at when it's
Looking at it is determining the cause.
What?
Looking at it determining the cause.
Looking at it will help you determine the cause. Like if you look at,
all you're doing is observing something and then making an explanation for it, not finding the cause of it.
No, the cause is photons from the sun. Like it's light.
Say photons from my dick. I don't care. You're not giving me a causal agent because you're not.
That is the causal agent. That is the causal agent. That is it.
How do you know that?
How do we know?
How did you determine that is exactly
because there's literally no other. There is no other known cause. That is like that. Because we know how sunlight.
That's just an argument from incredulity.
Because we know. Okay, here's how. Because we know how sunlight interacts with objects, so we know how it would interact with another object.
Yeah. Okay, but
so we see. So if I hold up a rock, if I hold up a rock,
there's nothing.
Right?
Jesus. There's nothing on Earth doing the same thing as the sun and as the moon because they're not reflecting and giving out light based on the sun hitting it.
Actually, there are things on Earth that.
Oh yeah, like what? Yeah. So you're saying there's another rock that's shining like the moon at night?
If you shine the sun on a rock, then it would appear to be brighter. Yes.
So you're saying there is sun, at night there's some rock being shined like the moon.
If you looked at it from a distance, it would appear slightly illuminated. Yes, if you shone a sun directly on a surface.
There's nothing on Earth at night that shines like the sun, like the moon.
If you have rock surface and the moon flies over it from above, yes, it will be slightly illuminated.
No, yeah, you can see it, but it's not gonna be like the moon. Again,
because
you're making a
correlation. You know what the causation is.
A correlation.
No, it's
based
causation.
On your
light hits an object.
Oh my
light hits an
God.
object. It bounces off the object.
While I'm talking. You're making a correlation based on what they've told you, and you think that's the truth, but you have no way to actually test this to be true. Okay, like I said, it's just a correlation, just like the crow, not the crow, the rooster croaking in the mornings and the sun comes up.
There's no causation in that. There's causation in this.
Every time the rooster crows, the sun comes up. That's called correlation.
But you can figure this out even without any observation. When light hits an object, tell me what happens. Tell me what happens when you shine a light on an object.
It lights up.
There you go.
Right, but I don't see it. That happens when you shine a light, but you don't see no light shining on the moon.
It's called the sun.
No, you don't. Where the hell did you see the light shining on the moon?
Sun.
Please tell me when you went out there and saw the light, the sun shining on the moon.
Yeah, when it's facing the sun, it's brighter.
Yeah, and tell me how. There you go. You're correlating.
No, but you just said show you.
Not based on causation. Because nobody. Listen. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Nobody has ever gone out and seen the sun hitting the moon ever.
Yeah, when you see it bright, that's called the brightness.
Again,
that's the sunlight.
Nobody's ever seen it do this.
Yeah, when you see the brightness of the moon, that's the sunlight.
Yeah, that's you making such shit up, thinking that this is true.
Nothing actually, else. As you just said, you just admitted that when you shine a light on an object, You just admitted that when you shine a light on an object,
Yeah, it makes it bright. Doesn't mean that just because things happen, that means therefore that one is the same. Again, you don't see, nobody has ever seen the sun rays hit go from the sun to the moon. Nobody has this vantage point ever. So you just can't, you're making shit up.
you admitted that if you shine a light on an object, it becomes illuminated. If you shine the sun facing the moon, as by your own admission, it will illuminate it. When it's not shining on it, it is not illuminated. There you go.
Yeah, you see things when the sun goes to illuminates in them. Okay, that does not imply that the moon is being lit up by the sun.
Yes, it does. When the only
No, it
difference
doesn't.
is
That's
when
you're
yes,
correlating and making
no,
shit up. You're making a conclusion.
no. The
You're
conclusion is based
making
off of
oh my god,
no. The
Jesus,
conclusion
right?
is based off of your own admission that
No.
light on an object illuminates, and then we can test that idea, test that hypothesis. What happens when you're not shining the sun directly on the moon? What happens when it's not facing the moon surface? The other side, it's not illuminated.
Yeah,
That's simple.
again,
causation,
you're correlating something.
Photons from the
And
sun.
that's called.
As you admitted the causation. You admitted it.
Jeez, listen. That's called correlation, not causation. Yes, you're correlating the sun, illuminating things on Earth. Yes, they illuminate, but you cannot say.
Yes, it is. That's causation.
No, yes, they
Photons.
illuminate. Yes, 100%. Think the sun causes things to be illuminated here on Earth. 100% agree with you.
No, it causes things to be illuminated, period. That's how light works.
Now comes the correlation part you're making.
No,
now
that's
comes
it.
the
That's it.
correlation part you're making.
You just admitted it.
Now comes the core. Yes. The sun, I'm telling you, yes, 100%. When the sun lights up, things shine on the earth.
Things shine in general. It lights up everywhere. The laws of physics don't stop. In the sky or in space.
Again,
you understand that, right?
You have nothing to validate the moon being illuminated by the sun. All you have is
your own admission. Literally, yes. Causation of. Do you know what? Okay, hold on. Do you know why sunlight illuminates things?
You are a complete moron.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
You are a complete.
Do you know why sunlight illuminates things? I'm just going to let you answer this. Do you know why? Do you know why?
Again, you are a complete moron if you
do you know why? I mean, no. It's quick question. Do you know why? Sunlight illuminates things.
Do you know that you're making a correlation, not a causation?
No. I'm asking you. Do you know how?
You don't know that, right?
Do you know how sunlight?
Why are you asking me a question? Because I'm telling you, you're correlating something. You're not finding the causation.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you know?
Again,
do you know how sunlight illuminates things?
Correlating something.
I am not. Do you know how sunlight? I'm asking you a question. Do you know how sunlight illuminates things? Yes or no?
Oh my God!
It's a question.
I am not going down this road with you because
down this road. You don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
do you know how sunlight? Yes, do you know how sunlight illuminates things? Yes or no?
You're making is a correlation.
Or no?
Dude, you're making this unbearable, bro. Again, you're making this unbearable conversation.
It's a basic question.
It's not audible for people.
It's a basic question. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay,
you're free to answer. I will come.
I am not answering your question because that's not the point. The point is
you're afraid. You can't. You have no idea.
Whatever. I don't give a shit what you think.
Because it will demonstrate that it is causation.
If you think I don't believe, I don't know how the sun works. Don't give a shit what you think or not.
You don't know how light works. You don't even know how light works.
Whatever you say, that's what you believe.
Well, you can't explain it.
I don't have to explain.
Okay, can anyone else in this call explain how light matter? Can anyone else in this chat explain?
Again, dude, I swear I'm just gonna mute you if you don't shut up. It doesn't matter. to give you the explanation of how how the sun lights up stuff. Okay, that's
Just
not the
explain it
point.
then. Explain it then.
I don't give a shit. I don't have to explain it.
It does matter. It does matter.
I
Because
don't
you're
have to
claiming.
explain it.
No, because I don't
have
think.
to explain it to you.
Well, I
I
explained it
don't
and you said
want
it was
to
wrong.
explain it to
So
you
do you disagree
because
with?
it doesn't
It does matter. It literally matters towards what is lighting up the moon.
No,
it matters.
it doesn't
yes.
matter
If you're
because
talking about
again-
if we're talking about what is lighting up the moon, then it matters how lighting up works in the first place. If we don't agree how light works, then obviously we're not agreeing on how the moon. If you think the moon is a light and you don't know how light works and you don't believe in photons, then I can't have a conversation with you.
Well, I can't have a conversation with you because if
So
you're
does
saying that
anyone
it's not
else-
a
so
light,
can anyone in this call explain how light works?
You, bro.
Can anyone explain?
Dude, ain't nobody gonna have a conversation with you because you fucking overtalk everybody.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome.
Thank God JJ's gone. I had to mute him on my end for myself. It was very, very unbearable.
Guy is unbearable.
He's a spaz.
Are you telling me you just now muted JJ?
I
He's
tried.
gone.
That's the first time I've ever tried to talk to him, so I tried.
Yeah.
He's been doing that for a while.
Ladder's got another energy sucker. That's right. Energy vampire. That guy's been in here for the past, holy crap, 5.5, 6 hours or so.
Before that, an entire work shift he was here.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an entire day. He's used up an entire day's worth of airtime. Fuck that guy. There were probably more valuable people we could have talked to. Just saying.
Like,
I don't
dude,
know.
he wants you to go through this rabbit hole for something that has completely irrelevant to the point that he's trying to make. That he's saying that it's the cause without actually knowing if it's the cause.
That'd be somebody I'd ban on site. Not gonna lie.
Believe me, but every time I see him, I'm muting him.
Free will.
Welcome. You been in here before, Montex? Monter X? Monter X? No?
No, I haven't.
Welcome to the
Sorry.
channel. You
Nice
have?
to meet you. No, I haven't. Sorry.
Nice to. Oh, you haven't. Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to the channel.
I mean, not welcome. That's not the right word, but good to meet you too.
Excellent. It's
Oh, I'm
so
really sorry, level lioness, but I got a bit of lag during your whatever you were saying, and I didn't hear the full sentence you said. So I'm very sorry. Could you repeat that?
I was just saying welcome, and I asked you if the Earth is flat.
I mean, personally, I don't yet believe that the Earth is flat, but that could be changed by proof.
It's not a matter of belief.
It's a matter of proof, I believe. Whoever.
Fair
Did
enough.
someone say it isn't
So
a matter of proof? For me, it's
So
a
it's
matter
fair
of
to
proof.
say.
I have to be proven that the Earth is flat before I believe that the Earth is flat. Is my main reason.
When you go to the store and you check your shoe size, is that a belief or is that a known?
It's a belief that's true.
I tend to just buy sandals.
Flat earthers don't know what the word belief means.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter to me. I buy sandals. Explain what that means. That flat earthers don't believe the word belief.
Brenda's just trying to create a straw man. He's a straw man farmer.
Poisoning the well. Yeah, Brenda is known for
I promise
poisoning.
you, I'm not trying to create a straw man. I just
No,
want
not you, Brenda. But I'm in agreement
okay.
with what you said because, yeah, beliefs and knowledge can go together.
Okay, sorry. I was confused. I wasn't trying to create anything. I just wanted
Nah,
to.
you're good, dude. Brenda was just poisoning the well, trying to interrupt you, man.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Right while you were speaking.
No problem.
So you know your shoe size, right?
Yes, correct.
Do you know how tall you are?
Yeah.
Did you measure how tall you were?
Yeah.
All right. That's the same thing with the Earth. You measure for curvature rate to be in line with what they say the radius value is. Since you can't dig through to the other side of the Earth, right? You have to measure the arc of circumference, which would be the drop over distance from your location towards the horizon.
I mean, that makes sense.
So,
yeah,
whenever they say, boats go off in the distance and they disappear bottom up, that's because they're going down the curve of the ball, right?
Yeah.
You measure the distance to the horizon to try and figure out how much drop is actually taking place before that object disappears.
1 second.
So
I'm gonna join back. My Discord's bugging out and you're really laggy, so I'm just gonna leave, try and fix my Discord and join again. I will be back in like 5 minutes, okay?
You're fine. It could be me.
I will rejoin in like 5 minutes. I just need to try and fix my Discord, okay?
Yeah, and if it doesn't work, try rebooting your phone. That might
Yeah,
do it.
I'm gonna reset my whole PC, so hopefully fingers crossed it's gonna work.
All right, man. Peace.
See you in a minute. Hopefully this works.
Yep. He seemed cool. Thus far.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Well, and clear.
Are you aware of the theodolite experiment?
What is it that you're experimenting on the theodolite?
I'm just asking if you're aware of it.
Okay. There are observations that are made with theodolites. There are no experiments that you would make.
Okay, how do flat earthers explain those observations?
Which observations?
Like if you get a theodolite, measure something in the distance, go to that point and measure back where you just measured, you can measure a curve angle. Like, how do they explain those observations? And don't say those observations aren't true, because people have done them and they are true, but there is an explanation for it.
Right. You would have to be specific with the observation. That way we're not chasing hypotheticals down rabbit trails.
I'm just asking if you're aware of the...
I know. We're aware of it. I'm explaining to you.
Then if you're aware, then I don't need to explain the specific, measurements. So can you explain to me why those observations happen?
Again, you would have to be specific so that we can identify what is actually happening. Why do you ask a question and then decide to go through me while I talk to you? Usually conversations are two-way streets, bud. So, if it's the case that the individual is using a theodolite and they're looking beyond the distance that they're supposed to be looking with, then it will be the case that they're going to have observations that have things happening, right? Because in the manuals to the theodolites themselves, they tell you this is not meant for beyond this distance. When you start looking beyond that distance,
Why aren't they meant for that distance, though? There's a specific reason.
affecting the thing that you're looking for. Right?
Yeah,
so
why?
whenever they use them on a job site so that they can actually survey the land, they do it in increments. And then also, if the person failed to set up the theodolite properly, meaning they didn't actually level it correctly, then it could be the case that the theodolite is not having proper angles.
Do you know why the manual says you can only use it at this distance? Do you know why it says that?
Typically, it says refraction occurs, and it's more complicated to explain away the refraction.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if you were aware of that. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Yeah. That's why I say it needs to be talked about specifically. Case by case. And if you want a more in-depth conversation, there's a gentleman named AJ, who's an Australian who deals with this shit all the time. What his name was recently, but I think it was Kangaroo Man was his last name. But anyway, there's another construction guy from Australia that talks about it all the time.
Timbo.
Elbot?
That kangaroo guy.
Elbot TV? Yeah. Timbo. But Elbot TV, he's a construction guy. He also deals with theodolites at work. And he's gone extensively explaining the process of using a theodolite on a job site.
No,
I agree that
it's not me.
Guy wants to talk about theodolite.
Hey, is anyone
Yeah,
here
that's
in
not me. I don't
Southern
talk
California?
What was
In Southern California, there's a SpaceX launch that will be visible in 45 minutes. If anybody listening is in Southern California, go outside and look at 854.
Yes. Rockets going up. Don't prove perfect shape.
No,
What?
no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's an interesting thing that is related to some things we talk about sometimes here.
So
Are,
you're
we-
saying
are
you
we
can't
talking
see
about?
it from your
Are we
yard?
talking about like rockets right now?
No, we were talking about something else. I just injected that because it's a timely announcement, but we can continue.
Okay,
Will you be able to see
what's
that from your
like
yard,
the
Matt?
current topic?
The current topic was theodolites. I just injected. I just did a quick announcement about something that people can see.
Okay. So like, what if like I inject my balls with like 300 like plutonium?
All right.
Well, that would be nonsensical and rude. Why would you even bring that up?
My bad. Sorry.
I mean, we're not in junior high here, are we?
I apologize.
Apology accepted. Let's move on.
So Matthew, would you be able to see that from your yard? And if so, are you going to record a video of it?
I can see it from my yard. Everybody in Los Angeles County, Ventura County, Orange County, San Diego can see it. So as long as there's no clouds in the sky, millions of people could see it if they wanted to.
Record a video, man. I'll check it out if you do.
I mean, I suppose I could, but yeah, I'll record a part of it. My hesitance is that there are people on Twitter who do it way better than I do and have better cameras, and so it's not, and it happens so frequently, it's not that big of a deal.
Fair enough. Anyway, I think that the guys were talking about the Avalites. We can get back on topic with that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to hijack. Go ahead.
You're
I get it. I know, that's why I'm a droid.
Yeah.
Is it terrible that I'm unaudible?
No, you're back to normal now.
Okay. Well, anyway, I know APOC for sure is also a construction guy who deals with theodolites on the job site. I thought Elbot was APOC. Not disregard. Is that gentleman still even? Is he even here? Or did he leave?
I just wanted to know how that experiment was flawed, because I wasn't 100% sure. That's all.
Well, if you're using a theodolite to look at an object in the distance, you're not making an experiment, you're making an observation. But I understand what you're saying. Usually when you hear people bring up that as an example, they're misusing the theodolite. And they're most often looking beyond the limitation that was prescribed to the device.
What is a way to like measure the curve or no curve on the Earth?
Typically, you can use the horizon as a benchmark. But then you would have to have an object between you and the horizon as a distance marker. And whenever you watch the horizon change in distance, you're not looking at a geometric horizon, you're looking at an optical horizon. If you admit that you cannot see the geometric horizon, and you admit that it is specifically optical, then there is not a way for you to observe the curvature of the Earth, according to your argument. Gentlemen like Al-Biruni in the past took observations to objects in the distance, changed elevation, and took the same angle measurements. And then, stood from a cliffside, looked at objects in the distance, known distance to those objects, measured the apparent drop according to the distance to the horizon, and then got to those locations, looked back, took an angle to the cliff from both of those locations, and then derived a curvature. But that could be said for the same thing that we do with the black swan, right? With the black swan, you have the oil rigs. Those are known distances that can be calculated through Google Map from the observation point. You can go out and you can make your own observations to different benchmarks. Like personally, I went between Hilton Head and Paris Island on the bridge that's there and looked out towards the mouth of the river from the bridge. And there is a pavilion or a dock. People walk a pier. There's a pier on the right side, on the Hilton Head side of the river. And the horizon was out beyond that location. But from the height of the bridge, the horizon should be at like less than 12 miles. And I think the pier is about forget. Anyway, the mouth of the river was like 11 miles. The pier is less than, and the horizon is out beyond that from the pier.
I don't mean to interrupt. Are you guys having an active debate, or are you guys just talking about methodology? Just genuinely curious.
Question and answer.
Okay.
So 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet is a valid equation to determine the distance to the horizon on the sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles. .2 times the square root of the observation height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon in miles. You can do this anywhere, on your own time, on your own dollar, or lack thereof. Verify if the horizon is where it should be.
Can I ask a question?
What's up?
And this is a genuine question. I am a Glober, but the reason why I have an honest, good faith discussion is because I'm genuinely interested in the position. Do your calculations take into account refraction?
What you're doing is you're trying to verify the radius value of the Earth. If you're saying refraction has to be taken into account, you're already accepting a radius value, because unless you're talking Snell's law, which is light changing direction when it passes through two different mediums, then you're going to have the equation that already has the radius value kicked in. Right now, you're
Okay.
trying to verify the distance to the horizon to get your trigonometry so that you can calculate the radius value by measuring the arc of the circumference.
Can I respond to that?
Your response?
Yeah, my my response. So I think what you're referring to when you say the radius value, and this might clear up some confusion because I want to make sure we're both on the same page. It's the equation that you're referring to. Hold on, physics. Here we go. Is it radius equals equals radius effective radius? Sorry, effective radius equals the radius of the Earth over 1 minus k. Is that what you're referring to?
No.
So when you're saying, when you bring
When I
up,
say radius value, I mean the circle has a diameter, and half of that diameter is the radius value. And you get
right,
your arc on that circumference to give you an angle so that you can figure out the radius value.
so what does that, so like atmospheric refraction, right? Why are you saying that that presupposes like a radius value, or what's your argument there?
What is refraction? What would be the equation that you would use to account for refraction when you're making your observations of the distance of the horizon?
So there's two questions there. What is refraction, and what equation do we use? Which do you want me to answer
What's
first?
the equation that you're using to help you, right?
I don't know if I cut out or it's you. Am I good? Can anyone else in the call confirm that?
N.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the horizon in miles, according to the geometric shape of the Earth having 3,959-mile radius. What's the refraction calculation, equation, coping mechanism that you're using?
Sorry, you're cutting out a bit. I don't know if it's me or if it's you, but I can hear you right now. You're cutting out. I can't hear you. Hello? Hey, I don't know if it was you or me, but you were cutting out. Can you?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm named Droid, because I robot all the fucking time.
That's funny. Okay, so you're asking for the set of equations. Let me pull up my notes.
Are you looking for the geometric horizon? Yes or no?
Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you. No kicker.
Oh no! Right now I'm answering. I can get to that, but I'm answering someone else's question. What is the set of equations?
You asked me about 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet.
Are you
to find
Droid?
the distance
Am I
to the
am I
horizon
talking
in
to the
miles.
same? Am I talking to the same person? Or are you Droid?
Are you trolling?
No. I have a lot of background noise in my house. I have 2 disabled siblings. One of them's autistic. It's just being crisped out right now. But okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. So let me get to that question really quick. Let me answer your first one. I'm just writing them out on my iPad so I can screen share and show you kind of the citations and derivations, because I'm sure you're going to be interested in that as well, right?
So are you already assuming the Earth's a ball?
No, not implicitly here. Some people might do that, but not. I'm aiming to not do that because you don't want a question begging argument. You want something that's from first principles.
All right, we're making the observation to the distance to the horizon, right? We have benchmarks for distance from the observation point off into the distance.
Right.
Okay. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet gives you the distance to the geometric horizon in miles. Okay? Because they're telling us the Earth is a ball with this specific radius, 3,959 miles. On average, if you want to be obtuse and make the argument that, oh, it's not a perfect sphere. But it's a 13-mile difference between greatest and least radius value. So, 3,959 miles. Distance to the horizon, according to the geometry, 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. Going out into reality, verifying if this equation is showing you the distance to the geometric horizon, or you're making an apparent observation. The horizon is changing distance objectively when people go out and look.
Yeah,
So
I get that argument.
You're going to talk about how refraction is going to change the distance to the horizon, or it's going to change how far away or how close the horizon appears to be. But we're not focusing on the refraction or how distorted an object is or how tall the object looks or how squished it appears to be. We're focusing on the distance to the horizon. And we'll use the benchmarks to note the distance to the horizon. The refraction is irrelevant because you can have a short distance horizon with a lot of refraction, and you can have a far away horizon with a lot of refraction. You can have a close up horizon with minimal refraction. You can have a far away horizon with minimal refraction. The horizon is changing distance, and that's what we're focusing on because we're trying to determine if this equation is telling us the truth. When we go out and we see farther than what we ought to be seeing according to the geometry, we're not looking at the geometric shape. So people get in an airplane and they're at 35,000 feet and they get the infrared camera and they stick it out the window and they look off in the distance and they see 700 miles or more, then they're seeing beyond the geometric horizon, which is between 200 and 218 miles away.
Yeah, that argument is sound to me. Right, the defeater for that argument would be whether or not you're taking sound measurements, and sound measurements would entail that your measurements aren't corrupted by some kind of confounding variable. And in this case,
I say repeatedly the steps to take, and you do it yourself. You can scrutinize your own observation until you shit a cow out of a flea's ass. Okay?
Oh.
You can scrutinize your own observation as much as you want.
Well, isn't part of scientific thinking like peer review? Like we're gonna check each
Yes,
other's work.
this is why I tell you how to do it, and you go do it on your own. You do it for yourself. You don't verify, right? You go out and verify what it is that I'm saying, and you validate the thing that I'm saying. You don't just up and trust me and be like, all right, bro, because I gave you a couple of pictures. Go and do it for yourself. Go and do it for yourself.
No, I'd like to. Maybe I can share some of my methodology prior to me doing that.
Okay. All right. Well, my phone's off charge and I got low battery, so I'll cut out any moment.
Who's gonna cut out?
The one you've been talking to, me.
Troy? Oh, okay.
Well, I'll
All right.
step in for a moment.
Sure.
So, when it comes to peer review, do you consider yourself a peer?
To you guys, yeah. To maybe the general scientific community, maybe not. But if this is what, well, first of all, right, the invitation from Droid was do it yourself, which I always welcome. I love that sort of thinking. But when, but like if we're talking about sort of these very highly specialized fields within science, like quantum field theory and cosmology, I don't have the knowledge to be able to execute probably some of the experiments that would be required to advance the field. So I wouldn't consider myself a peer in that field.
So, do you have to have quantum field theory knowledge in order to do a long distance observation?
You have to have whatever subfield of reality that you want to study. You have to have knowledge of that, extensive knowledge.
Yeah. So, if you go into a long distance observation, what field of study in science is that?
I can't. Your audio is kind of bad. What'd you say?
Sorry, if I wanted to do a long distance observation, what field of science would that study be in?
I'm guessing you're driving, right? I'm going to answer your question.
I apologize.
No, you're good. If you were, so your question was, if you wanted to do a long distance, what would be a long distance observation to you? Just so I know how to answer your question.
35,000 feet, 700 miles.
Okay, so basically something that we can't ourselves go drive to or fly to very easily. Do balloons even go that high? You said feet, right? 35,000 feet?
You can't get in a plane?
35,000 feet? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, you could get in a plane. I thought you might have said miles for a second, but that's my bad. Yeah, okay, you could get in a plane. Or maybe a balloon for maybe lower heights. How would you do it? It depends. I guess it depends on the context.
I mean, get your eyeballs. Maybe get a camera that uses infrared observation. There's ways to do that. It is a specialized thing to do. You have to read up on how to remove the coating that's on one of the lenses inside the camera. Screw it up, your camera's early. But needless to say, if you cared enough to go do it, you can find a way to go do it. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to go and figure out how to do a science experiment or a long distance observation. Which a long distance observation is not a science experiment, but in the case of a science experiments are supposed to have testable, repeatable results, and the instructions on how to repeat them should be so explicit that a 5-year-old could do it.
Yeah, that's just like not always. I mean, what if the things that you're like, what if you're trying to study planetary motion and you can only model that with like differential equations? Like, I don't know
Yeah,
how.
you need to be able to account for things that may require math. Like, I just had to study the Rainy Lake experiment that covers basic what would you see over a distance if the Earth was flat versus round, finds it was flat, and it also includes detailed calculations and measurements of literally every.
Yeah,
Are you
I
the
was in the
same
middle
guy
of
that was
talking
still here?
when you interrupted me.
Is that the same guy
So,
that was here like a while ago?
Anyway, what I was saying is, can you give me the science experiment of planetary motion?
You
walk
could.
me through the
Yeah.
scientific method.
Sure. So we could pick a famous example.
Sure, let's talk about the transit of Venus.
Or like the planetary motion of the perihelion of the precession of Mercury, let's say. That's a famous example. For a while there was this phenomena which couldn't be which is that hold on, let me check my notes. Do you want me to explain the phenomenon, or do you want me to just go over the experiment?
Well, so let's go down the steps of the scientific method in this so-called experiment.
Sure.
So what's the naturally occurring phenomenon?
The precession of the perihelion of Mercury. Okay, so the perihelion is the point in a planet's orbit where it's closest to the sun.
Okay.
And Mercury's orbit is an ellipse. We can observe this. So
You're getting way ahead. We gotta go step by step through this, man. It's the only way we're ever gonna learn this together, right?
yeah, okay.
All right. So what's the hypothesis?
Well, I haven't finished the naturally observed phenomenon.
Well, no, you're giving a story attached to the naturally observed phenomenon. And
no, I'm just saying what we observe. We observe a heavenly body.
I've never seen Mercury ever orbit the sun 100% all the way around.
It doesn't matter. You can't do science on space, bro.
Well,
I know, but we're getting to that, dude. All right.
I mean, okay, so if you don't want to listen to that,
that's why I need you to give me the step-by-step scientific method approach of this observation. So I agree with you that naturally occurring phenomenon is the perihelion, whatever you said it was, the ecliptic of Mercury, right? This so-called thing of Mercury going around the sun. We'll go with that as the naturally observed phenomenon, even though we can only see it at certain points, and we just assume the orbit based off of the points of the locations in the sky. So the naturally occurring phenomenon is the orbit of Mercury. What is the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is going to be that you have a model parameter that multiplies the relativistic perihelion term called alpha, and that you have to add this term into an equation that I can't quite remember in order for the measured advance of Mercury's longitude of the perihelion changes in the way that you observe. So the IV is just the model parameter. The DV is the change in the longitude of the perihelion.
The IV is the model parameter, and the DV is what?
It's the how much the perihelion changes, basically.
In the model, though, right?
In the model, yeah.
Exactly. But the natural observed phenomenon, was it in the model?
If it doesn't, then that's a falsification for the model. Right. Like if we perform this experiment and we observe how
again,
David.
Before I was rudely interrupted by Percent, because I was in the middle of having that conversation with Percent, but again, I wasn't done talking. Him and I are having this conversation. So, again, so the IV is what?
The IV is the model parameter accounting for like the relativistic perihelion.
Okay, so how do we manipulate that?
Let me see.
I'm not talking about the model. I'm like, how do we manipulate the Mercury's orbit? That's what it's about, right?
I'm trying to see if it's something that's constant or changes with time.
Well, the IV has to be. You have to be able to manipulate the IV.
Sometimes you can't do that, right? Like if the IV is something attached.
You have no science experiment. You have no science.
No, because you're still testing your hypothesis.
What's the hypothesis? Your hypothesis is the orbit of Mercury.
Yeah, if your model predicts the precession of Mercury's perihelion, then your model is verified. Like it's support of the model.
It's not the model. The naturally occurring phenomenon is the orbit of Mercury, not the orbit of the model. Dude.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding. The hypothesis.
I don't think you're understanding.
What? Okay. What do you think it is?
Natural science, not imaginary shit.
Wait, can you give me an example of a hypothesis without a model? I've never seen one. Oh wait, are you looking for it, or what, did you hear what I said? Hello? Yes. 9.
Sorry, I got a phone call and it interrupted my microphone. So
you're fine. I asked the question. I said, can you give me an example?
So an example.
Yeah.
An example of. Say that again. Say what you want. An example of a hypothesis.
Yeah, because it seems like you have an issue with models. I'm asking for an example.
How fucking dare you? How dare you, Nables? You tried this shit earlier and fucking embarrassed yourself.
No, I don't think we actually made any progress with that.
Germ theory.
Oh, do you want to try that again?
Do you want to try that again? You already said, well, I think they don't model that. You fucking embarrassed yourself.
You're better off fighting Indio and germ theory than you are with me, bro.
No, I asked him what's the model for germ theory.
It is objectively a model.
Okay. Give me the equations, dude. What's the threshold for fucking disease? You said, I don't think they model that. Remember? That's why I'm fucking irritated, dude. It's because you just did the NPC reset, and that shit pisses me off. Either you weren't listening earlier, you have no self-awareness, dude, that you freaking absolutely cooked yourself. Anyway, carry on, sheepdog, dude. I wasn't even gonna, I didn't even want to talk. I was listening on YouTube. Then when he did that same shit he did, the last time I listened, he did this. And then I turned in 6 hours later, he's doing it again. Like, what the dude, serious.
Well, I'm not going to let him get past it. He's got a model that he's trying to use, and that's not the naturally observed phenomenon. The natural observed phenomenon is the orbit of Mercury.
I get it. But then when he's like,
okay,
I don't know
so
how you can have a hypothesis without a model.
I'll give those to you first.
Threshold for disease based upon bacterial load.
Yeah. First, there's a conceptual model, though, that is going to basically, like, the math means something because of the conceptual model. So I'm going to present that first.
Before you can even get to the model, you have to do a science experiment and use the scientific method to prove the thing is the fucking thing you're saying it is.
You can't, like, there is no hypothesis that doesn't require a model. Like, any hypothesis
No,
you
your
make,
hypothesis is your prediction. It's your scientific prediction, the result of the experiment. That's your hypothesis.
right?
It's not a
And
model.
That's
your experimental results. That's not a model.
You can call it whatever you want. You can even call it a mini model if it works for you. It's a model. It's a simplified representation of reality where you make simplifying assumptions.
Okay, I'm going to read you the definition of hypothesis, dude, then. If we're really going to go this far. You serious, dude?
It's easy. Just give me an example of a hypothesis without a model.
I'm going to read you the definition of hypothesis. I did give you an example. Were you not listening? Germs cause disease. Microorganisms cause disease.
What is a microorganism?
Hey, Indio, I'm going to let you take this for a minute. I got to call my wife.
I'm only asking you that because you're going to see in 2 seconds why this is a model.
Because the word microorganism is that a model?
Yeah, it literally
the word
is.
Microorganism is a model. So language is a model.
No, not the sounds and symbols. Not the sounds and symbols, but what they refer to is a model.
So the definition.
Yeah, that's going to be a model.
Words are models of definitions.
That's not what I said. And I
Well,
feel
we're
like you're
talking
being
about
dishonest.
scientific models here. We're not talking about your colloquial idea of a model.
What I said was that the word microorganism, the content that it refers to, that's going to be a model. Yeah, you're modeling something that you're observing in nature, which is these quote unquote organisms which respond to environments negatively by infecting people, and you're modeling that conceptually. All we have are concepts. You don't have access to the direct reality. You just have concepts.
How do you know
You can't
that?
even.
So when you see something, that's conceptual. Can you tell me why people in permanent vegetative states that have no brain function respond to external stimuli?
Under what context? I mean, that could be.
They respond to external stimuli, loud noises, bright lights, things like that.
There could be some basic, mechanism, motor, like some basic motor function output response from the cerebellum. I don't know.
There's no concept there.
No, that's all concepts. What do you mean?
External stimuli is stimuli, biological stimuli of natural process, from some natural process. Light, sound, something, energy, matter, something. There's no concept involved. Unless you think light and matter are sentient.
Everything you gave are concepts. Light is a concept.
Light is a
sound is a concept.
This guy's retarded, bro. This guy's
you're digging in on stupid. Okay, so I'm gonna read you scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. That's from Colorado State. The scientist applies his present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based upon the hypothesis. The prediction is often then statement. Hypothesis. Hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then something should happen.
So,
2 is manipulated. The first is a dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing. In the second blank. In the second blank, 2 is the independent variable. You manipulate to get a reaction.
Okay? I did. Sorry. I didn't hear manipulate.
The nature of science, the scientific method by the Geographical Society. The second was Colorado State University.
They didn't say manipulate in those.
And the first was Caltech. Okay?
Wait, sorry.
So we have 3 citations versus you making shit up.
I didn't hear the word manipulate in those citations.
I heard it.
Could you find me the one and repeat it for me, please?
Post in the chat. Says if the hypothesis is true, then 1, okay, X should happen when Y is manipulated.
It's basic science, bro.
So why don't you post some citations? How come you never back up anything you say? A scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported.
Wait, that said for example.
With repeated testing.
That did not say for all. It said for example.
It's giving you an oh my god. Dude.
No, although it would have said i.e.
It's giving you an example of what a hypothesis is.
Yes, where you manipulate the IV to observe a change in the DV. That's one way of doing it.
What is a hypothesis?
A hypothesis
is it it's your prediction of the experimental result? I don't know who you're DMing or ChatGPT in, dude. It's pathetic.
That was wild.
The scientific method is hypothesis driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. Drexel University.
He dropped out.
Hypothesis is based upon cause and effect reasoning. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. Strategic thinking for scientific discovery, Cambridge University.
Yeah, a hypothesis is where you test,
we don't want your definition. We want citations.
Well, no, I'm using your citation.
You're uneducated. We don't want your definitions.
No, these are your definitions that I'm using.
My definition was posted.
Yeah.
Even my definition,
it said for example. It said for example, because yes, that's a way you can do it. You can manipulate an IV.
What's the other ways?
The other way, when you can't manipulate the IV, you have to observe a change in nature compared with a prediction. And if your prediction is wrong,
that's the fucking phenomenon, you idiot.
Okay, then you have a correlation, and what does that tell you?
Yeah, a correlation.
And then what does that tell you?
Hold on, I'm getting to it. When underpinned by a conceptual model, gives you causation.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. The first thing you learn in university is correlation is not causation. It's going to be the first thing they tell you.
Fucking major rule in science, you idiot.
Yeah, because there's more nuance to it. It's not necessarily causation. Not necessarily.
My professors never told me there's more nuance to it.
Because you probably never took a hypothesis.
You got a citation. You got some sort of academic backup for what you just said. You know, similar to what India just gave you.
No, yeah, I can back that up.
Oh, yeah,
you'll have to wait though.
No, we're not waiting.
We always have to fucking wait.
Wait. Okay, so we actually are starting a channel in the home server of people that say they're going to produce something. And we're going to timestamp it. We're going to say what they have to produce, and we're going to see if they ever come back and produce it. We're actually going to start keeping a record of you guys.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to produce.
So you're going to be the first fucking entry, Navels. And what's going to happen is, when you guys eventually come back, we're going to mark the date. Okay? And you're not allowed to come off the list until you've been ridiculed thoroughly for 24 hours.
Why do you take so much pleasure in ridiculing people? I thought this was like a place for good faith discussion.
Because you guys should be shamed from your dishonesty. You know, you're not going to find a citation. You know, nothing on the internet or any scientific textbook supports what you're saying. You're just trying to frickin' give the appearance that there's a controversy, a la politics. Okay? Not politics server, something they do in politics to give the appearance of controversy to shut people off. It's a gimmick, it's a tactic, it's rhetorical propaganda bullshit, and we're sick of it.
Like a fabricated difference.
All I'm doing is taking something
You're not doing anything. You're talking.
Yes,
You
you're
should
just
be
being
looking for
rude.
the citation.
Do you take pleasure in interrupting your interlocutors?
No, I want you to look for the citation. I want you to look for the citation.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. That's fine.
Yeah, go on mute until you find it. Nuanced correlations.
It's actually funny. His example of science was the perihelion, the advance of the perihelion of Mercury, right? This is a thing that's often touted as like they presumed it first using their gravitational theory or whatever, and then looked for it, and then lo and behold they found it. Absolute bollocks, right? But he's trying to say it's science because they first observed this as a natural phenomenon, and then he's changing the IV in a model and looking at the DV in the model, not realizing there's a mismatch from the DV and the actual phenomenon. One's real and one's just some model BS. Like the guy's all over the place.
Yeah, and precession of I doubt he even knows what that even means, what that actually is, okay? Or any alternative hypotheses which have been presented for it.
Today, I told him refraction, it could explain it.
Fuck, you could. Perturbations in because they can't do a multi-body problem, right? They're limited to two-body dynamics, right? And because you have 9 bodies in the solar system, plus, according to them, fucking gazillions of comets, asteroids, whatever, there could be a perturbation caused by an unknown body.
Well, the thing is, yesterday he agreed with me that heat causes refraction. This thing approaches this; it's close to the sun, so the sun's heat could be causing it to refract. And he agreed with all this, and then the NPC reset and acted like, no, it has to be proof for, Einsteinian gravity. From one day to the next, just NPC reset.
Anyway, Percent, I just wanted you to know, I appreciate your patience in that. I apologize if there was miscommunication. I was literally just trying to walk him step by step through the scientific method. And I wasn't going to budge off of the hypothesis until we come to the conclusion that there is no hypothesis in this observation of a naturally occurring phenomenon. Indio,
as much Sheepdog, as much as you were trying to hold his hand into the scientific method, he was trying to drag you out of it.
Oh, I know. It wasn't going to happen.
Freaking Naples freaking version of the scientific method. He invents on the fly depending on what you say.
Right.
Who said Indio?
I was just saying that you...
No, someone else said my name. Who? Like, never mind. They lost their guts or something. I don't know. Go ahead, Chief.
Anyway, I wasn't going to budge off of it. I wasn't going to put up with it for more than 5 or 10 minutes at the most, and then I was going to mute him. But we do have another person in here that I muted. Ice JJ Fish. I don't know if you want to unmute him.
Is he drunk again? He wasn't drunk the other night, but he had a good buzz on. Let's put it that way. I'll unmute him. Ice J Fish. How come Nables and Ice J Fish come in pairs? Just curiosity. Ice J, you're unmuted.
I was just listening. I can't remember what I don't know where that conversation was going. Honestly.
What are you guys talking about, Sheep?
I was trying to follow the conversation.
He was just rambling. I was talking to Navels, and he just butted in and started talking about some random shit.
No, I did try to add a helpful note.
What was that?
But I can't remember.
Well, that's not helpful.
You should have wrote it on the back of the alcohol bottle label.
He didn't say he did it.
Well, yeah, emphasis on the try, but also that it seemed to change the conversation from something else to the definition of a hypothesis.
It's not
what
our
I said was
definition.
so
I'm
removed from
quoting
that.
universities and textbooks and shit. Is that a good place to look for the definition?
Yeah, but there's also,
yeah,
I guess. So there's different. There's different definitions that say the same thing of different words. Some of them.
Well, I mean,
but I mean, I
next
assume
time
if
I
you're
talk
citing
to
it,
somebody
if you're
later
citing,
on,
if you're citing a university, I'm gonna trust it.
Okay, I'm sorry, citing Colorado State, Drexel
Yeah, I trust
University, the National Geographical Society. I mean, I don't want to talk to the next guy and be like, cite Naples. Okay, sorry, they might not buy my bullshit if I cite Naples as definition of hypothesis.
No, you got to say Naples the Great, and then they move more likely.
I'd rather cite Zanuck. Zanuck is the citation.
Yo, Indio, how do you feel about wraparound?
What's wraparound? Sounds some gay. Is that like reach around?
No, like Earth having wraparound effect, like Pac-Man style.
Pac-Man Earth, like Enoch shit, portals, and what do I feel about it?
Yeah, well, not necessarily like Enoch, like they're actual portals that you can see or what have you, but like just like an imperceivable wraparound, like where everything just blends together. The edges just blend.
I mean, that's like hyperdimensional, man. Which does work mathematically. Yoder proved that shit. So, I don't know if I want to give credit to Yoder. I think someone else came up with the idea. So that wouldn't work mathematically, but whether it's actually happening physically, this is what I think about it. If it did exist, how could we actually even prove it, right? We'd have to somehow get into some external state in order to observe the Pac-Man-ness of it, right?
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't be able to perceive it from doing it, right?
Exactly. We would never observe it directly, but like it would be a logical deduction based off of real world observations plus the fact that there's no curvature.
Where's the edge of the Pac-Man Earth thing? Like, I don't get that part.
Hey, India, you remember when I blew your mind about concave Earth? Do you remember?
No.
Do you remember
I don't remember. Remind me.
Theory about space? Like the higher you go, the more you shrink.
Oh yeah, that's. That makes sense though.
You're like, oh my god, that makes sense.
Right?
That blew my fucking mind.
Yeah, dude. Just from a perspective standpoint, that makes sense, kind of.
Yeah, like the higher you go, the smaller you get.
Dude, that's some crazy,
like some Ant-Man shit.
Yeah, I know. You're like, it's still blowing my mind. Now you mention it again. I'm like, oh my god.
It makes absolutely no sense. But like, if you go into this hypothetical, like, what if it really was a concave Earth? How would that work? And then you're like, well, that would kind of make sense.
You shoot a rocket into counter space, right? They just keep shrinking.
Can't wait for Sunday.
Right. No, we don't talk about this on Speculation Sunday. This is like, it's retarded. You know what? Maybe we should do one day, like maybe I should just like start a Speculation Sunday, you know, and then just like do the most wildest claim and back absolutely nothing up, but just make shit up for a whole day.
Yeah, for sure.
That would be interesting.
Once every 6 months.
Yeah, something absolutely crazy like correlation plus concept equals causation.
Good. Like, what things could you observe in the world that correlate with each other? Right? Like, there's so many coincidences.
Tell me how you prove causation.
How do you prove what?
How do you prove causation?
How do you prove causation?
Yeah.
Well, you make a hypothesis and then you fuck with the thing that you think is doing the thing.
Hold on. You gotta be more specific.
You manipulate it. You flip the switch on and off.
If you eliminate all other variables, you can prove that the variable you manipulate, assuming all the other ones stay static, controlled, don't change, then the one you change is the cause.
Right. And when we do that with distances over horizon, it's but isn't that correlation? You're just correlating which ones change and then which ones don't change when we take out the variable. You're just correlating.
It can't be the cause of something. It's not phenomenological.
No. Aren't you just correlating then? Oh, what correlates with the effect and what doesn't?
Look, causes can be look.
Explain how what you said is not
can
correlation.
Be causation, but causation can't be correlation. Correlation can't be causation, but causes can be correlation.
So explain how you.
So you can get one from the other. It's the concept of something that's not reversible, right?
Explain how you demonstrate causation without doing correlation.
I just told you.
No, but what you said is what you said is the fact.
Told you.
No, what you said.
What did I say? Say it back to me.
What you said was
back to me what I said to you. Say back to me what I said to you.
That you manipulate the variables to see what is.
No, there's no variables. There's only one variable.
If the thing affects the thing you're claiming affects.
Okay, there's no plural variables. There's only one variable.
Okay, yes, manipulate the variable to see if there's an effect.
Yes.
But wouldn't that be correlation? Wouldn't that be correlating?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So there you go. So it's not.
But it's not a reversible process.
What do you mean it's not a reversible process?
It's not something that's reversible. You can't get a cause from a correlation alone.
No, but what you just described was correlating. What you just described was correlation.
Okay, you have dude. So you have all your possible correlates for the cause, and you eliminate them one by one by holding. Why don't you stop? So a lot of things, there's multiple variables which could be the cause. That's freaking half of doing science, is that you take a lot of measurements, find all the correlates, right? And then one by one, you control each correlate, have one that you manipulate to isolate the cause, okay? You have multiple variables, 10 variables. Okay, variable 1, we're going to control the other 9. We're going to manipulate variable 1. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Stop. Control 1. Manipulate 2. Control 3 through freaking 10. Okay, this is what you do. Go one by one by one by one. Systematically determining what the cause is, but they all correlate, right?
And if you
they
can't manipulate every potential variable?
Not simultaneously, then all you'll have is a correlation.
Okay, so name something where you can manipulate every potential variable. Like
you don't want to manipulate. Are you dense?
No, but to factor, like to make sure it's not another variable, as you just said.
You don't want it to be another variable.
Exactly. So you need to be able to account for that.
Okay, you're not pulling a fast one on me, dude. You're not going to try and take my argument and get me to take yours, okay? It's not going to work.
What you just said was cancel out the process of elimination.
What I said is if you have multivariable problem that you control all the variables and manipulate each one variable individually, one by one, systemically, in order.
Okay, so by doing that, would someone not be able to say, then you're just correlating with variables?
No, you're determining the cause from
Because no,
multiple
I agree with you. I agree with
correlating
you, but in this
variables.
call, I agree with you fully.
So you asked me a question, interrupt me, and answer. Go back on fucking mute, dude.
It's pretty straightforward, man. If you have 7 different variables and you manipulate number 1 and that doesn't do anything, and then you manipulate number 2, you put 1 back where it was, you manipulate number 2, that doesn't do anything. Put it back where it was, manipulate 3, that did something. You still got to manipulate 4, 5, 6, and 7 to see if it's just 3, or maybe 3 and 3 causes something else to change that causes something else to change down the road. So you're going to have to manipulate them one by one.
It's possible when you do manipulate them one by one, you go through 1 through 7, that none of them have produce the result, and then at that
That's
point,
why they.
You mix and match.
That's why science is defined as a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. It's messy.
Like I could test what causes plants to grow, and I give it. I leave all other variables controlled, and then I give it water, and the water alone isn't causing it to grow. And then I give it sunlight alone, and it's not causing it to grow. I give it soil alone, it's not causing it to grow. And then I have to think maybe it's maybe there's more than one cause, like a multi-cause thing. So I give them all.
Yeah, it's a multivariable problem. There is no single cause. And biological systems are particularly freaking hard for direct cause and effect relationships because they're a system.
Yeah. But simply put, all causation is correlation, but not all correlation is causation.
That's why cause and effect is reserved for fundamental physics, not multivariable fucking systems. Within a biological system, you can determine individual cause and effect relationships like, okay, what causes DNA replication? What chemical processes is the direct trigger? Right? But the actual process of DNA freaking unzipping and freaking being copied and then repeated and then cellular freaking division and all that shit, there's multiple. First of all, none of that shit's known to a freaking a degree because it's freaking too hard to isolate in causes.
Yeah.
The multivariable system. That's why, that's why they don't say smoking causes cancer. They say smoking elevates your risk of cancer.
Yep.
How do we know the sun is what lights up the stuff around us, causing daylight? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Really, this is where we're at.
I've heard it before. People think that daylight is caused by the sun's exciting of, noble gases in the atmosphere or something like that. It doesn't directly cause. It's not directly caused by the sun. They say sunlight is directly caused by the sun.
I got to hear this. Do you want to entertain this? Do you want to entertain this question? Percent?
Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try and just bite my tongue. Okay.
For the record, I agree with what you were saying. I wasn't, and I'm sorry that I know it comes off as sea lining or some shit, but it was genuine. And there's a reason I was asking, which was that I had a conversation earlier in this call with someone who is saying that you can't prove that the sun is lighting up something. And so I was curious.
You're going to hear all sorts of shit in this call. There's people that say you can't prove they have hands. Okay, so
The point, though, that I'm getting to is that the moon. The reason I was having a conversation with someone who said earlier the moon was a lamp. The moon, and I was saying that the illumination of the moon is caused by facing the sun.
Okay. Yeah.
Because photon is facing the sun, so the sun shines onto it.
Okay, that's
Is Mars flat too, or just the Earth?
Why are you interrupting him?
But is that
Didn't your mom
unreasonable?
teach you fucking manners?
Sorry, is that unreasonable?
The only unreasonable part is you saying.
No, it's a valid hypothesis, but does it take into account all observable phenomena? So the lack of specular highlights, sometimes the terminator line isn't perpendicular to the position of the sun. So there's other things that make people think, hey man, maybe it's not the sunlight lighting it up. It isn't just because we don't like it.
But what else could it be?
That's not some evidence. Your incredulity is not evidence for the claim.
Well, no, but the evidence, the evidence for the claim.
Anything else. That's what else it could be.
The evidence. Oh, really?
Yeah, but there's other things which we expect, which should be observed. Specular highlight, because the moon's supposed to be a round object, so it should have like a hot spot. So we don't observe that.
Is Pluto too?
What is your issue, bonehead?
I'll get him when he comes back in.
Okay, so that's one thing. And then there's observations. You know how, like, when the moon's in half phase, right? So you have the terminator line that divides the moon in half. So if you draw a line perpendicular to that terminator line and draw a straight line, the sun's not on that line. It's somewhere else. So now we have a sun that's not perpendicular to the direction of the shadow, because the phase of the moon is supposed to be the shadow of the earth, or the shadow of the moon, self-shadowing, right? So what they say is that this is an optical illusion. I mean, how many fucking optical illusions does a globe model have? Oh, star, stellar aberration, optical illusion. Parallax, optical illusion. Sun, optical illusion. Earth, optical illusion. Everything's a fucking optical illusion. I'm serious, dude. It's getting ridiculous.
I know, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, but the sun and the moon and the earth are in more of a triangle.
Yeah,
that's the claim, bro.
That's what it's supposed to be. But sometimes we see that they're not in this triangle. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You mean when they line up?
I know. I mean, right.
So when you see the first crescent moon, right, the right after the new moon, right, you know that the moon that's visible to us is a geometric impossibility, since the sun is 93 million miles behind it.
Yeah, but
it's not directly in front of it. It's 93 million miles behind it.
You believe the sun is 93 million, but again, the moon rotates the Earth, so the moon has different sides that will have different. Okay, well, the moon from where we see the sun.
Did you know the moon rotates in two different directions?
Well, it spins and it rotates.
Right. So it's supposed to be spinning to maintain the face towards us, but it's also twisting 90 degrees like a wheel.
Yeah.
It's impossible, dude.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Spin a ball in two different vectors 90 degrees from each other.
According to the laws of, if there's several different vectors though, because there's many different things that have gravity.
Spin a ball in one direction, right? Whatever that is, you got your one axis, and then spin it in another axis 90 degrees from that axis.
Hold on. If something is in orbit and it is rotating around and is around something else, pulled by like if you believe in gravity or air.
Why does the moon face us all the time? Is it because it's spinning at just the right speed in order to maintain the face towards us?
Why does it face us all the time? What do you think? The moon's a circle. It's a sphere.
Yeah, but we see a man in the moon. Remember, we see him all the time.
All the time.
He can't even
You ever
like
seen the, you
conceptualize
ever
what I'm
seen the
telling
other
him.
side of
Bro,
the moon?
You've never heard of the dark side of the moon?
Yeah, and why do you think it's dark?
Because this space is tidally locked.
It's other side of the moon.
Is what?
We only ever see one face of the moon. We only ever see one side. You didn't know that?
I know. That's why it rotates and spins.
Have you ever seen the wobble of the moon?
Have I ever seen the wobble of the moon?
Yeah. Did you know the moon wobbles while it's spinning?
Yeah, I don't know if I can witness that with my own eyes, but
Yeah, I'm gonna put the GIF of it in the side chat.
It also cartwheels through the sky throughout the night.
That's what I was saying, man. Like, it's not just that the moon is spinning 90 degrees in front of us, right? Like the north is on top and the south is on the bottom. And it's maintaining that perfect face towards us. But it also does a fucking cartwheel, which is 90 degrees from the axis that it's supposed to be spinning on.
It rolls like a wheel, like a wagon wheel across the sky.
Okay.
Have you noticed
There
that?
you go. Look in the side chat. I just posted a GIF for you to show you the wobble. It's a geometric impossibility.
Hey, gentlemen. Sorry, quick interjection. Indio, you want to check your DMs quickly? A little technical
Yeah,
thing.
I saw that. I don't understand what you're saying.
So you're saying what we witnessed.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Well, let's go on. Want to go on the call, 20, dude?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Okay, cool.
2 minutes.
Sorry, I got this.
Wait. Who was I just talking to?
Nobody. You're talking
You
to
guys
me and you're talking to Percent.
Okay, good. I thought they going back to consult. You're saying it's geometrically impossible. You're saying it's geometrically impossible for the moon to do what we witnessed it to do.
Right.
According to your model, yeah, it's
Can you look in the side chat at the GIF that I posted of the moon?
Yeah, I did.
So do you see it wobbling back and forth? See how it rolls like a wheel?
How it rolls,
and then
yeah.
and then it wobbles back.
No, that's not ridiculous. Gravity, like the force of gravity, affects which way it goes. And again, the moon is not a perfect sphere. It's a
but gravity.
God damn.
How's it doing that while spinning at the perfect rate to keep its like the same face shown to the Earth? How's it doing that?
Gravity.
Well, that's like have you ever gone on an amusement ride where you lay down on a surface and it spins you around?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like that.
I'll tell you what. Here, try this ice. Try this ice. What do y'all think about this Percent? Ice. I need you to spin in a circle, standing on your feet. Just spin in one place. I know it's hard to do. You can go slow so you don't lose your balance. While you're spinning, I need you to do a cartwheel while maintaining your spin.
That's
what the moon is doing.
And what is unbelievable about that? How does that go against the model of the universe that round earthers have, gravity physics?
You can't do it.
What?
You can't do it.
Can't do what?
Spin in one direction while doing a cartwheel.
That's because that would take dexterity that I don't have.
It would take a dexterity that doesn't exist in reality.
No, but also that's a very different question. Like I am being pulled downwards.
Oh my god, bro!
There's
You
not.
know what?
I'm not in
No, I'm
orbit.
done, dude.
I'm not in orbit. Like,
How
Good
about
luck,
this? How about
dude.
this? Take a ball, right, and just like color one side, and then take that ball and just move it around in a circle, like around you, for instance. And while you're doing that, spin it and also roll it. And we want to see the same side, that same colored side facing you the whole time. Good luck. Sheepdog, this moon gif is pretty cool.
Yeah, I got off Wikipedia.
Helio skeptic. Got to shout Helio. He's one of the hardest working dudes on here, dude, and we freaking gotta show him love, man.
India, you didn't hear my argument? I told I told Ice J, I said, spin in a circle, and while you're spinning in a circle, I need you to do a cartwheel. And keep doing cartwheels.
Dude, film that. Open up your camera. I want to see someone try that.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of dexterity, bro.
Dude,
Nobody
like
has it.
imagine that's like on 4 exercise at the Olympics. Like this is the first cartwheel somersault freaking spin that we've ever seen. 10.
And you have to make that circle around the room. So you got to spin, cartwheel, and move around the room.
Yeah.
Even the Soviet judges gave it a 10.
Only
And you would need to have eye contact with the camera the entire time.
And then they banned it after that. That's what they do when the Soviets do something amazing. They ban a move.
Oh my God, that's a good point, Travis. Or whoever said they need eye contact with a camera. Good luck, dude. That's exorcist. Maybe Linda Blair could do it and head spin around.
So to be fair, I do think it's possible, like technically possible, for it to be spinning and cartwheeling and still maintaining the same side. But it sounds.
Dude,
so,
you're making Pac-Man Earth sound sane, dude.
No, I'm sure, like mathematically, there's probably a way where you could, have the same, like, figure out the speed so that it works. But it's fantastical.
It's fantastic.
Oh, I'm sure there is a way to make it work. You know what I mean?
Maybe we should do a mathematical model and formulate a hypothesis based on that.
It reminds you of like spin in quantum mechanics. It's spinning in quantum mechanics isn't like a fucking spinning ball. It's some weird whippy shit like you guys are talking about.
You remember Sacred, right? Sacred and Proud.
Oh yeah, Sacred. I was actually going to DM him 2 days ago because I just want to see what's up with him, man. See how he's doing.
Probably like it if you reached out to him. He doesn't really reach out to me anymore. But that's probably because
I still don't even know what that was all over, other than like it was over Brian or something.
No, it was Shinku.
Huh? It was what?
Shinku. You remember Shinku?
No, I have no idea who that is.
He was a schizo that like would just like constantly yell at everybody, call him a fed, and block him. But anyway, he that like the whole thing was to fall out because of that crypto thing right after the final experiment. TFE.
Crypto thing.
I could talk. I'll talk to you about it in the DM.
Yeah, yeah. Like I just thought it was like Brian said some racist shit and fucking.
Well, he said
Baker was like,
something.
"Fuck that shit," and just bolted or whatever.
He said some things that Proud didn't agree with, and then so they separated. I don't remember if he got kicked from the group or if he left. And then Escanor went really hard on him. More so on Proud. He was just pushing their buttons, is what he was doing.
Dude, man, it was very. In retrospect, it's very shocking, dude. They've been going for a few years, man.
Yeah, they went for a couple of years for sure.
Maybe it just ran its course.
Maybe.
You know.
I mean, it was a great experience. In fact, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have such great arguments now.
Sacred is a great freaking moderator.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very sensible, very cool-headed. Leads them right into their downfall.
I'm not gonna lie, he's
They
valued
think when
in the
they go
server.
through the fucking gate, they're going to the promised land, and freaking they take one more step and they fell off a cliff.
I'm not gonna lie, he's valued in the server. He's got the value. He don't have silver or gold or anything. I think he deserves a gold, man. I'm not gonna lie, he's earned that shit.
It's kind of not how we give him out, but
But he's so fucking good at what he does.
yeah, I mean, we try to give out like the roles based upon in-server.
He doesn't help in the server. He doesn't help in the server. That's the only thing.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I'll expect him to. That's why he don't got gold, but I will give him
Right.
silver.
Yeah. But no, what was I gonna say? What did Sacred used to say? Gosh dang it, I forgot now. That's on me. What were we talking about right before when I mentioned Sacred?
We were talking about how basically the heliocentric model is the enemy of Occam's razor. That you could make it work, but it's like so many stupid assumptions that you have to.
No, that wasn't it. But you're right. Like every time something doesn't work, they just create another equation to make it work, just to make that part work, and then they just switch out equations depending on what they're looking at. There was something that Sacred used to say.
The sun being 400 times the size and the distance to the moon as the Earth, and that's why they look like they have the same angular size.
Yeah,
or they're
no,
just
I mean
the same
the distance could be the distance could be any size. The angular size. If you don't know the distance or the size, the angular size means nothing.
times the distance.
Dude,
times the size.
Sheepdog, look in the fucking. Go see what TM just posted in our chat, dude.
Who?
Go look at that video. TM.
In
X.
In X? I'm not in that group no more. I left.
Oh, you're not? You left?
Yeah, I left.
Nigga,
It was just sitting in there dead, man. Like I talk to you on the side all the time in other ways, and
okay, I'll post
they
it
have
in the chat here then. Dude, these goddamn content creators on YouTube, man, they need freaking help.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now we're putting goldfish into quote unquote space in the aquarium. Dude's floated an aquarium on a little goldfish tank with the goldfish in it on a freaking hot air balloon, not hot air, freaking weather balloon. Like these dudes would do anything for attention.
And there's still water in the basin? I thought that was a vacuum.
It's sealed. It's sealed inside of something. They sealed it.
Oh my. Now it's unverifiable.
Yo, they did a good job though.
Dude, but it's just like, what's next, dude? Oh, we're gonna put a dirty diaper in space. Like, it's getting ridiculous.
It's for the new people. It's not for the old people. New people
Remember that
coming
guy
in.
back in the day that had all those balloons with the lawn chair? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And he landed by shooting the frickin' balloons with a shotgun.
Yeah, that was a trip.
Well, I think someone's gonna try that with this. Someone's gonna try and pull a Felix Baumgartner, and he's gonna freeze to death, and he's gonna land and break into a million pieces like people that stow away on airplanes. You ever hear that? It was like a decade ago, where the kid that stowed away in the landing gear, and when the landing gear opened to land at LaGuardia, his body fell out, and like there was like chunks of frozen body all over the place, and they had no idea what it was.
Yeah.
So they like reassembled them.
Never heard that one before, but that sounds like really messed up.
I got those sources for you.
Yay! Okay, in the chat.
And I've also got a third source, which is a link to
Bayesian networks. Did you read this stuff?
Yeah, that's what I was gone doing.
Okay.
This is essentially the second one should actually more directly cover your issue with correlations and causations. The first article from the SEP.
Okay, I'm reading it. Shush, dude. No, I don't need you to interpret it for me because I know you didn't read it.
Okay. I sent the third link. Have fun.
Bayesian inference can't give you cause and effect relationships because it's inference. So try again. You failed right off the bat on the first link. You don't even have to read that far. Causal inference. Bayesian network. Same thing, same problem. Can't establish cause and effect relationships from Bayesian inference.
Wait, is this something that you're citing, or is this just like your?
This is what you're posting. It's not my opinion. It's a matter of logic.
Could you put it in like side chat or what? Your citation that you can't draw causal inferences from Bayesian.
You posted it.
Causal knowledge, dude.
That sounds like something that's just your opinion.
Yeah.
Hold on. What the fuck
You
you
mean
saying?
like all the
Bayesian
shit
just
you were
means
saying for fucking
probability of
hours
A
before?
given B.
This is still not a citation of what a hypothesis is it?
These are both citations of what you asked for.
Okay, what does it say? How does this demonstrate there are cause and effect relationships? Do you understand Bayesian inference at all, even a little bit?
Yeah, this is a debated topic.
What
This
is
isn't like
Bayesian inference, please?
What does
using Bayes' law to establish?
That's not a definition.
I'm
Doesn't
giving
tell
it.
me what it is.
I'm telling you what it is. What do you want from me? How do you want me to answer your question?
I want to know how Bayesian inference finds a cause.
It's in the papers I sent that you didn't read.
No, it's not.
You should finish reading them.
Why don't you tell me how they determined that?
But you asked for a citation.
Why
That's
don't
what
you
muted
tell
for.
me how they determined that? You read the paper, so just tell me.
Wait, but you just said 3 seconds ago you don't need me to interpret it for you.
Give me the too long didn't read version of how they reached that conclusion.
Are you changing your mind? You don't. So you do want me to interpret?
No, I
You said
want you
you're
to answer
getting
the
the
question.
meta.
See, now your dishonesty is being exposed. The fact you've never read these papers, you have no idea what it said. I could read fucking three paragraphs into it, and it says you suck massive donkey dick, and you'd have no idea.
Yeah, okay. Your concession is accepted.
What concession? You have no idea what it even says. You can't support what it says. Now I gotta read it and fucking decipher it for you.
You're enabled. How about you paraphrase, like, explain it simply what these papers
I was doing that, and then
He
he
has
cut me
no
off and
idea what it
said,
says.
and then told me to shut up, and that
He didn't read
he
any of
didn't
this.
need me to
Stop.
interpret for him.
Stop white knighting. Stop playing your fucking dual role, your fucking little twin shit, dude. Okay? Cut it out, dude. The gimmick, the two-party fucking gimmick, dude, don't work at all. You might have called your buddy, okay? But he isn't going to save you. You can't be saved.
It's kind of crazy to just throw a huge paper at somebody and be like, the answer's in there. And then
He
you're
has
like,
no idea
where?
what it
What
says.
page? What paragraph? And they're like, I don't
No,
know. It's
as
just in there.
I was gonna do that. I was
How many
explaining
times
that, and
does
then he
the
told me to
paper
shut up,
mention
and that he didn't
cause?
need me to interpret for him.
How many times does the paper mention cause in it? Other than the title. I'm going to read this to you, okay? I'm gonna read just this section to you, and you tell me what this means. Now we introduce the constructions of BMs for multivariate functional data. Denote the space of squares integral function of domain D with respect to measure mu as L squared brackets D equals H semicolon integral of DH squared. What does that mean? We focus
Sorry,
on
what page? What link?
3.1.
First or second?
3.1, the general framework. Tell me what any of that means.
I don't know what you mean by 3. Which link was this?
Bro.
Bayesian networks or conditional independence?
It was the first link you posted, and I did it in order.
Page 6, bro.
Functional Bayesian network says discovering causality for multivariate functional data.
You have to get in that.
Yeah, do you need more time to upload it into ChatGPT?
No, I just have to read it.
This article develops a novel functional Bayesian networks for modeling directed, conditional, independence, and causal relationships of multivariate functional data, which arise in a wide range of applications. For example, learning, brain affective connectivity networks from electroencephalogram records is crucial for understanding brain activities. Another example is longitudinal medical studies where multiple clinical variables are recorded as possibly distinct time points across variables and/or patients. Knowing causal dependence of these clinical variables may help physicians decide the right interventions. Nowhere in this paper does it say how they're making the causal connection. It only even uses the word causal 2 times. Because L squared D subscript J and symbol that is little L squared subscript J are isometrically isomorphic for all J equal to P. The causal relationships of Z encoded in DAG G directly transfer to the causal relationships of Y, i.e. Z is the direct cause of Z, subscript J. If and only if Y subscript J is a direct cause of Y subscript J, I. There's the only mention of any causal relationship in there. But how do you get frickin' I and Y? Or how do you get Y and Y? It's correlating another causal relationship to some other causal relationship, saying, hey, functional Bayesian network factorization is equivalent to functional low-directed Markov property. What does that mean? Gonna baffle them with bullshit.
Therefore, causal Bayesian network.
I just find it funny
GP.
that they just think that they're just like, out Google me or something. Search Google long enough, I'll find something. This Indio guy, he can't be right all the time.
So what's the practicality of this paper?
Fuck, I don't know. It's a paper based upon, I don't know. It's a mathematical paper. It has nothing to do with fucking cause and effect relationships or any fucking type of experiment.
Yeah, I did a little bit of research. I know what the functionality of this paper is. I want to see if he knows.
You're fucking Gemini or something.
It's retarded, dude. If anything, I think the dude is just trying to patent the dude that created this paper. He's trying to patent a technique for determining a correlation of mental health.
Yeah, probably.
That's what it is. They're using MRI studies over time and overlaying them with other patients and seeing if there's a correlation over time based off of certain aspects. And they're trying to make that correlation and causation distinction because they can't directly manipulate the afferent and efferent pathways of the fucking neurological system. So they're hoping that there's a correlation that fits their little narrative that they're trying to do, so that way they can map it and say, oh, this is the cause of fucking schizophrenia. I told you, Indio, he would rather argue you over medical shit than me.
Well, you have the same issue with a controlled experiment, right? Essentially, what you have there is just a really strong correlation, but causation is still inferred.
Yeah, there could be unknown variables.
How is it inferred?
Because usually you have some conceptual model. Indio doesn't like those, so I guess we're throwing those away.
No,
but
this isn't a matter of like. What I like is logic.
Yeah, it's like what you have is a correlation, but you basically like your assumptions lead you to conclude that it's a causal relationship. But you don't have anything more than a statistical relationship between two variables.
So what's the causation of mental health?
Oh, mental health?
Or mental health.
Yeah, that's actually I would argue that's more of a correspondence between brain-mind. I don't know. You'd have to like get into a specific context.
Why the fuck would you bring this paper into the conversation?
Well, dude, like, listen, I'm going to just point out his absurdity. I'm about to do a reduction to absurdity. How did you get here? On Earth.
How did I get where?
Yeah, how did you get to Earth?
I mean, I have monkeys and.
No, you specifically, not monkeys. Oh, what caused that?
My mother birthed me.
No, what caused that? What created you, dude? There was a definite event that created you, right?
My parents had sex.
What? And I want more basic than that.
Yeah, I don't know how to get more basic than that.
Sperm went into the ovum.
Okay, yeah, sperm meets ovum, egg.
Yeah.
Meat.
So we know the cause. What caused nobles?
When you say cause, do you mean? Could you actually give a definition for that?
Yeah. The definition of cause.
Yeah.
I'm kicking you out of here. Kicking you out of here.
Okay.
You're the
Your
most
concession is
dishonest.
accepted.
No, you're the most dishonest motherfucker ever to come in this chat, dude. Dishonest. You want me to define cause after you posted 3 papers about cause? Really?
Because I have a certain definition I work with. Would you like me to give it?
I'd like you to go away. Dishonest, dude. Immoral, disgusting humans, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the.
I already banned his. That's also Mage, by the way.
Oh.
So I banned his Mage account, and he immediately came back within 30 seconds.
The damn evader.
Maybe it's PD.
No. Doesn't seem to be.
Let's see if he'll come in with his actual account, so I can ban that. Dude wanted to deny sperm went into ovum caused him because it destroyed everything he just said. But it was so absurd, he couldn't do it and had to deflect to, what's the definition of cause? I have my own definition. That level of dishonesty disgusts me so thoroughly. Like, what the, like...
It's ego.
No, it sucks.
It's ego. You're right. Because he was saying to Sheepdog that you can't determine the cause of anything. So I was setting him up because if he went down the road of the Sheepdog, check this setup. If he went down the road of there could be another cause to human beings being created, I was going to say, welcome to Christianity.
By the way,
man, I was, bro. I was like, well, then Jesus is possible. Virgin birth, man. You have to freaking believe it, right? Could be another cause. Oh, yeah. Like, there's another reason for human births, right?
Mm-hmm. I remembered what I was going to say. That Sacred said it was so genius. What is the definition of a tilt with a sphere? How do you define tilt?
That's a good question. Dude, what is?
First, you got to define the pole.
Right. So how would you define the tilt? Like, is a tilt just a partial rotation?
Yeah, but I mean, in their concept or what have you, it's already rotating, right? So the tilt would just be deviation from the pole.
Right. So it's rotated twice.
Yeah. Same thing that they claim with the moon. It's spinning and cartwheeling.
Yeah, but I mean that's not what we. That's like you could do a spin and a cartwheel at the same time, but we would never see the same side of the moon, ever.
No, I think it's possible. Like I don't know. It would have to be actually like not graphed out, but like, demonstrated. I think it's technically possible depending on the speeds, but who knows?
I don't know.
Just like in my head, I'm trying to like, visualize the demonstration, and it seems like it could work.
We need to get Matthew Learns.
Go ahead.
We need to get Matthew Learns on this one. Ask him how it happens.
How it spins and rotates at the same time.
Correct.
No, man. The last time I asked him a question, I broke him. Did you see that, Travis?
I took a screenshot of it even. It's the one about the fallacy, and it just was like, wow, wrecked him.
Well, not the fallacy. It's about Eratosthenes.
I don't remember. Tell me about it.
So I asked him, I mentioned, I forget how we got to Eratosthenes. How did they measure the Earth? Said, well, Eratosthenes measured two angles of shadows. I said, oh yeah, how far away did he assume the sun? Did he assume it infinity? He's like, yeah. I said, oh yeah, how big is the sun if it's infinite miles away? Oh, it would be invisible.
That's the one. I took a screen. I have that saved in my phone because I was like, damn, got him. That was such a good one. I'm about to put that in the chat. I got it here.
I saved it too. I cut out all the surrounding conversations and just tacked it together. Here's my version if anybody wants it.
Yeah, that's the one I saved in my phone because it was just epic.
I couldn't believe it. I'm not even gonna lie. I wasn't even expecting that answer, but I'm glad he was honest because I wasn't really even thinking about it. But when he answered that way, I thought about it for a second. Like, you know what? You're right. It would be invisible because it would just be slightly out of visibility if it's infinite away. Either that or it'd have to be infinitely growing at the same rate that it's infinitely moving away.
Eratosthenes is an absolute fabrication anyways. It never happened. If you actually look into it, first off, at the same time in Syene and stuff like that, there's this thing that they check the angles. They couldn't have done it at like this actual same time. There was no telecommunications or anything, right?
Well, he assumed on a specific day that there would be no shadow at solar noon. Now, my question is Syene and Alexandria, are they on the same longitude?
No, I think it's more or less the same latitude or something like that. But it doesn't matter. The point is that you would have to do it literally same day the next year or something. You can't do it like if he's doing it on a different day, it's not going to be accurate. The whole point is that all other variables are being equal, so they would have had to do it same day on the next year or something like that. But the thing is, their calendar system they went by the lunar calendar, and they couldn't, they wouldn't have known what day it was. They didn't like have a calendar system that recorded these days, so he couldn't do it on the same day the next year, even if it was like on the equinox or something like that. They don't have their lunar calendar doesn't account for that stuff.
Well, hey, today would be the first day of the lunar calendar because we just had the full moon last night.
Oh, guess who was on YouTube listening?
First day of the lunar calendar. For Eratosthenes we're talking about, which was like the sun being overhead. Has nothing to do with the full moon. Actually, Matthew, you said this the other day. Like you said, it's 2.5 hours till the perfect full moon. Remember that?
Right. Oh yeah, it was at 8:47 last night on Monday night or something like that, Pacific time.
Yes, I think this is an example of you reifying.
What do you mean?
I mean, in real life, you're not like the full moon is a full moon. There's no like a specific time. You're not actually seeing it become a perfect full moon versus a few minutes before that or something like that. You know, we have 3 days of full moon.
It's based on the precise calculations between the two halves. Yeah,
exactly. It's not something you actually visualize or whatever. So, you
there's
reify
a moment
that
in time where it happens.
Not really, though.
It's like solar noon. When is solar noon? Well, you can kind of see when it's highest, but you'd have to like measure carefully if you wanted to know exactly what minute it is. So I agree. I mean, it looks pretty full last night. Tonight,
let's say we had a time lapse. We could actually measure when the moon or when the sun is exactly at solar noon. It's not going to be like exactly to the second. It's going to be, maybe like a few minutes or something like that, right? Because it just moves so slow. And same with the moon. It would be spread like with the luminosity of the moon or whatever it would be for it to be a perfect full moon. It's not going to be to the minute, like you're saying, 8:47 p.m. or whatever. It's going to be, a few hours, right? Where it's like at maximal luminance or whatever it is. Because you have a full moon for 3 days basically. So for you to say like, oh, it's going to be a perfect moon 2.5 hours at 8:47 p.m. My point is that's just you, dug into the model, and you let the model
maybe I
kind
should
of like
say
dictate
it's the
reality.
halfway point of the full moon. How about that? Like the exact halfway point.
Like that. That's fair.
I mean, tonight it looks pretty full too. So,
I'll reject that as well. I'll tell you why I'll reject that as well, real quick. Because you're calculating the full moon, the halfway point, from conjunction, which we don't see. You have to start counting it from when we can see the new crescent.
No, you could just do halfway between the third quarter and the first quarter. Like figure out when it's exactly half based visually.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. That's fair.
But you're right. I mean, obviously, with the naked eye, you're not going to be able to tell a difference within a few hours. So I think you're right about that.
The claim that where they say it's an optical illusion that sometimes the moon looks bigger because it's close to the horizon and there's other stuff, trees and stuff like that, and when it's higher in the sky, it looks smaller because yada yada. I don't believe it for a second.
What do you mean? You haven't experienced that? It doesn't look bigger when it's rising?
It's not just an optical illusion.
Oh, yeah, it is. You can measure it. You'd have to measure it. You'd have to actually use an instrument and measure the angular size, or take a picture with a camera or something and measure the pixels. That'd be good enough.
Yeah. And also, like when it's a supermoon and stuff like that, I don't know if it's actually.
Oh yeah, the supermoon and different moons being different sizes. That's well known, but that's different full moons on different months. I'm talking about like the moon illusion
I know.
is within a single day.
Yeah, from my experience, I've used my thumb to try and just like measure it and stuff like that, and it definitely seems like there's a difference. But I haven't
right. Well, I've done it myself with a camera, and there wasn't a difference.
Yeah. How many like times have you done it?
I took a bunch of pictures over the course of a single night. When it was full moon, when it rose, when it was in the middle of the night, when it was setting, and then they were all the same size. The same number of pixels in the camera. I mean, obviously, when it was near the horizon, it looked bigger. That's what the whole idea of this illusion is, that it looks bigger.
If anyone's done it like multiple months in sequence. Because for me, it varies.
What?
Sometimes
Why would
it's
it?
more obvious
It
than others.
maybe depends on where it rises, like what the background is, maybe.
Explanation for blood moons again?
Like by blood moon, do you mean the total
orangish
solar
moon
or lunar eclipse?
No, just like when the moon's like orangish looking and reddish.
Just like with sunsets, if there's a lot of particulate matter in the atmosphere, like if there are fires or haze or something, then sunsets look oranger, and same with the moon. The moon looks oranger.
So how do they predict them? Would they know there's going to be extra particulates in the air on certain dates in the future or something?
No, I don't think you can predict that kind of thing. Now, full moons also have like different names that are just purely customary names. Like the winter one is called, I don't know what the names are, but there's a bunch of names. Like a blue moon isn't really actually colored blue. It just happens to be that there's 2 full moons within the same calendar month, because months are 31
blood
days.
moon is actually red. I mean, because I've assumed that if you can see the moon come in from the horizon, that it's red all the time. But if that's not the case, at least during blood moons, it is the case. Because during the last blood moon, I caught it and it was red.
Yeah, that's why they call it a blood moon.
Yeah, you can look up blood moon dates in the future.
Yeah, because those.
How do you think we calculate that?
Not lunar eclipses. Not eclipses. No, just when the moon is going to be red.
Yeah.
I posted a list of full moon names if you want to see all the different names that people have given.
Good night. Good night.
So we've got April is the pink moon. June is the strawberry moon. I think that the red moon is basically the eclipses. I don't know what other kind of red moon there would be.
So the different what causes the different colors that are on it to happen on like a schedule? Is it weather conditions?
No, typically weather conditions may have some influence, but they're basically just traditional names.
But so how can they know what weather conditions are going to be in the future?
Well, it's cold in the winter and it's warm in the summer.
Good night.
I mean, the February.
Why would it matter? Why would it matter if it's hot or cold in the winter? Because it's not cold. It's not winter all around the Earth at the exact same time. But the whole world will get a pink one. It's not just for the cold areas.
Yeah, so there's actually different names in the different hemispheres, and they're just like traditional names. They're not like descriptive names. They're just sort of like the January or the February moon. Full moon is called a snow moon. Well, because there's typically snow in February. It's not like it looks like snow.
We have to check you. Are you okay? Relax. Okay, relax. You alright? Beef.
Yo, Matt, have you seen
You all right, Elijah?
Visualization or like illustration of the moon's movements? Maintain
Like the analemma of the moon? mean?
No, because we were talking about before how, like, isn't it convenient that the moon is spinning as it's going around the Earth, and it's rolling, and throughout all this is showing the same face.
I mean, I don't know if I'd call that convenient. It's actually quite inconvenient because we can never see the other side of the moon with our own eyes. But if the heliocentric model is correct and gravity works like they've theorized it, then there's a good explanation for that with tidal locking. So, I mean, it's well explained if you believe gravity.
Like, has anyone done an actual demonstration with like two balls, for instance, to show?
Mathematical equations.
Because he seems like it'd be a mathematical nightmare.
Yeah, two balls are not going to represent or simulate gravity. You understand that, right?
Right, because both the Earth and
one ball just to show the movement of
dense.
the moon facing like a central point.
Yeah, no, that's what we discussed before. You're misunderstanding what's happening. Do you know what libration is?
Yes.
No, not you. Them.
Oh.
Good point.
Do you know what libration is?
Yeah.
Can you explain what it is?
Libration is like, it's like the brightness of the moon, basically like, it's like distortion, basically, when it comes to the light in the sky, right?
Yeah, I mean it's what we observe when we see the moon wobbling.
Okay.
So the argument was that the moon is doing an impossible motion, and the evidence was a GIF, which was a collection of images by NASA over a month period, showing libration.
Posted at 10 past the hour if anybody wants to see it.
And libration is something that is caused by the dimensions of the moon and the Earth. The fact that, one, the axis in which it orbits is tilted 6.7 degrees relative to its rotation axis, 6.7 degrees relative to its orbit. The moon's orbit is tilted 5 degrees relative to the Earth's equator, and the orbit is slightly elliptical. So we see a little farther around the edges at different speeds. That's why you're going to see a rolling phenomenon over time with those images. So it's not an impossible motion. The moon's not doing an impossible motion. You're just misunderstanding what's happening with the moon.
You say over time. How much time are you talking about?
The time period of the GIF was about 1 month, I believe. But like any duration of time. What you're seeing there.
Impossible motion. I was saying that. I said it was a nightmare mathematically.
Someone was saying it was an impossible motion.
Yeah.
So it was a nightmare mathematically, and if I was asking if it's ever been like demonstrated physically with like a ball or something like that. Heck, I'll even take like a virtual like modeling. You know, if there's anyone did it in like Blender or something like that.
Wait, did what? And someone's mic is going off. Who is that?
Eli.
That's you, Matthew. Your mic, hot mic.
No, it's Eli.
Can you hear me talking?
Now I can.
Yeah, I hear you, Elijah.
Yes, you said it happens over a period of a month.
No, I'm saying that's what the video showed. The GIF.
All right, but it definitely happens over like night though.
No, but what you're seeing is the effect of relative observation on Earth. Like
I understand. I'm seeing like in the GIF. Is that what you're trying to tell me right now?
What you're seeing in the GIF. Yeah, what you're seeing in the GIF.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the GIF. I'm talking about like my personal observations. I think I can dig it up, find it if you want. At night, the orientation of the moon was at one orientation and changed. I want to say almost 180 degrees by the time I had woken up and seen it that morning. So is that
wait, say that again.
You said the rolling thing. Yeah, that happens over a period of like one night. Like you can see a significant change. I think what I saw was like 180 degrees. If I can find those pictures that I took, just can't remember which year. I gotta remember. But yeah, that happens.
That's called libration. That's natural.
That one cartwheeling motion, like in one night. Because you said the GIF is like over 30 days, but it only takes.
The GIF is a collection. The GIF is a collection of over 30 days.
That's what I'm saying, but it takes only over like 10 hours, though.
Yeah, that's still libration. It can happen in a short time period.
I mean, you can explain how. Okay, whatever. Never mind. But it's not because the moon is a sphere and it's doing this wobble thing. That's you affirming the consequence.
No. It's because of the dimensions of the moon and also because of our relative position on Earth. That from our perspective, you're going to see one, because it's not a full sphere.
I know you're saying that. I know you're saying that.
Right. Okay. Yes. So the idea is that our observations line up with our worldview.
That's
my worldview.
Yeah, that's an affirming the consequence. That's all it is.
No, it's not. It just happens to affirm the consequence.
So, Ice, I think you guys might be talking about different things. You're talking about libration. Eli is saying, basically, if the moon were an M shape when it rose, 12 hours later when it sets, it would look like a W on the horizon. That's what he was saying by the 180 degrees.
No. Because you're saying it would look like an M in the east and a W in the west.
Right.
Yes.
That's what Eli was saying.
Oh, okay.
I've seen that. I've noted that as well. I just would have to find it in 24/7.
No, yeah, that's also just thing you can remember. But again, like if it's a sphere and it goes above us, and it goes on the other side, then the other side it's going to turn around 180 degrees. It's going to look different. It's going to look flipped. So it's going to look the same actually because you flip around, look at the sunset or moonfall. If the Earth was flat, we'd see the same orientation on the moon, but we don't.
Hey, King, how do you know that?
Have you guys ever seen those lunar moonwave videos that Crow 777 posted years ago to our globe friends in here?
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
What's your thoughts on that?
Some of them might be like atmospheric phenomena. I don't think the moon is actually changing shape or doing anything. It's also possible that they might be video artifacts. So yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so here's the question. You see the moon's, shifting shapes and all this, and I'll explain to you a way we can test, how this is accurate. If we looked at a moon that was had a crescent over Canada or the northern hemisphere, and it points left, over Kenya and the equator, it's going to look like it's pointing up, assuming the moon is the shape of a C. Let's just say that. And if you're in Australia or the southern hemisphere, it's going to point rightwards. So how do you explain that?
Yeah, that's a simple, low level troll question. If you and your friend are at opposite ends of a long hallway and you draw a 6 on the ceiling in the middle, one of you is going to see a 6 and the other is going to see a 9.
No, it's that's not actually the case.
What is it then?
Because we're not talking about standing one side and another. We don't know. What you just asked, how do you explain that? What would I need to explain it for? What would I need to explain it for? Weren't you making the claim that if the Earth was flat, that something about the moon? So what would I be explaining? I didn't make any assumptions in the first place. Are you making any assumptions when you're saying that? I don't know. I'm asking.
Icefish, I tagged you in a 4-minute video, Icefish. Would you be so kind as to watch it and let me know what you think is going on?
Yeah, I'll watch it. Although I would request typing abilities. I'm watching the video, but I would like to be able to type. And not that I have something to say right now.
Yeah, I don't have that ability to give or take that from you, so.
Oh, good. No worries.
Well, that jet stream explanation. So this has been filmed going horizontally, vertically, and diagonally. So.
Yeah, but if it's directly above you, it would kind of like depend on which way the jet stream is going. But to me, honestly, it looks more like a video artifact because it's well, no. If you said if it's been filmed sideways, then that might mean it's more an atmospheric thing.
I don't want to bombard you guys with a whole ton of videos, but quite a few people have caught this, and they've, like I said already, they've got it going in multiple directions: vertical, diagonal, horizontal. But there's a bunch of videos of this. Just trying to look for the most viewed one.
My best guess would be something like a jet went by there a few minutes before that and kind of like made a wake in the atmosphere, and it sort of is visible if you're zoomed way in on the moon. That'd be my best guess, but it's just a guess. I mean, kind of like if a fish were sitting there with a telescope trying to look at the stars, and a ship went by on a perfectly still, or like a duck went by on a perfectly still lake, then that wave on the surface of the water might cause some distortions like that. It's like a poor analogy, but something like that maybe.
Well, I didn't want to argue with you about it. I just wanted to know your opinion. So thank you.
Well, yeah, I don't have an argument, just a speculation.
Yeah, it's definitely not a video artifact because he pans up and it it like, you know, doesn't move with the video. It's moving independent. And then the second thing with like, you know, maybe a jet going by or something like that, I don't think it would be such a like perfectly horizontal line all the way through to the other side of the moon with the same kind of like same consistency, you know, and just one. If it was that, you'd expect some distortion. It would just be like with this one straight line that goes through.
Yeah, but you're zoomed in pretty far, so you might be right that there would be distortion over the bigger picture. But if you're zoomed way in, I could see that being a straight line still.
Yeah, it's a good point about the video artifact, because as the wave is going up the screen, he's also pans the camera up, and it doesn't stay with the camera speed. It's not part of the camera, obviously.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting, whatever it is. Don't know, man. So much.
You know, Crow has got a video of that happening in front of, I think it was Jupiter also. I have to find it.
Oh, like
One of the bigger planets.
Yeah, I've seen Jupiter, Mars, and let's see, Saturn.
What do you?
There's like so much more. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, what if there's so many more things in the sky that just aren't reflecting the sun's light, and we just don't know that they're up there? Like more moons or planets or what have you, and they're just like, for whatever reason, their surfaces are like, what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean? Like, they just don't reflect light well, and as such, we don't see them at nighttime, and we don't see them in the day, because in the day, you know, it's hard enough to see things in the sky as it is. And it's like,
yeah, I would say typically there's only 6 things in the sky reflecting the sun that we can see with the naked eye. Occasionally there's comets you could see, and I would say that's reflecting sunlight. But basically the 5 planets known in antiquity plus the moon.
Yeah. Like, say, like, you know, what if since the history, like since the, you know, dawn of man, thousands, 100,000 or whatever, you know, you want to say, years, we've never been able to visualize things that like have been up there the whole time, just that we're not aware of. Imagine that.
Yeah, it's not super hard to imagine. I mean, we could say the same thing about the bottom of the ocean, right? For all of humanity, nobody knew that there were those, what do they call them? Black smokers, those like basic chimneys at the bottom of the ocean. But now we have videos of it.
Here's something cool I recently saw. I linked it in the side chat. I didn't know that these comets moved in sync with the stars at 15 degrees per hour. I always thought, you know, they were kind of independent of those and just moving across the sky at faster is what I thought. But so they seem to be fixed, the comets, with the stars. Well, it's a short video.
They're like the planets in that they, through the course of a night, you wouldn't really see them moving much, or even the moon. But over the course of days, they do move. So it looks like the moon is fixed within the sea of stars, but really it actually is moving an hour slower every day. So what is it, moving like 14 degrees per hour while the stars are moving 15 degrees per hour? But you're not going to notice it if you just sit there and stare at it for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I got you. I just didn't know that comets were the same way. I thought they were, you know, something going much faster across the sky, but they're not. It's a 30-second video for anybody who has any interest in it. Did you check out that video, Icefish?
Sorry, I didn't finish it. I'll finish it.
Say what?
I'll finish it. No, I didn't finish it.
Hello. How's it going?
Great, Kiva. Did you bring some globe proof with you?
Yeah.
Evidence for curvature across a large body of water. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so there's this guy named what's the fuck? His name was, let's see here.
It's not Darren, is it?
Yeah, him.
And what did he do exactly?
He shined a light through a fucking hole, and it was consistent with a globe rather than a flat Earth.
All right, let me get some details. I want to check the math. What was his height?
19 and a half feet.
And he was not he was 19 and a half feet up from what?
From the ground.
And what was he doing exactly?
So there was a camera 3 miles away from the light, and in the middle there was a barrier with a hole in it. And he shined a light through the hole to the camera, and he checked at 17 feet, which was the flat Earth estimate, because the camera was at 17 feet and the hole was at 17 feet. But 17 feet for the light didn't work. He had to raise the light up to 19 and a half feet in order to see the light through the hole.
Is that what they expected on the globe?
Yeah.
So I think you have a pretty serious misunderstanding of all that, or you watched McToon or one of those guys and they lied to you about it. I'm going to link you a short video with Jaron explaining exactly what happened. But the measurement, it did not actually prove flat or globe. It was like right in the middle. Let me link you this short video of him explaining it in his own words. All right. It's like
Right,
3 minutes long. But here, hold on.
Yeah, because his math said 23 feet, but McToon did some other math and got 19 and a half feet.
So it's super short, a couple minutes long, with him explaining it in his own words. And let me know what you think about it.
Okay. I watched it. You still there?
Yeah, actually, so I'm sorry. That may have been about Bob and the gyroscope, I think.
It was about both of them, actually.
Okay, so do you still stand by that claim that it proved the globe?
Well, I'm interested to hear if there's a better explanation for how, on a flat Earth, that extra 2.5 feet would have, been required.
But it didn't prove flat or globe.
Well,
and McToon wasn't there, and McToon is known for fudging the math to get a desired result, so.
Yeah, I looked at McToon's math, and I didn't really understand how he reached that math that he did, but I also wouldn't necessarily trust Jaren's math either. I mean, he just used the basic 8 inches per mile squared, but
I would to be honest, I would look at that and be like, this is kind of a null result. It doesn't prove either one. I would find something better, just to be honest.
Well, I mean, the observation is what it is, and we have to figure out why was it that way.
So why didn't it prove a globe?
Well, you could argue that it proves a globe that's smaller than 8 inches per mile squared worth of curvature, right?
No, the measurement was between flat and globes. That would mean it's a larger globe than we have been told.
Well, either larger or smaller, but still
Well, if it's larger, that's a big problem because every single observation to all this, everything in the sky, the sizes of stars and planets and distances, it all requires a very specific globe radius. And if that radius is wrong, then the measurement to almost every single thing in the sky is also wrong. So it's kind of a big problem. It needs to be exact.
Well, McToon claims that his math is accurate, so, I can't verify that, but
McToon likes to go to this guy, Walter Bisland's website, and they've got a refraction calculator on it. And they've rigged this refraction calculator, the dial, so they can slide it, give it the utmost refraction ever possible. So that you could literally, and they've admitted this, that if you're, let's say, on a high mountaintop, you could look out across the horizon and you could apply enough refraction around it that you could see all the way around the globe and look at your own ass. That's how much refraction they've put into this calculator. So they can debunk anything. They made it unfalsifiable with this absurd calculator. And that's what he likes to do. He'll just slide that refraction bar till he gets the results he wants. And then he'll say, globe, look.
Well, for this specific situation, McToon only put in 0.5 feet worth of refraction. The other 3 feet that's missing, it's because he basically, there's something called like the Sagittus or something, but basically like the highest point on the hump of the Earth, the curvature. He placed that between the middle barrier and the camera rather than between the camera and the light. I'm not sure why he did that, but that's how he got rid of 3 feet of.
What was the premise? Like, what were they aiming to show?
Jaren or McToon?
Jaren.
Jaren was trying to determine if, because basically on a flat Earth, if they were all at 17 feet, then the light should have also been at 17 feet. But
right,
it was 19.5 feet, so.
No, it'd miss. If it went higher, yet again, it'd still miss. Your target's supposed to be lower.
So once he raised well, so for like
raising it wouldn't help. Like it would still miss. I mean, if your boards are perfectly vertical and your light is perfectly horizontal, right, it's still not going to hit the target because relative to that horizontal light, the target is still below.
Well, so basically, on a flat Earth, it should have been 17 feet for the light, and then he calculated based on the 8 inches per mile squared that it would be
No, he
23
didn't.
feet.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No,
actually.
that's not how it works. That's not how it works, bro. I just told you, it had still missed the target.
No, because there
No,
was
yes. Draw it out in a diagram.
I already saw a diagram, actually.
Oh, with the hump in the middle, because that's not how you test for Earth curve. You test for continuous drop, not a hump in the middle. That would mean his boards are angled and aren't vertical, and his light was angled and not horizontal. Did he measure those angles?
No.
No. So it's inconclusive. I think it's like Travis said. It's inconclusive. It's a poor test. They're supposed to use a laser. It broke. They used a flashlight. Flashlight's going to, be greatly affected through an aperture, like a hole. A lot of diffraction will occur. So you have loss of intensity and information. He didn't hold it through a second hole. He held it over the top of the entire boards.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't get to see that in the film, do you? Because they only give you, not even 5 minutes. Vaguely describe what's going on, then just show him in the dark and seeing a light and going, interesting. Like, it's such a crappy job, man. It's it's piss poor that Globers rely on that to, try and prove anything.
Well, I saw another follow-up video from Jaron where he was given more context, but yeah. It would be interesting to try it again, though, because Jaron actually said he was going to try it again, but then he never released that follow-up experiment. So.
Who knows? Jaron may have or may not have. He's deleted 500-600 videos off his channel now.
Wow, that's stupid. Could have got some more ad revenue.
Yeah, he's an odd one.
If you draw it out in a diagram, bro, so make the light from whatever a torch, laser, it doesn't matter. Make the light a tangent plane. That means it has to be perpendicular to the center of gravity, right? To the center of the ball. So that's going to be a line that extends out, perpendicular to vertical on your ball, perpendicular to the radial, right? That's going to cause the ground. The ground's going to be continuously. The distance between that line and the ground is going to get greater with distance, continuously, not closer and then further away again. Like in the diagrams you've probably seen, where it shows what he was trying to do. It's a faulty premise. If anyone thinks that when you level a light, there's a hump of Earth curve in the middle between you and the target, then they're morons.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would be at the hump, right? And then everything would be downhill from you.
Right, exactly.
So, in theory, if you were to point the light level, it would shoot straight over top of everything else.
Right, no matter what altitude you're at. Like, raise it to 23 feet, raise it to 60 feet, raise it to 100 feet, doesn't matter.
Weird. Wait a minute. Why would it have to be 23 feet? That's strange.
I mean, unless they're claiming that they were seeing light spread, light spread from the light cone.
Wouldn't they have to like lower the light since things are going downhill?
They'd have to angle it. They'd have to get high enough so that it's higher than the tangent plane, but at an angle that it will reach the targets, the eyes or the camera or whatever.
Yeah, but if you're not using a laser, then the light's going to scatter more, and then some of the light rays are going to hit the circle or the hole. But
yes, the premise is that the target couldn't see the first hole, but could see the second hole. That's basically the premise.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there wasn't a second hole. It was lifted up above the entirety of the boards.
Right.
That's what I heard anyway. That's the story I heard.
Yeah, that's true. So when these flat earthers do these laser experiments and they hit the bullseye with the laser from like miles away, does this happen consistently every single time, or do they have to wait for like the right moment for it to finally work?
It depends. I mean, have you ever tried any type of long distance observations with any of lasers or flashlights or near flashes or anything like that?
No.
Well, I'm not trying to dox you. It would be hard to do. But what area do you live in? Is there any lakes around you? Large bodies of water?
Yeah, I live in Phoenix, Arizona. There's a lake kind of like an hour away, I guess.
Which one, if you don't mind? I want to look it up on Google Earth and see how large this thing is.
Oh, let me see here. Lake Pleasant is one. Probably best bet. Also one called like Lake Roosevelt or something.
Give me a second here. I'm writing down some numbers from AI. What's the other lake? What was the second one? I got Lake Pleasant. What was the other one?
Lake Roosevelt.
All right, give me a second here. Let me look this up.
Oh wait. Yeah.
So both those are pretty small lakes. It says Lake Roosevelt's about 2 miles across, and Lake Pleasant is about 4 miles. So, let me look up some curvature.
We also have the desert, which is pretty flat.
Yeah, any deserts around you flood at any times? 'Cause those are pretty fascinating. Like there's the one in Utah, the Bonneville Salt Flats, or the one in South America that when they flood, they just create these perfect mirror image reflections of the sky and clouds. But I don't know. I personally wouldn't want to try and do a curvature test across land because there's so many fluctuations, in hills, valleys, etc. I think across water would be your best bet. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and the reason I'm hesitant to do it in general is because I don't really understand exactly how refraction works. So I don't know. That's obviously what globers tend to claim, is that if you get a flat result, that's due to refraction. So I'm not really sure one way or the other.
Well, so I don't want to straw man the globe here, but 4 miles would require 10.67 feet of curving drop across it, but that's not including a viewer height. You would want a viewer height, so just a sec. If you talk to anybody or listen to videos of people talk about refraction that don't have an anti-flat, or if they're not anti-flat earthers, they're just honest about it, and it's going to cause miraging, and it's such a small effect. It has a really minimal effect on the observation, but globe believers have turned it into like their Hail Mary, and it's like they've turned refraction into something it's not, because they have no other explanations to account for zero curve. But I'm going to be off mic for a sec while I figure this out, this math.
Flat earthers also use refraction to disprove theodolite experiments. So which one is it? Does it exist, or does it affect it or not? It's it's either one or the other.
I don't know. It sounds like you're strawmanning and hopping into a conversation. Nobody talked about theodolites. I've never heard anybody make these claims. So just typical globetard tactics.
Yeah, deny, exactly.
I haven't found a good neutral video on refraction yet. Like the ones that I found, they tend to talk about the stars and stuff, which is not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for more long distance observations. But yeah, I haven't found a good explanation video yet.
A lot of the flat earthers don't actually believe in what they're saying, because on one time they were saying
What
can't.
flat earthers are you talking about? Be specific, please. Don't just poison the well and throw us all into this topic.
So
you have a name?
Earlier in the day, they were saying that
Who's they? Who's they?
People in this channel.
I don't know anybody in this channel who is doing that. Be specific, please. Don't straw man all of us.
That were in here now that were also listening. But
who? What's the names? What's the names? Who did this exactly? Don't just say they.
AV was one of them. I don't remember the other usernames, but essentially what they were saying is the theodolite experiment doesn't work because of refraction, and that can influence the results to make it look like you're measuring a curve.
And what's that got to do with the conversation that
you're going to keep on
me and Kiba were having? You hopped into me and Kiba's conversation with a straw man claim, with a conversation that none of us were here for. Why don't you take it up with AV?
You're not going to let me speak. Okay, then I'll stop speaking. Whatever.
Cool.
Mute this guy, but essentially what I was saying was that a lot of these flat earthers, they use refraction to disprove the fact that theodolite experiment doesn't work. But at the same time, they're saying that refraction doesn't affect their experiment when they see things further over the horizon.
None of us were talking about theodolite in this conversation.
They're targeting both at the same time, so therefore they're trolling. And I wouldn't even bother debating these guys.
So for a 5-foot observer, Kiba, on the edge of a 4-mile wide lake, the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. Does that make sense to you? You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So if you go to that lake, that 4-mile wide lake, kind of, I don't know how tall you are, but if you have a camera on a tripod, get it to about 5 feet high, you should not be able to see the shoreline across that 4-mile wide lake because the horizon, like I said, it would be 2.7 miles away. So I think that would probably be a good observation you could go do yourself. Look for that horizon in the middle of the lake. You shouldn't be able to see across that lake. Maybe get a friend even to go to the other side of the lake with a high-powered optic and see if you guys can see each other. You shouldn't be able to. There should be that horizon blocking your view.
How much does the P900 cost?
You probably get a good one on eBay, maybe $400 or $500. They have a P1000 too, but the P900 will do everything the P1000 does. They're both just phenomenal. They have this phenomenal zoom. So yeah, $400 or $500.
It's an optical zoom?
It has optical zoom, and then it goes to a digital zoom once you get out to some point.
Huh. Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah, easy enough. You don't really need much. Just bring your phone so you can look up an Earth curve calculator, use one with a viewer height, go to the edge of that 4-mile wide lake and look across it. Have somebody go with you. Go to the other side. If you can see your friend across the lake, then just debunk the globe.
Yeah, I saw another video on a frozen lake in Canada, and this guy was able to see a light from 8 miles across. And I believe it was a 1-foot observer height.
Yeah, that's a great video. I like that video because you have the light at like 4, 5, 6, 7, or 5, 6, 7, and 8 miles, and then it goes from I think 9 feet of curvature to 32 feet. But you can see them all. So let's say if refraction was let's just give it an extreme refraction and say that it would lift the the light that should have been 9 feet below the curve, that it would raise it 8 feet up. Okay. So then it would also raise the light that was 30 feet below the curve 8 feet up. So it would still be 22 feet below the horizon. You know what I mean? It can't just raise one light 9 feet, the next light 15, the next light 20, the next one 32. It's going to raise them all the same amount. It would raise them all 3 feet, all 4 feet, So that's why I like that up. Does that make sense what I said?
Yeah. My only problem is that I'm fairly certain that the Earth is a globe, and therefore any long distance observations I just assume are due to refraction because I don't know enough about refraction to claim one way or the other.
Well, that's not, you want to come at this unbiased, when you're like, I'm fairly certain this is a globe, so you're looking for globe results, and if you don't get them, you're going to dismiss them. Put away that bias and just come at it from a neutral point of view and see what happens.
Yeah, that's why I've been trying to find a good refraction video, but I can't find one. Because if I knew, like if I could explain why refraction can't go that far, then I would be like, okay, that's solid proof of a flat Earth. But until then, I'm,
because the conditions required aren't possible. That's why.
Well, like I've heard it has something to do with like a cold layer and a warm layer and humidity and density and stuff like that, but I don't know exactly which order those have to be in and to what extent.
Even if the air could do that to light, it's too much in a flux. I mean, you'd have to like have perfect still conditions and like have the conditions that at the all the air in between you and the target at the correct temperature and density, right, continuously uniform over that distance. Air and the weather is too much in a constant flux to get any sort of like thing like that. And we've got observations where like it's over the course of the period of like several hours, right, where they've done one observation, then another observation at night time, and nothing's changed. I mean, like, you're going to say that the temperature stayed the same? Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, well, in that frozen lake video, the light was twinkling, which is an indicator of refraction. So there was some form of refraction at play. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean it was the type that, a globe would need, but
there's something called turbulence, right? So, like, that's causing your twinkling, right?
Mm.
But that's easily explained by the light doing little back and forth, side to side, and up and down along a horizontal plane. So it's like following a horizontal plane, but while it's doing it, it's like going side to side or doing spirals or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like, so like you can have something that's moving around as it's, like you've got your, how they do radio waves? Like they draw the straight horizontal line, and then you've got your waves that go up above that line and down below it and then back up above it. But it's still traveling in a horizontal fashion. Like, ultimately, right? Like, so who says the light's not doing that to cause that effect?
Yeah, it is strange how, like, I've watched a lot of flat Earth debate content over the years, but I've never seen a good explanation for refraction. Like, they always just say, oh, it's refraction, but they never explain why or how.
Who, the globe believers say that?
Yeah.
I agree, man. Do you have a preferred debater that you like listening to?
Not really.
Was there a specific debate that you liked more than others? A good debate that you liked, that you can remember the names of the two people involved?
Mainly just like random videos doing like rebuttals, not really like a formal debate, but more just like kind of like no name random people on YouTube just doing like math and stuff.
There's a great debate with what is it, Bryant Myers, some physics guy, author, professor, between with Witsit. That was a darn good one. I'll share the link if you want to check it out.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Because it's just weird because like it keeps boiling down to refraction. Either refraction is or isn't, the cause. But like, why haven't globe earthers made a compelling explanation for refraction? Like, I even looked up what's that guy, Professor Dave? Like, Professor Dave Explains, right? He should have a video on that, but I couldn't even find one from him.
There isn't a valid rebuttal using refraction as the rebuttal for the long distance observations. It's even using the mainstream globe arguments, there isn't a sound rebuttal using refraction. It's it's their worst nightmare, actually. And when they bring it up, they really are shooting themselves in the foot, right? As soon as they say, "Oh, refraction can explain this," it absolutely cannot. And what they're doing when they bring that up is they're throwing every single one of their hyper-specific observations under the bus as well, because they haven't accounted for all of these variables that can make small differences. Okay, but you can't explain, for instance, the Great Salt Lake observation, 21 miles across the Great Salt Lake, zero curvature, right? Zero horizon over the entire distance, just completely flat water during the day, during the night, and it's consistent. So there is no explaining that away with refraction. Refraction can't do these things. And if you listen to more honest globe earthers, right, like Dr. Michael Jelovic, who debated Flat Earth Dave and Angels of Light, right, he said refraction is something that we need to take into account, but it's a small consideration. He said it's 7 to 8%. And he said under extreme conditions, it can be a little bit higher than that. But if you can show me an observation that's beyond that 8 to 10% or 8 to 15%, then that would not be able to be explained with refraction. And that's the honest answer from the globe side. Now, what the globers try to do is they just have like a refraction slider on a particular anti-flat earther curvature calculator website, and they have a slider. And what the slider does, it just increases the size of the globe as you slide it up. When you put in the metrics or the math for the observations, you have to slide the refraction slider up so high that there would be so much refraction that the Earth would literally appear flat, right? The Earth would have to be so big that it just appears flat. And that's the case for every single one of the good quality observations that we put through it. So there is no rebuttal. And that's why, there literally isn't a rebuttal using refraction, and that's pretty much all they have to go with as well. There is no other rebuttal.
Yeah, I've seen that slider before. So you're saying the one over Salt Lake is consistent, like it happens regularly, not just like once in a while?
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because what you can do is you can go on Google Earth and you can go to the little beach that he zooms in on at the Great Salt Lake. And you know the little yellow guy, you can hover it over and you'll see all the little yellow dots pop up where people have taken photographs over the past few years. And you can drop the little yellow guy there and you'll see the photo that the person took on the beach looking out over the Great Salt Lake. And you can see an island that is 50 kilometers away in every single picture. Wow. Some more clear than others, but it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, this isn't flat earthers taking these photos. This is just random people that have decided to upload their photo to Google. And yeah, I've got screenshots of a whole ton of those as well. But yeah, it's consistent. You know, what's not consistent is there's not a single observation that matches up with the globe Earth mathematics, and not even close. And that's even if you include standard refraction, which would be 7/6R, or a K factor of 0.17, which it's essentially what it does. It increases the radius value by 8%, approximately 8%. So you would be able to see the horizon 8% further away, or you would be able to see 8% beyond the curvature of the Earth. But we're not seeing that ever, even including refraction. And then once you start getting into heavy refraction, you start dealing with miraging effects and things like that, which we wouldn't submit an observation if something crazy like that was going on in the observation. These are crystal clear observations.
Is there a video about that Google Earth Salt Lake picture thing that you were talking about?
There's not. When I get time, I will make like a full video about it, but I do have a whole bunch of screenshots that I took from it. You can go and check it yourself, right? If you just type in Great Salt Lake, Utah, into Google Earth, you can go there, and then right where the I forget the name of it, but if you just type in Great Salt Lake smokestack, it'll take you to, it's like the Kenneth something smokestack. It's one of the biggest smokestacks. And there's a little beach right there where the lake is, like a shoreline, and that's where you can drag the little yellow guy and drag it over one of the points. I'll show you what I'm talking about, though. All right, just give me a second. I'll put some stuff in the side chat. All right, so this is a clip from the full-length video. Okay, so this is a 21-mile distance over the lake, and he's zooming across to the smokestack and the shoreline on the other side of the lake. All right, so this is his camera setup. He's using a Nikon P1000, and he's got it on a tripod that's sitting in the water, and it's 5 foot above the surface of the water. All right, so here's a screenshot from just a random Earth curvature calculator because they all give you the same results. Okay, so we put in the eye height of 5 foot, and we have the target distance of 21 miles. And it will tell you that the distance to the horizon on a globe is 2.7 miles away. Okay, so after 2.7 miles, you shouldn't be able to see any more water. Okay, that's where the horizon line should be. And all the water beyond that should be, behind the curvature of the Earth. And then it says target hidden height, right? So the target is the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That's 21 miles away. So that should be hidden behind the horizon, and 223 foot is the target hidden height, right? So it should be hidden by 223 foot. Okay, so just quickly put some more screenshots in. So these are all out of a video, which I'll share as well. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the far side of the lake that he's going to be looking over to. And this is what it looks like on the far side of the lake. Stop loading the image. Right, so this is what it looks like. Okay, so this is the shoreline that I'm talking about, where you can go on Google Earth, and tons of people go there to this location and they take photos and they upload them to Google Earth, and then you can drag the little yellow guy and you can see what it looked like in 2020 or 2017 or 2022, depending on when that image was taken. Okay, so they'll be looking back towards where this guy's actually taking the observation from. But just quickly back to this observation. All right, so just a second. All right, so take note of the shoreline there, and you can see the smokestack, right? This is what he's going to be zooming into. So if you go back up and have a look at the observation, you can see that when he zooms across the lake, you can see the shoreline still, and you can see the entire smokestack. Okay, so there's a Google Earth distance markation just to show that you can see the yellow line, and he's standing right at the top of that yellow line at the top of the image there, and he's zooming across to that shoreline I just showed you the close-up of. Okay, so here's a close-up. Here's a close-up of the smokestack and the shoreline. Okay, and then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away during the day. So here's an image from the video. Okay, so that's what it looks like from 21 miles away during the day. And then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away during the night. Okay, so it looks exactly the same. I mean, we can see it's actually a bit clearer at nighttime just because the lights make it easy to make out what's going on.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's like the bottom half is obscured by curvature either. It looks like it's pretty much fully erect.
Yeah, exactly. It is, and here's a close-up. Here's a close-up from the night shot of the smokestack. So, I mean, if we line that up with the close-up of the smokestack, we can see basically the bottom of the smokestack. We can see the shoreline, and we can actually see the lights that are around the smokestack reflecting off the little puddles of water that are on the shoreline. So think about it like this, right? Say where the observer is 21 miles away. If you had the Titanic ship, right? Picture just as a hypothetical. Okay, you've got the Titanic. Okay, the Titanic is a 175-foot tall ship, or was. Okay, so say the Titanic setting sail from where the photographer is, 21 miles away. At 2.7 miles, you would see the Titanic would start to disappear from the bottom up. at 10 miles, the bottom 66 feet of the Titanic would be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, and then once the Titanic got over to the other shoreline, 21 miles away, you wouldn't be able to see the Titanic at all. It would be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, so that's the scale of how much should actually be hidden, right? It would hide the Titanic. It's that much. So you shouldn't be able to see what we're seeing. And then on top of this, what they did, we'll just quickly, like, here's a little diagram I drew from Google Earth, just showing where the horizon should be. Okay, so that black line, that's where the horizon should be. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water past that. But obviously in the observation, you can see just flat water the whole way across. And okay, so when we drag and drop the little yellow guy, like I was talking about, to show if it's consistent, because that's what you were asking, you're like, is it consistently like that? So that shoreline there that you can see on the other side where he's zooming into is where I explained that there's all those little yellow dots you can drag the little yellow guy onto. Okay. And you can see this island. It's called Fairmont Island. It's in the lake. And this is the island here. Okay, so there's a little bit of information about it. It's not a really tall island. Here is some pictures of the island. Okay, and now we can, I can show you some screenshots. Okay, so this is, if you go to this location here on Google Earth, I think it's Google Maps, not Google Earth, right? So if you go to this location on Google Maps, right, this is the beach that he's zooming into. When you drag that little yellow guy out, you'll see all these little yellow dots appear, and then you just drop it onto one of those, okay? And then you'll see the name of the photographer and when they took the image. Okay, so here's some images of photos that random people had taken from that location. Okay, so this is the first one. This was November 2021 by Mathis van Rossum. And that island that you can see in the distance, that is Fairmont Island.
How many miles is the island from where the picture's taken?
Yeah, so here's the distance markation tool. Just, I forget the exact distance, but it's written here. I think it's just by default it uses kilometers for me because I'm in Europe.
Oh yeah, so it's kilometers is fine.
Yeah, 45.7 kilometers away.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's just a few other images from different people. Just looking out in that direction. And you'll see in every single image, you can see that island. And these images are just taken from the shoreline, right? So, like, say 5-6 foot height. Well, probably 5 foot height. You don't hold the camera above your head, right? So here's an image, of one of the where they're standing essentially on the beach, right? There's no vantage points, so you know that they're all taken from shoreline. And yeah, there's tons of them. Look, here's a good one. Right, some days you have better visibility than other days. But here's a day where there's very good visibility, right? That's Fairmont Island that you can see in the different distance there. So this was taken in 2020 by Richard Bukata, whoever that is. And yeah, there's an island 47 kilometers away right there. So you can do the math on that. You shouldn't be able to see like the majority of the island. I don't think it should be visible at all, actually. I think I have a screenshot of the Earth curvature calculator. So I think that's 28.4 miles, that island. Right, so it should be 430 foot of obscured over that distance. So that the actual height of the... Yeah, you can do the math for that, right? So it's got the elevation of the lake, and then it's got the elevation of the island. But yeah, you shouldn't be able to see it. So yeah, that's the whole point, is just to point out that it's super consistent. Like, we can consistently see like way too far beyond the globe mathematics. And if you want to see a really good video about a long distance observation, right? This is done by a PhD in optics named Dr. John Dee. And he goes to the ocean in England, and he sets his camera up at 3.5 foot, and it's a crystal clear day with completely still water. And he's looking out into the ocean at a wind farm, and the wind farm's 11 miles away. And you can see the entire wind farm. You can see the windmill towers touching the water, and you can even see a boat off in the distance behind the wind farms. And in the video, he goes over everything in crazy detail, like explaining like everything extremely technical. So that's a really good video if you want to. He talks all about refraction, and he talks about the weather conditions. He shows you what the water temperature is and the air temperature and everything you could possibly think of. So I'll post his video in the side chat as well, because he's got some really good observations. He originally set out to debunk flat Earth using long distance observations and lasers, right? Because he's a specialist in this kind of thing. So he was using like different spectrum lasers and shooting them over huge distances. And he accidentally became a flat earther in the process because he couldn't find the curvature and he couldn't explain the observations. So there's his YouTube channel. And
yeah, so I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. We can see too far.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it feels like a cop out to just be like, "Oh, it's refraction." But you know, I just genuinely don't know enough about refraction to say whether or not it could potentially be a good reason for it.
Yeah. Well, once you look into that, you'll learn that it's not. So look, let me show you a clip. I did take a clip from this physics. I think he teaches physics and he's an engineer. And he was debating some flat earthers, and they were showing him one of these observations, and this was his response to it. I took the clip. And he was a super cool, like, he wasn't like one of those, I hate flat earthers, you know, and trying to straw man and stuff like that. This is just a super nice, honest guy who's very well educated. And this was his response. So this is just some really short clips I took out of the debate, and it's probably a good debate if you want to watch it as well.
I linked the long version up there. Of that same physics guy. It's a link or two up. But this one's like 2 hours long. Maybe save the link and watch it later. But it's a phenomenal debate.
Oh yeah, you did actually. Thanks for that. So here's thanks, Anthony. So here's 2 clips, right? If you want to check out these 2 clips, they're literally like 10, 15 seconds each, and he will explain about refraction and what his opinion is on it.
Okay. And he's a globe or a flat earther?
He's from the globe side. He's a physics teacher. He's an engineer, and he's got a whole stack of credentials. Anyway, you can look him up.
That was such a good conversation. And this conversation's great when it's not like this anti-flat earthers that are just mad. Like it's a fascinating conversation.
Also posted a simple explanation for what they say terrestrial refraction is, right? I don't know if you saw the tag. I tagged you, Kiba.
You might be watching the clips.
You might be. Yeah.
You said tag me where?
I tagged you in the side chat. I posted something called refraction considered simply. So that's I'll just post. I'll see if it lets me.
I don't see that one.
Hang on. It's all right. I'll grab you something to look at.
Yeah, because from what I remember, when the Globers were trying to explain the oil rig Black Swan, they would say stuff like, "Oh, that's extremely rare, but you could, if you keep going every day, eventually they'll have the conditions where you could see that far." But they made it sound like it wasn't like an everyday thing.
Yeah,
So
it
now,
changes. It does change, right? But every single, even when the horizon's at its closest, which is about 6 miles away, that's the closest one that I've ever seen at that location. The horizon was at the first oil rig, right? That's still 500% beyond where it should be on a globe. So that still just destroys the globe. So we could use any observation from that location, just because some days the apparent horizon is further away and some days it looks a bit closer. We could use any of those, and none of them match up with the globe, not even close.
and what is the flat Earth reason for why it changes?
Weather conditions. Yeah, it's different. Okay, so some days you have a series of low-key style miraging effects, a bit of sinking, a bit of looming. You can have more fog on some days, right? Some days you have a lot more clarity in the air. Some days it's not very clear. Some days there's waves, right? Some days there's people surfing at that place. Okay, so when you zoomed out, you can't really see the swells. But when you zoom back in again, right, you can actually see, oh, okay, there's 3-foot waves. And because of perspective, right, the way that looks like the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down, even just small waves, even if there's 1-foot waves, it can make it hide something that's in the distance, right? Because the things in the distance have shrunk optically due to perspective. Okay, so they look like they're really tiny, but the waves are still close to you. So that small wave in the foreground can easily block a large portion of what's in the background. And some people might cherry pick a particular image and say, oh, look, it looks like it's behind the horizon, but we need to know what the conditions were on that particular day. And there's also miraging effects like sinking, which clearly state something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And that happens when you have specific conditions as well. So,
yeah, it would be cool if somebody had a 24/7 live stream for one of these distant observations, and people could just tune in at all hours of the day and look at it.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Well, that's what Skunk Bay was, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's a place in America called Skunk Bay, and there is a live stream from that place that runs 24 hours a day. And that's what we see. We see all of these minor miraging effects taking place, and sometimes major ones depending on the conditions. But we just see everything squishing and stretching and looking a bit higher and looking a bit lower, and it's all over the place, right? So you couldn't take any part of that time lapse and say, oh, this matches up with the globe, right? Because that's a hyper-specific claim, and you would just be cherry-picking a particular time out of the day, and you haven't taken the atmospheric conditions into account, which are skewing what you're looking at slightly. But we're not making hyper-specific claims when we're showing these observations, right? We're not trying to measure Earth curvature. We're just showing you that the globe says the horizon must be at X distance, and it's not there, and it's not even close to there, and it's never there. How do we know it exists in the first place if there's no evidence of it whatsoever?
I take it you're not a big reader, but I linked you the website to Andrew Thomas Young's web pages to do with refraction. So he's what's considered to be a subject matter expert. So if you want to know what the globe side is saying about refraction, you've got a lot of information there. Unfortunately, I don't think there's many videos involved. It's probably just a lot of reading. I think it is just a lot of reading from what I've seen so far. But, yeah, it'll tell you what they're saying.
I'll bookmark that.
There's a lot of pages, so like you'll read that page and then there'll be, you can go to the index and pick something else you want to read about. Like it's super. There's a lot, a lot.
Yeah, I mean, refraction. I mean, it's there are stranger things that are I could see it being possible, but I'll have to do some more research. But at least standard refraction, like 8% or whatever, would you say that is like a reasonable belief? It's just 8%.
Well, 8% is not something that we don't ever observe that, right? Like I would say, okay, show me a single observation that is just within 8% of the globe, and it doesn't exist. Okay, so I've seen 500%, right? And globe earthers will say, oh, look, this is the one we should use for the globe, right? And this debunks flat earth. But no, it's actually 500%, not 8%. And let me show you an example of this. So this is, 1 second. I'll just pull it up. So they call this one the white swan, right? Like instead of the black swan, they're like, this is the white swan. This one debunks flat earth. I've got a video of it here. So this is the same guy that did the black swan observation. He went there on a different day, and this is what you can see. 1 second. Right, where are we? Politics. Right, this is it. So this is from the same observer height. Okay, and this is the one they're like, look, it's clearer. We don't have any distortion, and the horizon's much closer, therefore the Earth is a globe. And they're like, this is what it normally looks like. And he even says in the original Black Swan video, this is what it normally looks like. Right? It looks like this sometimes from all of the footage. I've seen a ton of footage from different people from this place, right? This is more rare. But with this one, that first oil platform, we can see the entire oil platform. Okay, that's 6 miles away. Okay, so if we look at a close-up image of that oil platform, we can see that we can actually see the whole oil platform. Okay, so that horizon's approximately 6 miles away. Okay, so the horizon on the globe must be at 1.2 miles. Okay, so that's not 8%, is it? It's way beyond.
But is he holding it at 1 foot?
Yeah, he's holding it at 1 foot. I need to find the original video for this one, but yeah, he's holding it at 1 foot, right? So what would you think, that he's lower or higher? Because it doesn't really make a difference. Okay, to have a horizon at 6 miles, you would have to be some huge height. Okay, to have a horizon at 10 miles, you would have to be 66 foot in the air.
Well, his camera's like swaying, so it looks like he's holding it around like 4 feet or so. Like,
okay, well that would
around his chest or around his like. Yeah, I don't know, like wherever you.
If you have a look at the original video, this doesn't really show it, but he's holding the camera down at 1 foot, just like the original Black Swan. I would like to find the original video again, because this doesn't show like the full zoom out. But yeah, the horizon, even from that height, right, the horizon wouldn't be at 6 miles away. So at 6 foot height, the horizon's only 3 miles away. So halfway, even if he was standing at 6 foot, then that would make the horizon halfway to the oil platform. But it's not. And look, we have a perfect sinking situation where it just matches the definition of sinking, right? So when you have sinking, the horizon appears much closer than it would in the absence of this particular type of mirage. Okay, so I'm going to put a citation in the side chat from the American Meteorological Society. This is like a board of meteorologists and, you know, basically people in this field. And it's like a glossary of terminology, and as it gets updated, it's kind of peer reviewed by like a team of specialists in this particular field. So this is kind of like the best place to get definitions or terminology. Like, okay, so this is what they say about sinking. And also, I'll give you a citation from who T-Dub mentioned, who's like the leading subject matter expert in this topic, is Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, because that definition I posted is pretty technical, but we can go over it in a second. So here's a more basic one from Andrew Thomas Young. Just a second. Here it is. Okay, so first thing you'll notice is in the American Meteorological Society of Sinking, it says that horizon that can be very much closer to the observer than in the absence of a mirage. Okay, so when you have this sinking effect, the horizon generally looks much closer than it would normally look on a regular day. Okay, so check, we have that. It does look closer than what it normally looks like. Okay, and then now next we have Andrew Thomas Young, Optics of the Atmosphere. This is from the same website, the sdsu.edu. Okay, so atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, so that second oil platform you can see there matches this definition of sinking perfectly. Right, objects, the oil platform, to drop below the apparent horizon, check, or become partially obstruction even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. It's just an effect. Okay, it happens sometimes. And if you look further into sinking, usually it happens on a clear day. And it usually happens early in the morning. I would bet that he's actually done this observation in the morning when the water temperature is a little bit warmer and the air temperature above the water hasn't had time to heat up. Okay, so it's still cool air, and then you've got warmer water because the water doesn't cool down during the night the way the air temperature does. It retains its heat. Okay, and then as the day warms up, you'll start to see more and more of the oil platform. And there's really good examples of this exact thing happening. Right, so I've got one here. Okay, so have a look at this one. This is a giant boat called the Mandarin Arrow. And on the tracking radar, it says it's about 12 nautical miles out to sea. I think that's 14 or 15 normal miles. And it's anchored. Okay, so this guy goes there in the morning and he zooms out and it's like, oh, look, it's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You can only see the top of the ship. This is what the ship looks like here. Okay, so that whole bottom of the ship's missing. So people could cherry pick this and say, oh, look, it's like it hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But what he does is he stays there and he keeps doing observations over the next 4 hours. And then 4 hours later, you can, like, as he keeps zooming in and zooming out over time, you can start to see more and more of the ship appear, right? As the temperature of the air warms up. 4 hours later, you can see the entire ship, right? This is the same ship, the same location. And now we see the whole ship. Just the only thing that changed was the temperature. Well, a bit more than that, right? The temperature, the humidity, and that kind of thing. But it's mostly controlled by temperature according to the mainstream. And
what's your opinion on looming?
What's the opposite of sinking?
Does looming exist?
Yeah, it exists.
Could
That makes
looming
things look like
be an explanation?
No, looming makes things appear a little bit higher than what they would normally be, just like we have the opposite, which is sinking. So things appearing a bit higher or a bit lower, it's not going to make the horizon all of a sudden 20 times further away, right? It doesn't make things do
I'm
that.
not even in agreement with the claimed cause of looming. With like the mainstream.
Look, even the mainstream hasn't modeled it out properly. There's a lot of even Andrew Thomas Young says, this is the best that we can do, and we don't have it modeled out because there's so much variation in what's happening. There's so many variables, it's hard to mathematically make a model for this, right? There's no models of any of these miraging effects. And there's a lot of contradictions. Like you might go to one subject matter expert and read their page on miraging, and then you can read 10 other ones from different universities, and they'll all like sort of contradict each other and make mistakes.
You know what we don't see is refraction phenomena showing cities or buildings coming up over hills of dirt or mountains. It's just when I see refracted images on the horizon, it has an effect on objects that are already in your line of sight. It's not raising them up over a hill of water or dirt, for example. I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
right.
like with looming, for example. Sorry, just quickly, and then I've got to go anyway. But with looming, I'm of the thought that it's actually the object itself, the ship or whatever it is, right, isn't moving anywhere, isn't being displaced visually, right? But you're getting a horizon that appears to be like under it, giving the illusion, like with your Fata Morganas and that, like we're giving the illusion that that the ship is in the air, because beyond where what appears to be the horizon, right, is still water, but it's reflecting the sky, and it's giving the illusion that the boat that's sitting on the water and hasn't been displaced visually or optically, right, is floating in the air, but it's not. It's just sitting on water that's reflecting the sky. That's what I think looming is, but
Well, yes. Well,
what am I talking about?
Well,
I don't know what I'm talking
that's
about.
correct. That's correct. But looming is just like a small effect. What you're talking about is a superior mirage. Okay, so that's looming is like a really, really weak version of a superior mirage where you don't have that mirroring effect. And yeah, you're completely right about when you said what's happening with the superior mirage. It's like that mirroring effect that makes it look like it's floating. And it's just an optical illusion due to that total internal reflection that's present when you have a superior mirage. But looming is just a minor effect. It's when you have just a slight variance in the temperature gradient, which changes the refractive gradient a little bit, like Skunk Bay, where you can see it looks like it gets a little bit higher, a little bit lower, squishes, stretches. These are like really minor effects that can't at all explain these crazy observations that we have over huge distances, right? Looming doesn't flatten out water over a 21-mile lake. Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree with you, T-Dog. Yep.
Yeah, I live on the big island of Hawaii on Hilo. So there's a mountain between me and Kona, which is the other town on the other side of the island, and refraction should raise Kona up over the top of the mountain for me to see it now and then, but it just doesn't ever happen.
Globers typically explain these long distance observations using atmospheric refraction or superior mirage.
Well, like according to the mainstream, atmospheric refraction is essentially a series of different miraging effects on varying intensities. And most globe earthers that haven't really done their research properly, they can't even name the different types of mirages or what causes them. And they don't know the limitations and they don't know the characteristics to look for when you have these different miraging effects. So we could go through the list of each type of mirage that could be potentially used to try to explain these observations and check them off the list one by one. Right? So we can check off inferior mirage because that makes things look like they're, super obvious, right? So just you could go through the different mirages, type in inferior mirage into Google, look at all of the examples of inferior mirages and say, okay, we don't see anything that resembles an inferior mirage in this, okay? And it wouldn't even help the globe anyway. So we can check that off the list. Okay, we could check sinking off the list because that wouldn't help the globe either, right? That would be the opposite effect. Okay, so we checked off inferior mirage, we checked off sinking. We can check off towering and stooping because all that does is compress something to make it look squished or make something look stretched out. Okay, so we can check those two off the list. Okay, what's next? We've got superior mirages. Okay, go to Google, type in superior mirage, hit images, and look at every single example of a superior mirage. Now we can check that off the list, okay, because it doesn't have any characteristics of a superior mirage. Okay, looming is a minor effect, a minor version of a superior mirage. Wouldn't be able to cause such a drastic effect that we're seeing, right? So we can check that off the list, and we can check Fata Morgana off the list. That's like an extreme version of a superior mirage, and it's like super crazy visuals when you see a Fata Morgana. So we can check that off the list. That's all of them checked off the list, right? So it can't be that. There aren't any other miraging effects. Right, there are other types of refractive effects, what they call twinkling and shimmering and things like that, but that's also can be checked off the list, right? So you can look into it and check all of these possible explanations off the list. And look at what Margin just posted. Okay, so this is throughout the day at Skunk Bay. And you can see all of the low-key miraging effects taking place throughout the day here. Okay, so look at the buildings. We see them, they look squished. They look squished, and they look stretched. And then they get a little bit higher, which would be looming, and a little bit lower, which would be sinking. We don't see any super drastic effects, so we actually do get a little bit of the total internal reflection, so there's a little bit of superior to inferior miraging. But at no point does anything in that scene look closer or further away.
Mm-hmm.
So there really is no explanation for these long-distance observations from the globe side. Usually what, the globe earthers that I talk to about it, the people that are more studied up on this, right? They'll sort of say, okay, well, I can't explain it, but I'll have to go do some research and I'll get back to you. And then they never get back to you. So at this point, we're like, all right, well, there's not really any debate anymore. It's just a matter of sharing the information with people and having people do their own research and come to their own conclusions. And they can go replicate this as well if they want to.
Are there any videos where a globe earther goes into detail on how he believes refraction is the cause of these long distance observations that you've seen?
I've never seen any in good detail. They just throw around the refraction word without detail or specificities, and that's just an honest answer.
Yeah, you're never going to see someone that's not like one of these anti-flat earthers that has a hatred and makes a living off trying to debunk flat earth make a video that tries to explain these observations, because they will admit that this doesn't line up, right? It doesn't have an explanation using what's known about refraction or atmospheric refraction or miraging effects. Only when you get anti-flat earthers that will use mental gymnastics and they will actually butcher the mainstream claims, right? And they'll use refraction and they'll bake a radius value into what they think refraction is. And they'll use computer models and things like that to try to make videos that can make it seem like they're giving an explanation for this, but it will just be like a computer model. It's not going to be where they've actually gone out and made an observation and been able to measure what's going on empirically with the conditions, right? And say, look, here's exactly what's going on with the temperature and the humidity and the pressure. I've measured it between point A and point B, and this observation with these things accounted for perfectly matches up with the globe. That doesn't exist. You're going to get strawman, like you're going to get people being dishonest. But like I said, you're not. Go ahead.
You said they like use the radius of the Earth, but obviously, if it's a globe, then the globe would have a radius, and that radius would affect refraction to some extent. But
yeah, but this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. They're butchering it, and they're adding the globe in, and this is what they're doing. They made a K factor, right? It's the refraction coefficient. They call it the K factor. Okay, and what that is, it's 0 to 1. Okay, so 0 means that you're looking through a vacuum. Okay, there's no air, and the horizon would be at the exact distance that it should be on a globe. Okay, so when the K factor is 0, the radius value for the globe visually is 3,959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers. Okay, so that's exactly what you would see. So if you set up a camera at 1 foot, the horizon would be at exactly 1.225 miles away. Okay, so that's with no air, no atmosphere, just looking through a vacuum. Now, then what they do, this K factor goes from 0 to 1. So as you slide up the K factor, it increases the radius size to try to substitute for the extra distance that we can see in the observations. Okay, so they say a K factor of 0.13 to 0.17 is standard refraction. Okay, so it makes you be able to see a little bit further on the globe. But when we put these observations into Walter Bislin's calculator, we have to slide the K factor all the way up to basically 1, right? And when the K factor is 1, the globe is so big, right? It increases the radius so much that it makes it look like it's flat. Okay, so it would just look flat because the globe's so huge. So when we put the details of like the Great Salt Lake observation into Walter Bislin's refraction calculator, you have to slide it all the way up to maximum. And so what you're doing is you're having to say that in all of these observations, there's so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat, which is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it actually is impossible. Like meteorologically, it's impossible for everything to be perfectly lifted up to make the Earth look flat. Okay, so this is what they're saying. Really, like just let's say we have the Black Swan, right? We have the camera set up at 1 foot, and we're going to hypothetically remove the atmosphere, okay? That means that you have a K factor of 0, and the horizon's at exactly 1.225 miles. Now, you're going to add the air back into the situation, okay? That horizon, that geometric physical horizon, it's still there. It has to still be there. Okay, so what they're saying is that really there is a horizon line at 1.225 miles, but now refraction, or the bendy light, is perfectly lifting up all of the water beyond the horizon at different heights, right? So at 10 miles, it's lifting it up 60 foot. At 20 miles, it's lifting it up 260 foot and everything in between to perfectly hide the geometric horizon, make it completely undetectable, and to make the entire scene look flat. It's the craziest claim ever.
Hey, the K factor 1 is what I was saying earlier, and globe believers will agree to this, and they have on video, that it would allow you to be on a mountaintop, to look off into the horizon, to see all the way around the globe and look at your own ass. That's the K factor 1.
Yeah, it makes it look like the Earth is flat. So you're basically you have to set the refraction to flat setting to be able to explain the observations. It's insane.
And is the K factor the same thing as the refractive index?
No.
What's the refractive index?
Exclusively an anti-flat earther thing. I don't think normal scientists K-factor
globe
something
thing.
they ever use.
It's a globe thing where they've baked the radius into what they're calling atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction. It's like a begging the question thing. But atmospheric refraction, just in general, right? Just say the Earth was flat and not a globe. Atmospheric refraction would still have the same definition. Okay, so if you look at the actual definition of what atmospheric refraction is, it has nothing to do with a globe, even according to the experts on the globe side. Okay, so here is the definition of atmospheric refraction. So all it is, right, it's written right here. It's mostly dominated by temperature. Okay, and it's basically when you have a change in temperature, and the temperature changes the refractive index of the air, right? Because when you have cooler air, like let's say you have a balloon and it has a certain amount of gas inside the balloon, and you cool down the balloon shrinks, right? Because the gas is more condensed. You still have the same amount of gas particles, but now you've got a tiny balloon, right? So that's like a more dense medium because it's more condensed, right? So it's got a higher refractive index. If you now heat up that same balloon, it's going to get really, really big, but it's still going to have the same amount of gas particles in it. So it's going to have a lower refractive index. Okay, so when you've got the ocean, and let's say you have really, really cold water, and then you've got warmer air above the water. Okay, so you're going to have, the water is going to make a cooler layer of air above the surface of the water, and then that's going to gradually get hotter as you go up, right? And that's going to change the refractive index very, very slightly of the air. And that's going to lead to a bit of a looming effect. And now sometimes you could have much warmer water and much cooler air above the water, and then you would have what they call an inverted refractive index gradient or an inverted temperature gradient. Okay, and then you would get the opposite effect. You'd get that sinking effect. Okay, and then when you have steeper changes, right? Let's say now we go to a concrete road in a hot summer day, and the bitumen is really hot, and then you get down low and you look across the road, you get an inferior mirage, and you'll see that what looks like water on the road. It looks like a mirroring effect, right? That's because you have a super intense change in the heat. Okay, so if you took away the heat from the road, the miraging effect's going to go away instantly, right? It'll look normal again. But it's because of the heat that makes it look like you have this particular effect. So that's kind of what atmospheric refraction is according to the mainstream. Here's an example, right? So this person's called Skyfree, and they do these types of tests on a small scale on a flat surface inside their house. Okay, so in this one, you'll see that they set up some blocks across their floor, and there's also a little red light in the distance, and all they do is manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and all of a sudden it looks like the red light dips behind a horizon over the flat floor, and it looks like the blocks start to curve and bend over the flat floor horizon. It gives the illusion of the things in the distance sinking. So it's not something that's reliant on a globe or anything like this.
Right.
So the only thing they manipulated here is the temperature.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So then why is there a 24-hour sun at both poles?
No idea what the sun is, no idea how the sky works. It's not something that we can, like, it would just be speculation. Like, what is the sun? Like, is the sun that we see an apparent light in the sky? Is it physical? What is it? What medium is it in? What size is it? What distance is it? What's it made out of? Like, how could there be some other factor in the sky that we have no idea how to explain? I have no idea what the sun is, but we can validate that whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a whole stack of flat water. So I don't know.
Can you make
you're
any,
going into speculation land?
Like, can you make any
I could make
definitive statements about what are the implications for a flat Earth based on that observation? Like,
yeah, I would say flat Earth. The implications for flat Earth would be flat Earthers that try to explain how the sky works and try to come up with models and incorporating the sky into models and things like that, and it tears them to shreds. And that's a good thing, right? Because they can't make those dumb arguments anymore and pretend to know things that they don't know about. So that's what that did, actually. It stopped these retards like Jaren from making retarded arguments that we've been trying to stop for years, and we weren't able to stop. And thankfully, this has shut down these Robbie Davis and Jaren type of flat earthers that make content and contribute to people thinking that flat earthers are retarded. So it's actually a good thing. But yeah, I think no one knows really what's going on in the sky from both sides. It's all sort of assumption based and speculation based, and relying on theoretical mathematical concepts and things like that.
I mildly speculate with no claim.
Yeah.
I kind of think the sun is individual to the observer, like a rainbow. Like if you're looking head on at a rainbow and you have 5 of your friends, you're all a mile apart in a large circle, the rainbow is going to appear head on to each of them. Like you can't go to the side of a rainbow. I think something similar is going on with the sun. We just have, it's just individual to you, just like a rainbow is. It's the best I got, and it makes sense to me.
do you believe that the celestial sphere is accurate?
It's a concept. It's a conceptual way of looking at the sky. I don't think that the sky is like a big sphere. I think that, it could be flat, right? But we see it as a half dome type thing because of the way our eyes work. But they decided to conceptualize it as like a big like half dome and then turn that into a coordinate system. And that's kind of where the globe came from. The globe kind of came from the celestial sphere. And then they turned those celestial sphere coordinates into a terrestrial sphere. And that's why all the maps that we use are like projections of the celestial sphere. Right, so they take the celestial sphere, turn it into a terrestrial sphere, and then take the terrestrial sphere coordinates and then turn them into map projections. And then people are like, this is a globe map. It's like, well, actually, it's kind of based off the sky, the way that we conceptually visualize the sky that was agreed upon.
Yeah, because you can see the Southern Cross from all the southern continents, and that kind of indicates that it wraps around like a sphere, right?
Well, does it really though? I mean, like you could say, like just say you went out into the ocean, into the middle of the ocean, it's just you on a boat, and you look all the way around you. The maximum distance you can see 360 degrees around you is a big circle of vision, right? So that's due to the way that you see. Okay, now you could have a plane, visualize a plane, and just say you could like dot out the path of the plane over the top of you. You could see a plane coming from one direction, and if it goes straight over the top of you, and you plot out that plane's path, it's going to make like a big like sort of dome over the top of you. It's going to look like it comes up from the horizon. It's going to go up, up, up. It's going to go over the top of you, and then it's going to do the same thing as it goes away in the distance. Now, let's say you have 360 planes doing the same thing all around you. Okay, and you plot out the visual path that you can see those planes taking. It's going to make a big dome over the top of you, and that's perspective. That's just purely perspective. What's really happening is the plane's just going straight. Right? It's just staying at the same altitude and just going straight, flat across the sky over the top of you. But from your point, it looks like you're seeing this big sort of dome thing. Same thing happens with the way we see the stars, the way we see the clouds, the way we see everything when we go out into nature. So it's just the way that our perspective works.
Well, I'm not talking about like what's at the horizon. I'm talking more like if you were to sail south past Antarctica and just keep going in that direction, and you're like mapping out what you see directly above you in the sky. Like there's never a point at which it's like cuts off. Like it's gonna wrap back around, and you're gonna start seeing the constellations eventually from like the northern.
Yeah, but no one's ever done that. That's the thing. No one's ever just kept going south. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation. So it's just an idea. On a globe, this is what would happen. And that would debunk the flat earth. But that no one's ever done that.
Yes, so satellites do it all the time.
Oh yeah, show me the footage from the satellite and how did you validate it? Show me the satellite showing the stars, like we're talking about the stars right now.
The satellites point downwards. You understand that?
Look, yeah, exactly. So you're just taking it out of context. We're not talking about that right now. He's talking about the way we view the stars. We're talking about the celestial sphere. You don't even see any
going, but you said no one's gone further south, and we can see what's further south, called wrapping around.
Oh yeah, how did you validate that?
GPS. Yeah.
How did you validate?
You've never done this.
Yeah, you've never done that, bro.
Do you think Antarctica is a continent or an ice ring?
I have no idea.
No idea at all? So
no, I have no idea.
You know
there's not even...
You're up to date, I guess.
Why are you so aggressive and angry, Icefish? Why are you so upset about this? Calm down.
Because you talk to people that are like that. As a flat earther, you got to acknowledge that. As if they don't know what's happening when you can't answer questions like, "Is Antarctica a continent?"
Okay, so you think it's a continent, right?
It is literally a continent.
Okay, prove it.
You know what a continent is?
Yeah, I do now. Prove it. Prove Antarctica's one.
I can send you a picture from a satellite. Like, what do you want? What do you want me to do?
Yeah, picture of the whole of Antarctica from a satellite. Then tell me what camera they used, when it was taken.
Wait, just so you know. Wait. Just so we're clear, a continent is a continuous body, like body.
Yeah, that's not what's in. Yeah. Okay. So just do what I asked.
The cutoff? So
No. You're
like,
trying to use tactics right now.
No.
Right?
Okay, we're having a good conversation with Kiba.
Yeah, we're having a good conversation. Exactly, dude.
And they just come in and ruin it every time. It's crazy.
Yeah, so you can get unmuted when you provide your evidence that you just said you had. You're not going to use tactics to try to switch up the way the conversation's going. You made a claim that Antarctica is a continent, and you have a photograph of it in whole from a satellite. Pop it in the side chat. Pop the type of lens that was used and what height it was, what altitude it was, and how you validated that it was actually there and that it's a real photograph. And then admit that you can't actually validate that empirically. You just have to have blind faith in trusting it, right? So once you do that, then you can be unmuted. Ice JJ Fish. Anyway, I'm going to go on mute until this clown provides the evidence I already know doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, it would be fairly easy to prove one way or the other, just like, with like ships and stuff, because if Antarctica turns away from the ship, then it's a continent, but if it turns towards the ship, then it's an ice ring.
There's interesting stories from the past about people that have tried to sort of circumnavigate around the coastline of Antarctica, and it hasn't turned out the way that they thought it would. And it's not matched up with the globe. So I don't know. It's kind of sketchy when you're looking at stories from old explorers and things like that. But what I haven't seen is that anyone has done a north to south circumnavigation. or really been able to validate exactly what happens when you keep going south. You would think that would have been done numerous times by now.
Yeah, the only problem is that there might be a lot of icebergs floating around that would make it too dangerous to get close enough to see the coastline.
I know, but isn't there like there's like planes and like solar drones, all kinds of like different things, right? Apparently all these satellites floating around in space and blah blah blah, right? So it should be stacks of evidence. But if you go in to Google right now and you type in satellite image of Antarctica from space, right, you're going to see a whole stack of cartoons, obvious CGI images. And Antarctica's weird, right? You can go on Google Earth and you can use the distance markation tool and draw a distance around any continent or island or landmass, and it will tell you the distance around it. You do the same thing for Antarctica, it just comes up with an error. It won't give you it. It doesn't work at all, which is weird. I don't know, why, but that's something that's happens.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. Solar drones. I'm surprised nobody's traveled over Antarctica in one of those. Because then obviously you wouldn't be at risk of dying because it's a drone.
Figure some Red Bull guy would have done that and filmed it.
Oh yeah, a DM from Ice JJ Fish. Click ignore.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like if somebody were to try to sail around Antarctica and then they, their magnet is always like changing direction because they're going around it, that would at least prove that it's like a continent and that there's a south magnetic pole
the south. Well, the magnetic south isn't even on Antarctica. It's like something that shifts. Apparently, there's actually like 2 south magnetic points or something like that. It gets super complicated and super weird the way that the magnetic poles and stuff work in the south. Doesn't make sense to me, but I'm sure there's other people that could explain that much better. I know Jedi can explain it really well. But yeah, no one's done what you're suggesting. And it could be a continent. Who knows? And it could be a continent, and that could still work just fine on a flat Earth as well. So
it could, but that kind of begs the question as to why nobody's found, what's further beyond Antarctica. Because people have traveled all around the southern area of the world.
No one's just kept going south. Look up, try to find who's just kept going in a south direction the furthest. Right? No one's ever just kept going south and come back up around the other side of the globe, right? Like thousands of people have done east to west.
Right, but if it is a globe, then going east to west is basically the same as going south, right? Because
so why have countless people done east to west circumnavigations, but no one's done a north to south one?
Yeah, when you look at those north to south routes, they always go down to the shoreline of Antarctica, and then when you look at them on a map, they'll travel along the coastline for a couple hundred miles and then basically go back up the direction they came when you actually look at it, the maps, and then they'll get credit for that for like the Guinness Book of World Records and such.
Well, what would they need to do exactly? Would they need to go all the way around Antarctica and then keep going, or how would they
do a great circle, north to south? Approximately. It doesn't have to be perfect, but just keep going south over Antarctica and come back up around the other side of the globe.
Because like if you were sailing, you'd have to sail past Antarctica. You couldn't go like through it, obviously.
Yep.
Um,
You could sail
Well,
around it and then continue on south once you get around to the other side.
well, I mean, but south is going to turn around and be behind you at that point. So then you'd be going north.
Right. And that would be doing your north-south circumnavigation.
Isn't that what we want to see? An airplane with a compass heading south, and then watch the compass flip as they cross over the South Pole?
I would assume there's got to be a video of someone doing that at some point, right?
Well, once you look into it, you'll be
Showing the
disappointed once you look into it. Yeah, you'll find people that have proposed to do it and tried to maybe get some funding, and then cancelled it. And there's also people that, if you look up people that have sailed around Antarctica, you'll find all of these websites, and it's like, oh wow, all of these people have done this, and then you'll click into the website, and you'll see that they raised a whole bunch of money to fund the trip, and then it got cancelled, and they didn't do it.
But the problem is, like on a globe, if it truly is a globe, and you do this, keep going south thing, you're just gonna wind up, in like Cape Town or something. You know what I mean? Like you're not. It's not like you're gonna find some new undiscovered area. So like,
No,
but that's
exactly.
what you would.
But you're gonna debunk the flat Earth, though.
Yeah, but then you could just say like, oh, he just went east to west. He didn't actually go south. You know what I mean?
It would have to be a trip that was, just film the trip. We have cameras these days. We can film the trip and then use tracking and all of that kind of thing, right? Have multiple trackers on it. Could even have people from both sides on the trip, and then have it all filmed as well. Just film it.
Yeah.
We have this Starlink, right? So just live stream the whole thing.
There's a pretty awesome book called The Iron Republic about I think it was during the 1800s, some rich guy hired a crew and they went through what they called the Southern Gate and ended up in a whole new civilization. And it's a pretty detailed, awesome story. It's the Iron Republic, if you're ever interested in reading.
What if we just took some, like, I know there's like a website or something that tracks like not cruise ships, like cargo ships and stuff. Like, what if we looked at that and maybe there's some cargo ships that go, only in the southern part of the world from, South Africa, Australia, and South America. And maybe
Somebody
that could.
queue up the video. There is one.
What video?
I'll find it, but it was people were tracking cargo ships going towards Antarctica, and then they kept tracking them 500 to 900 miles inland, where it showed them just the cargo ship 900 miles inland away from the shoreline. I'll find it and send it right now.
Man, that's crazy.
What's going on?
Hey.
Back to dead air, are we?
Well, I was looking. Have you ever seen that video of those guys using the ship trackers and they're watching ships go inland across the Antarctic coastline like 500 to 900 miles?
No. What?
All right, I'll keep looking. So it's a Flat Earth Day video. They're watching his ship trackers, and they keep talking about this island out in the middle of the ocean called Kiribati, and they're tracking these oil tanker sized ships go just crossing over the Antarctica coastline. And going 500.
Yeah. Yes, I do remember that. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that, and so I'm trying to find the video. Got it. It's a good one. Here it is. It's 12 minutes long, but it's good. Link incoming.
I mean, it's only 2025. We're not that advanced. It's just a software malfunction or something, right? Like it, you know.
Yeah, maybe the satellites over Antarctica aren't as accurate or something.
All right. Well, it's good chatting with you, Kiba. It's always nice to have an honest, good faith conversation. So it's great.
Yeah, you too. Do you guys think the moon is physical or just a light?
Not sure.
Sorry, what was that?
If you think the moon is physical or just a light?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. Yeah. I've got to admit it. Like, it looks like it has physical features, right?
Yeah.
But,
yeah, I've seen some up close telescope footage, and yeah, you can see like the crevices and the shadows and the craters and all that.
Yep.
There's been some weird anomalies with it though too, like things passing in front of it, objects that appear to be in the sky passing in front of it, like, and then they pass in front of it and they get to the edge, and as it leaves it's leaving the edge of the moon, it seems to like drag some of the moon with it, like this plume follows it. Like it's really fucking weird. It looks like it's I don't know. It's some really strange stuff.
And then we got lunar waves and things like that.
Lunar waves. People
So I
claiming
think
to
that the sky
photograph
could
stars through it.
The way the sky works could be something beyond our comprehension. I mean, there were even scientists in the 60s saying that the moon is plasma and that nobody would ever be able to land on the moon. So I'm not saying that I agree with that. I'm just saying that there's other options, and it could be something beyond what we even can comprehend at this stage. But
What
yeah,
are
it looks like
moon-
but holograms look like they're physical as well, but they're not. I'm not saying it's a hologram, but that's an example.
What are moon waves?
You can look it up if you go on YouTube and look up lunar wave footage. There's a whole bunch of people, and it looks like the big wave goes across the surface of the moon.
Like a big ripple, but just distorting it in its wake kind of thing, and then like sort of goes back to normal. Even William Herschel, who was an early renowned astronomer, you won't find this. I've tried finding it online. I read it in a book by another astronomer years ago, and he highlighted all these strange anomalies that astronomers had seen over the years. William Herschel recorded. He didn't talk about it. He didn't publicize it. He just left it in his diary or something because he didn't want to be ridiculed by his peers. But yeah, he said he saw a plume of green, like stuff coming out of the moon one night through his telescope. Yeah, which was weird.
Would you agree that the moon appears to be spherical?
Yes, sometimes. Like, it's hard to tell, like, because you can get that illusion, I guess, because, like, you could be, like, we've got a clip where there's four objects, and they all look spherical, but one's, like, just a flat piece of paper. One's, like, like half a sphere, but like a tennis ball, but, like, inside out, like, the other way around. Like, say, you're looking at the inside of, like, a cup. It looks like a sphere from the other side. Like, yeah, and then there's one that's the same but turned over, and then there's one that's an actual sphere, right? So it's like you can't really tell. Like it if it was physical, it could be like a lens shape, right? Like a lens shape could give that effect. You know what I mean?
In the side chat.
Or like an M&M shape. You wouldn't know. There were, I was talking about William Herschel. William Herschel had some strange ideas about what the other side of the moon shape was like. So did a lot of other astronomers, early astronomers. They theorized all different kinds of crazy shapes on the other side of the moon, like it being elongated and stretched out and all sorts of strange stuff, right? They didn't necessarily think that it was a sphere. And their work has been built upon by modern day astronomers. They, now if they were alive, they'd get told they were wrong by mainstream. That's not to say that mainstream is correct either, right?
So, what's your opinion on the Aristophanes thing with the shadows and the sticks?
Well, it's assumption-based calculation, right? So he's just got one stick that doesn't have a shadow, and then there's another stick that's away from it that has a 7.2 degree shadow. Then he assumes that he's standing on a sphere, and he assumes that the sun is so far away that the sun rays are coming in perfectly parallel. And then he's doing his calculations based off of those assumptions and calculating a radius value. A circumference value. Did he even ever do that? Did he even exist? There's no primary evidence, right? He didn't write what he did down anywhere. There's no evidence that he even existed, right? But let's say he did exist, right? He was spoken about hundreds and hundreds of years later by people that said what he did. Where did they get the information about what he did? There's no evidence of that either. Some people speculate, oh, maybe it was just like handed down around the campfire or something like that. We have no idea. But let's say he did do what he did. All he did was make assumptions, right? You could do the same thing in your room, in your house, right? If you had your light on your ceiling in the center of the room, put one stick under it, no shadow, put another stick over in the distance, 7.2 degree shadow. Assume that your flat floor is spherical. Assume that the divergent light is that's coming out of the bulb, right? Assume that that's coming in parallel, and then you can work out the sphericity of your flat floor, right? So that's how
Bob's your uncle.
That's it. Done. And look, the Chinese did the same thing, right? Same sort of thing. We've got a PDF on it. It's called the Chinese Eratosthenes, and they did the same thing, but they made the opposite assumptions, right? That the Earth was flat and that the sun rays were divergent, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. So both parties made assumptions, and you can't do that. So yeah, it's kind of like junk, basically.
Well, Simon Dan 2 months ago had this thing where like over 1,000 people submitted their, shadow lengths and everything, and he compiled them all into like graphs. And according to him, he claimed that the graphs were consistent with a globe and he even like factored in like if there was a close sun on a flat Earth, like what that graph would look like, and it didn't look like that.
So he's strawmanning what he does, right? He is a strawman Dan. Okay, so he's basing that off the AE map, and he's basing that off a physical local sun at some distance that he's decided would debunk the flat Earth, right? So we don't claim that the AE map is the flat Earth map, and we don't claim that the sun is a physical object at X distance away. So it's a straw man argument, and then he's making the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made with the shadow angles. Right? And the globe itself is just the celestial sphere transitioned or translated into the terrestrial sphere anyway. Right? He's got to go find that curvature. That's what it's going to come down to. Right? These shadow angles or whatever and assumptions that he's making are not going to explain all of the flat water that we empirically observe over and over again. And strawmanning us, which he does in every single video, which is, like, there are dumb flat earthers out there that are pushing the AE map all the time. So I don't even think it's such a bad thing that anti-flat earthers are tearing apart certain completely retarded flat earth arguments. But people watch those and they think that all flat earthers are claiming those things, which isn't true. So yeah, Strawman Dan. Super dishonest, just kind of reads scripts, refuses to debate anyone. Yeah. That's what they have to do. They have to strawman us. They have to lie about our arguments and lie about our position to and then, then they rebut their own straw man that they made up and say, look, I've debunked flat earth, stupid flat earthers. That's a revenue. That's his revenue source, right? He's the guy that gets, hundreds of thousands of views making flat earth debunk videos. And he does it, these people do it through ridicule, not through actually going in and trying to technically debunk the actual arguments that we're making. They do it just by strawmanning us and teasing us and making it seem like you would have to be a retard or a moron, and it would be super unpopular if you genuinely took the flat earth argument seriously. That's what they do. Even MC Toon still puts big flat disc planet things with all water falling off the side as his thumbnails, right? He knows that we don't claim that, but he'll put it on because he's using this ridicule tactic to sway his viewers. And that's what Professor Dave does as well. Every video thumbnail has a freaking AE map on it.
Yeah, I mean, what else would it be, though?
Well, no one knows that, right? So the AE map is just a globe projection. So once again, that's just the celestial sphere, right? Transitioned into a terrestrial sphere and then flattened out. So everything beyond the south is completely warped, right? And the Gleason map, right? These maps have a particular, I forget the exact word, but they have a particular way that you're supposed to use the map to do your calculations about how far it is from one place to the other. There's a particular word for it. I forget the word, right? It's like a legend on the map. Right. And it's everything stretched in the south. So you can't say that it's X distance from Sydney to Santiago on the AE map, on the flat earth map, right? And it's this other distance on the globe map because it's literally a globe. And you have to take into consideration the distortion when you're stretching it out and making it into a projection. So once again, it's people butchering their own globe projections and then strawmanning us and saying that this is the flat earth map and this is how the sun and the moon rotates over this strawman flat earth map. It's very dishonest.
I mean, right, obviously it wouldn't be the projection map, but it would roughly look, something approximately like that, right? Like, it couldn't look radically different from that, you know what I mean? Just like...
Well, I don't know. How would we know? How would we really know that? I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's all sorts of different projections, so why are we picking that one?
Well, I mean, just like, in a very general sense, right? Like, the...
Maybe close to the north, in Europe and stuff like that, you could say that, okay, if I get on a plane and I fly for 3 hours in this particular direction, I'm going to be in France, and then plot France down, and then, okay, I'm going to get on another plane, and I'm going to fly for 4 hours in this other direction, and then I'll be in Poland. And then, it's maybe somewhat accurate in that sense, but I mean, then they're still using these projections to calculate the distances and stuff, so I don't know. It gets super sketchy once you get into the south, right? That's when it gets weird. It's where the sky gets weird. It's where the magnetic declination and everything gets kind of weird. And then you start looking at old explorers having all of these, like, being off by orders of magnitude in where they thought that they were going. I don't know. It's one of those things we just don't really know for sure.
Would you say that flight charts are accurate?
I think they would also be just using the coordinate reference systems. I'm not sure exactly. I've never looked at flight charts. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces of them.
People use them to navigate, like pilots.
Do they actually use them, though? I'm not sure if they actually still use those, especially in commercial planes and stuff. It's all digital. It's all...
Well, I mean, historically, I'm sure they have more technological means, but like you can definitely still.
How do you make a flight chart? What's step one?
Well, they have these like sheets of paper with like different sections of the earth.
And how did they gather the information for that section of the earth?
I guess from originally it would probably have been from like what do you call them? Cartographers or something, but then maybe they updated them with like satellite stuff or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. And then how would that validate a globe either, like, as well?
So there's this guy, I forget, it might have been McToon, but I forget who it was, but somebody was like bet money that like, oh, you can't make the flight charts into a globe or something. And then he took a bunch of like physical pieces of paper with the flight charts on them and like cut and paste them together right at the right, where the latitude and longitude lines were and stuff. And they all like kind of wrapped around a big globe.
Right, but that's the celestial sphere, the latitude, longitude system that's based off the sky. It's not based off the globe, right? That's where they got the globe from. So, yeah, that's just like a spherical coordinate system based off the sky. And then they're going to say, oh, look, this matches the globe, right? What globe? That's what we need to find. Where's the globe in reality?
There were maps of the ground and, putting them together so that, like, one piece of paper matches the other piece of paper, like the geographical features and everything.
Where's that map? Where's that map, though?
Which map?
The map that you're talking about.
You want me to show you the video?
Well, is there a map?
Yeah, I mean,
right. So if you're sticking all of these things together, it's gonna make a big map, right? You're sticking all of these flat bits of map together, it's gonna make a big flat map. So where is that?
Yeah, so he took like all the flat maps and then they turned into a globe when he put them all together.
How did they turn into a globe? You can post the video if you want.
Yeah, well, let me find it 1 second.
You know what he's never going to find? He's never going to go out and do an observation and have curvature observed. That's where he's going to fall short. It's going to use ridicule and strawman arguments and lying to people about where coordinate systems originated and things like that.
All right, I posted it.
Look.
Travis there? No, he's gone. Okay, never mind. I just looked it up. Well, yeah, I asked Google, Dr. Google, about, so why is there ships showing up on ship trackers, from Kiribati, registered, but very, not known about, not much other information about them, showing up like inland in Antarctica. And it said it's probably errors, or it could be deliberate. There's errors. Apparently, there's errors where it'll flip the longitude with the latitude, and it'll place the ship like somewhere stupid, like inland. And other software error. Like I said, software errors. I already called that, but there's deliberate. Like, you can do it deliberately. You can scramble your position, like the signal, to show a fake position of your ship. If you're doing something naughty, like whaling maybe, or something like that, right? So, I don't know.
I just posted an image of what the ship might have looked like.
I posted McToon's globe that he made out of the maps, right? This is the final product here in the side chat, which I had to, just to skip a few places in the video, I had to watch 6 ads.
What the heck is that?
So specifically what he was doing was he was trying to make a triangle out of 3 90-degree turns. And that's what he did there.
Come on, bro.
He's building a teepee. What the fuck is that? Oh, these clovers. What they'll go to, the lengths they'll go to. This is hilarious.
So yeah, like obviously if you can make 3 90-degree turns and wind up in the same place you started, then you'd be on a globe, right?
I think, what is it? 10,000 miles or something you have to go. Maybe long. Yeah. No, wait, is it?
Something like that. Yeah, that's essentially the journey that he charted on these flight charts.
Yeah, how accurate is this that he's put together here anyway? And what map did he, like, what were the flat chart? What map were the flat charts based off in the first place? And just because he's cherry picked some, like what he does, and he does this on Modern Day Debate as well, he'll find the dumbest flat earthers that he can find, and then he'll bait them into debating him so he can mock and ridicule them and make them look like the morons they are. And if you watch some of his debates, right, he'll find himself and someone else that is quite knowledgeable on the globe, right, and on this topic, and then he'll find the dumbest flat earthers, and they'll just go in and just destroy them in a debate. And this is his tactics, right? Like he's not in here begging Indio to come on and debate him, right? He's been begging Demok to debate him, right? So Demok has made an appearance on his show 2 times, right? And the whole show is just McToon laughing at Demok's craziness. And Demok told us how he was begging me to come on his show over and over again and then fight the flat earth. Who did he have on his show? It wasn't Indio. It wasn't Amish. No, who was it? Demok. Fight the flat earth versus Demok. Right? They're picking people that they can ridicule and use for content. And then they put like freaking 50 ad breaks in their videos. Like I had to skip through 6 ads just to skip to this paper mache mess thing at the end.
Yeah, he listed the flight charts he used in the description.
Yeah.
That's funnier than Rob Noxious building like paper mache solar systems in his garage.
Yeah, you think that these people could just go out and actually just go and observe the globe, right? Just go and find the curvature. But not, they have to jump through all these hoops and do all this mental gymnastics to try to convince people that it's a globe. Meanwhile, we can just go out and test the Earth.
The problem is if we see too far, then there's no test that can prove the globe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, if there was actually curvature, then it would be able to be tested, right? It would be there. There would be hundreds of feet of obstruction over 20 miles, right? Physical obstruction, physical horizon.
If there is this magical refraction, then it's like, well, lasers are going to be refracted, and P900.
There is no magical refraction that flattens out the Earth and makes it always look flat. That's completely retarded to suggest such a thing. It is.
But that has to be the case if it is a globe.
Exactly. So it's not a globe. Can't possibly be, right? Because there is none of that.
Yeah, but if it is a globe, then it would be.
Yeah, if it is a globe, you need all of this magic to make it work, right? You need magic gravity and you need magic refraction, right? And mental gymnastics, right? And you need to break natural laws, and then you can't demonstrate anything on a smaller scale, right? You just have to have faith and tell people that, well, you can't demonstrate it on a smaller scale. You would need a planet the size of the Earth to set up a test. So you're just going to have to trust it. And then you're going to have to trust all of the things about what's going on in the sky that you can never validate.
Well,
it's like a religion at this point. It's just faith-based. It's not there's no empirical evidence of it. We have all of the empirical evidence. We can back up every single one of our claims empirically and show demonstrations and experiments on a smaller scale, right? With the gas pressure, right? With the density, relative density, with the flat water, right? And then we can go test the Earth. We can set up all of these things we can just easily validate, right? Anyone can do it. And then we have the base axiom, which is what everyone actually experiences, right? Which is a flat and stationary Earth. So everything's pointing towards it being flat. And then the globe stuff is all just kind of like you just said, you need magical gravity. Magical refraction.
Yeah.
To some type of refraction that somehow flattens all the water out, which doesn't even align with what refraction would even do according to the globe side. Right? You heard, I don't know if you watched the video I posted before, but you had the guy, right? The engineer, physics teacher, explain to you. Refraction is some small consideration that we need to take into account. If you have something that's exceeding these limitations, then it can't be explained with this. This is what the mainstream says. When we show these observations to people, right, that are intellectually honest, that are educated in this sort of area, they'll say, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's interesting. I'll have to look further into it. and come back another time.
So the globe would need magical refraction, but the flat Earth would need a magical sky.
Well, no, the flat Earth would just need this. Okay, so nobody can confirm exactly what's going on in the sky, right? You guys have a magical sky. Okay, you guys have dark matter and dark energy. Okay, because the math was over 95% off. Okay, so you had to invent some completely made up bullshit to make the math work, dark matter and dark energy. Then we get magic like Uranus smells like farts and rains diamonds, right? It rains diamonds on Uranus and it rains diamonds on Neptune. And then exoplanets that are millions of light years away, it rains sideways glass rain. And then we got black holes, and then some black holes are hairy black holes. And we got all of this crazy bullshit, right? That if we were making these claims and you'd never heard of them, you would say that we're batshit crazy. But because people have been conditioned to this bullshit, right? People are just like, oh, wow, science, wow. Oh, it rains diamonds on Uranus? That's cool. You know, this is crazy sky magic. We're not claiming any crazy sky magic. We're saying we don't know how the sky works, which is honest, and that we can't confirm it empirically. Okay, we have all of the empirical evidence, which is the flat water, right? Gas pressure needing a container and all of this thing, but we don't even have to go there. Just the flat water is enough. So yeah, we don't have any crazy claims. We have objective reality, testing of objective reality, empirical, testable, repeatable observations. And what's the globe have? It has magical refraction, magical gravity, diamond rain, like all this crazy shit. Infinite space vacuums, like nothing exploding and turning into everything, and a big flat universe that's flat like a sheet of paper that's ever expanding into nothing, whatever that is, right? It's crazy. And then we got the Earth. Oh, the Earth, it's moving in 11 to 14 different vectors at the same time, going over 1.5 million miles per hour. Come on, man. We're not the ones making crazy claims. We're just like, oh, well, the Earth, we don't have any evidence that the Earth is moving, right? And just, oh, okay, we all experience that, and we see the lights in the sky moving. Wow, crazy claim there.
Yeah, but if you look at like retrograde planets, that makes a lot more sense with a solar system rather than a flat Earth, sky thing.
Yeah, cool. In the flat universe, in the space, big giant infinite space vacuum that can't be proven. I mean, cool. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like, you're gonna need curvature for all of these claims, right? So we have prerequisites for claims. Right, so one of the prerequisites would be curving water. If we can debunk that, then all of the claims that rely on the prerequisite can be thrown in the bin. Right, because what you're talking about is just a theoretical mathematical model, and it's not something that you're ever able to validate yourself. Right, because they're having to assume the radius value is correct for their calculations. They're using that radius value to calculate the distances to what they're talking about with the retrograde motion and all of that kind of thing. They are assuming all of these different things are true. And then they're basing their math on these assumptions. All of these things that haven't been scientifically proven either, right? A whole stack of pseudoscience, essentially. It's something that you're going to have faith if you want to continue believing in it. And that's just the way it is.
Like the 24-hour sun, like, obviously that's kind of weird on a flat Earth. Like, sure, like...
Yo, well, what's the sun?
It's magic.
Yeah, magic. There we go. Welcome to the globe, right? We got and they're trying to explain the magic. I don't know.
I mean, all I'm saying is the 24-hour sun makes perfect sense for a globe, but on a flat Earth, it gets a lot more confusing.
Regardless of whether it makes sense or not, the issue is, my friend, there's no measured curvature on the ground, so you don't have a globe. So if you say the 24-hour sun proves globe, I'm just going to laugh at you because there's no measured curvature.
Yeah, but how am I supposed to measure the curvature?
Well, empirical observations, right? So just you've got go get a 10-mile distance, calculate how much curvature there would have to be over that distance, and find it. Right? This is a globe problem. All you're gonna be able to measure is flat water. So you got a huge problem there. It's a huge you problem. It's not our problem to prove your claim. You guys go work out how to find the curvature that has to be there for it to be a globe. We didn't even have to go out and show and measure that there's no curvature because we don't even have the burden of proof. But because we're such good guys, we've gone and done that over and over and over and over again and validated empirically that the water is flat. Meanwhile, where's all of the globe observations? Where there's the vast majority of people are globe earthers, right? All of the universities, right? All of modern history, all of this equipment and money and funding, but there's not one measurement where they've been able to validate that there's any curvature over distance empirically. It's all calculation based. Right?
Have you seen
what?
Have you seen Mr. Sensible's Mage weather balloon?
Yes.
Yeah, so he went up to I think it was 39 kilometers or something. And it was, I saw a little bit of curvature there.
Really? Well, when the camera tilts left and right, the curvature goes away. Well, that's weird, isn't it? And then we've got astronauts that went up to double that height, right? We've had astronauts like Wally Funk who went up to 350,000 feet, 62 miles. What's that? Like 100 kilometers or something like that. Okay, and said that they were disappointed they didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. Same with William Shatner. William Shatner said he didn't see the curvature of the Earth, and the Earth looks flat, and he thinks the Earth is flat, and he also went up on the Blue Origin, which is 3 times as high as Mr. Sensible, the anti-flat earther that kind of makes a living trying to debunk flat Earth. Yeah, so you've shown that picture. If you tilt that camera left or right, that curvature disappears, which I have a screenshot of somewhere, which I'll find right now.
Yeah, but barrel distortion is at the very negligible when you're close to the center of the camera.
Yeah, but it also offsets worse at long and short range. So there's a big, see how the wires run across the image? That's very close to the camera. We all agree with that.
They're not even straight, Matrix. They're not even straight. You can see the bottom one is barreling downwards. Yeah, the bottom one's concave and the top one's convex. And they're close to the camera, exactly. So something in the distance, much larger, is going to show more distortion. But we're not even looking at the Earth. We're looking at a cloud deck. And you wouldn't even see, mathematically, you wouldn't see that much curvature from that height anyway. Okay, so even from 1.3 million feet height, you would only see a drop left and right of center frame by 0.6 degrees. That's the height of the ISS, right? So this is not high enough that you would see this much, right? This is a particular barrel distortion effect, right? We've got all sorts of different barrel distortions, pincushion distortion, regular barrel distortion. We don't know what's going on exactly with the cloud deck either, but I'm just trying to find my screenshot here so I can show that same horizon at the same altitude straighten out, flat, in the same footage, just by tilting the lens.
Well, if you look at that curved line, that's a superimposed line, which is based on, what the expected curvature would be at that height.
No, it's not. See, you didn't even listen to a word that DJ just said. That's higher than that you should not see curvature. And now you're telling us that's the expected curvature at that height. How did you miss that, bro?
Because if you look at his
so how did he determine that that's how much curvature there should be at that height?
Just the globe math.
Oh, yeah, what globe math? How did he do the globe math? I'm sure he's using computer software to do that, right? And there'll be a simulated lens. Okay, so what is the focal length of the simulated lens that he's using in GeoGebra or whatever software he's using to come up with this? And at what height and distance? I bet he doesn't even show that in the video. But the thing is, okay, if that's meant to be the curvature, then how come it's flat in some of the, when the camera pans left or right, how come all of a sudden it flattens out?
Barrel distortion.
Barrel distortion. Well, how come the straight lines, how come the straight lines are so bent? The little strings that he's got, how come they're bent as well?
Well, he even took a screenshot where the curvature was below the blue line, but there was still curvature. So even when the barrel distortion was working against it, there was still enough curvature to.
Yeah, but the blue line's concave.
Right.
Right, because there's lens distortion effects taking place.
Yeah, but even that distortion wasn't enough to negate
your issue still exists. We'll give you your video, so let's go out on the ground and measure this over a 10-mile distance. Why do we get no curvature on the ground over 10 miles?
Refraction.
Refraction. How do you get refraction standing 2 foot from a laser?
I don't know.
Well, you said it.
You already showed like that you don't really know much about refraction. You're just saying the word refraction. That's the problem here, right? That's why you guys aren't convincing at all, because you just learnt how to make a noise out of your mouth. That's refraction, right? You haven't studied it. You don't know anything about it, right? You've just seen anti-flat earthers say that when they show long distance observations, say refraction, and that's going to fix the problem. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, I want to understand it better, but if it's a globe...
Where's the curvature now? Where's the curvature now in this, Mr. Sensible? No, I've drawn a completely flat line across.
Concave,
that matches
look
up.
out.
Well, we have a contradiction here. So obviously we're dealing with lens effects, distortion because of barrel distortion and things like that.
That's at 25 kilometers, though. That's not near the...
Oh, so there's no curvature at all at 25 kilometers. And then all of a sudden at 35 kilometers, you've got this much curvature. I'm sure I have screenshots from higher altitude as well, because I took a whole stack.
So at what point what elevation does it change from negative to positive curvature?
Once you start getting over 30 kilometers, I guess. It starts being more obvious.
So let me get this right. We've got people that have said Yep.
Sorry, man. Just quickly, just while I had this. So here's the same altitude. Well, now the curvature's back. Still at the low altitude when you just said that there's no curvature there. So look, we're at 24,000 feet now. And wow, the curvature's there. And then in the image above it, oh wow, the curvature's gone and we're even higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some distortion on the lens. I'm not denying that. I noticed it distorting as well when I watched the video.
Exactly. Here's another one where the curve's gone as well. So yeah, we've got, and we've got a super sneaky guy as well, right? This Mr. Sensible. Once again, another person that makes money debunking flat Earth. Which I'm not saying that
doesn't know if he's sitting on it in a chair or not.
Yeah. Doesn't know anything as is real. Can't be sure of anything, he says. Even if he's talking to us on Discord, he doesn't even know if he's talking to us on Discord.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So you can't be certain of anything, right? Well, not 100%.
only one thing.
What's that?
Which is our own existence.
Right. So I could have just shoveled like dog shit into your mouth and you're chewing it right now and smiling. That's a possibility, right? You can't be 100% sure that I didn't just shovel dog shit into your mouth and you're just chewing it right now and smiling. You can't be sure that that's not happening, right?
I just started eating, dude.
It's a non-zero.
Well, he's chewing on dog shit. Like, he could be chewing on dog shit right now, and he doesn't even know 100% if that's not happening.
It's a non-zero probability.
He could have like the foot of a pigeon foot in his pocket as well. It could be there. We can't know for certain that it's not.
I mean, you'd have to agree, right? Like it could be a 0.00000, like.
So there's a small chance that right now you're chewing on dog shit that I shoveled into your mouth.
It's everything's possible.
All right, bro. All right, I'm gonna go on mute and go make a coffee. I appreciate dude. I appreciate the conversation with you. You're good to talk to.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, cheers.
That was awesome. They never cease to amaze me.
Thanks for saying that too while I'm shoveling noodles in my mouth. Stuff ya?
Me too. Yeah, I'm eating curry.
It's a non-zero probability those noodles are actually dog shit.
Yep, there is absolutely zero chance of it. You, on the other hand, I don't know if I'd ever eat.
So why don't you guys like the idea that like anything is possible?
I've got no problem with people saying anything is possible. Hell, you could be married to Santa Claus for all I care. But when you go and measure something, all of a sudden, anything is possible comes down to a measurement.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, negate a measurement based on that philosophy.
But anything's possible. If I measure my computer desk at 6'1", oh hell, it could be 10 foot. Anything's possible.
Yeah, but the chances would be so extremely low that it's not even worth mentioning.
What do you mean chances? I've just put a tape measure across it. If you've measured something at 6'1", the chances of it being 6'1" are fucking 100%. You don't even bother taking probability into it. It's not I've just measured it as 6'1", but there's a 0.00001% chance of it being 15 foot wide. Wake up yourself, bro.
I mean, have you ever heard of measure twice, cut once?
Yeah. Hang on, Kiba, I got to point something out to you, okay? You're not alone in this thing about, there's always a non-zero probability of X happening. Okay, that claim is kind of, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's fucking it's basically vaporware, dude. Because that claim, how does one even go about trying to quantify that number? Okay, like it's basically a glorified way of saying I don't know. But using a lot of words for no reason. Makes it sound smarter, some shit. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point? There's no way to quantify it. Is there? Think about that one.
Yeah, not really.
Where do you get this 0.000000001? Like, how did you crunch that number, dude? Like, think about that one.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't I don't think it's a smart idea to go about your life, emphasizing that, every time you do anything, you second guessing it because, what if I'm wrong, but, in general, our measurements are accurate and, the world is as it seems, but, there's always just a slight possibility that we could be wrong,
Well, I'm not dismissing that. I'm not dismissing that, dude, but there's a difference between the statement, you can never know something for sure, right? And some things you can know for sure, and some things you can't. But people kind of walk around with the former and apply that to everything. And, you know what I mean? Do you ascribe to that?
I mean, I would say we can know things with such a high degree of certainty that we might as well treat it like it's 100% true. But
everything or some things?
Well, depends on how much evidence we have for something.
Okay, so not everything.
Well, obviously there are things that are unknown, like what is the sky and things like that.
But that's not what I'm asking. Are you saying that you can't know anything 100%? Or are there some things that you can and some things you can't? I'm not asking you to necessarily identify which ones are which, but to make that distinction, is that something that you would consider doing and abide by that?
There's only one thing we can know 100%, which is that we ourselves exist.
Really?
Because to even ask
Is
that
water
question,
wet?
does we exist? Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that statement, though?
99.9% sure.
Okay, so you don't actually know.
Are you sure about that?
I could be delusional.
99.9% sure. You know that's eventually going to squash down to zero.
Yeah, you find yourself in an infinite regression in this case. It's absurd.
There could be a schizophrenic who thinks water is dry. You know what I mean? They're just totally out of their mind.
Yeah, but then you have an isolated case.
But what if everybody is actually delusional?
But what if you can do the what if game all day, bro? Seriously. But what if someone's got mental problems and they think my microphone is a pizza? Yeah. They'll probably try to eat it. Who cares? Yeah. The what if game is just childish.
Yeah, dude, if there are some people that are certainly delusional or schizophrenic or whatever, that means there are some that are not. So you have something to compare it to, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying,
Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
100% is a big deal.
Yeah, but you're 100%. You know for 100% that you're there, right?
Yeah.
Are you 100% that you're speaking to me right now?
No, that's only 99.9%.
Okay, then let's refine that. Okay. Are you 100% that you're speaking into a device?
No.
No.
I could be in a simulation. I could be dreaming. I could be, who knows?
Okay. But even if you were in your dream, right? Let's factor that in, right? If you're in a dream, are you 100% that right now in a dream, in this hypothetical dream, that you're speaking?
I think that I'm speaking in a dream. If I was in a dream, but I mean, or I'm 100%.
Even when you have Even when you have a lucid dream, right? You know you're having a lucid dream.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Are you guessing that?
No.
No.
I don't know that
So there's one thing that you can know.
Uh-huh.
My point is, dude, I'm just trying to highlight this ephemeral statement of you can't know anything is a very bold and fallacious statement. Because already you just identified two things. Right? It's kind of like the black swan shit, right? All swans are white. All you need is one instance of a black swan to bend that statement, the previous statement. Because not all. Here's one that's not. All encompasses everything. Here's one that's not that, therefore not everything. Right? Very simple logic, right?
Yeah, but my brain is, made of imperfect atoms, and I can't necessarily
not part of the
trust my
problem.
So what?
So my logic could be faulty.
Okay. So think about it. How?
How what?
What are you admitting that you could be wrong about the globe, Todd?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Like, there's been a number of occasions where I was, I felt like I was 100% certain of something, and it turns out I was mistaken.
And that's fine. I'm not saying mistakes can't happen, but check this out, right? If you were, quote unquote, if you felt 100% certain about something, right, and you turned out to be wrong, right? You know for certain that you were wrong. 100%. Or was it maybe that you're wrong? Right?
Maybe.
The point is, dude, just stop with this. You can't know anything for certain. That is not true. Some things you can, some things you can't. That's all.
One thing we know for certain, maybe the only thing, is that we are experiencing things.
Well, that was his first statement. Yeah. That's for sure one thing. I'm just trying to highlight that it's not the only thing.
Correct, like laws of physics.
Sure. Like what?
like entropy, gravity, I guess that you don't believe in that, but
But one thing, I like what Indio does, right? Because he says, because he'll ask you, can you be 100% certain of things? And I'll say no. Up to 99.9999 whatever, but there's always that slight chance, right? And he's like, okay, can you be certain of that? And they're like, no, can't be certain of that either. And therefore, using that logic, there's a chance that you can be 100% certain of things. That you are certain of that. You know what I mean? It's brilliant. It's turning it back on you because you can't say it. You can't. It leads to an infinite regression fallacy for a start, and it's reduced to absurdity because by you saying that you can't be 99% certain that you're 99%, that you can only be 99% certain of things, you've allowed the possibility that you are 100% certain of things.
Anything's possible.
That doesn't follow what?
It does.
No, it doesn't. All that's needed is a probability that's greater than 0.5. You could just talk about epistemic modality. Come on.
Yeah, and how certain are you of that?
How certain? I just told you the calculation.
How certain are you?
Well, yeah, I just answered.
I just
answered the questions, and then you interrupted because you realized you got.
Yeah, how certain are you? You can't be 100% certain of things. Just re-clarifying the question.
Yeah, you ran away. You got server mute. You had to get server mute.
Actually, no, he didn't. I just don't like little turds that interrupt people and then cry about other people interrupting them because they think there's some kind of awesome thing. So while you're here, what's your proof of measured drop over distance? Since you're obviously a ball believer.
Holy fucking shit. So the low tiers have to getting up and try mod abuse because you're intimidated. Keep running, slow boy. But anyway.
Okay, Junior. Obviously you don't understand how this works. We can leave you on red flag, and I don't think anyone's going to complain.
I'll complain if you don't.
I'm cool.
What a bitch!
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Okay, LA, tell us where the flat earthers hurt you.
Okay, mate. I'm about to get into epistemic.
Yeah, he's a waste.
Yeah, you're a clown shoes. Kick rocks, Junior.
Are you sure it's a he? I don't know.
Yeah, best don't ask. It's best not to know sometimes.
The clown car just pulled up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was he the driver or the clown in the rear? Oh shit! This is too good.
I think we're all certain of that. Fucking clown.
One thing I'm certain of is how curious I am about where the fuck that 0.1 number came from.
0.5.
Didn't he say 0.1?
No, 0.5.
It's an epistemology. They've said they've admitted it's just an epistemology, right? It's not based on anything empirical.
Oh, 0.5. There you go. And apparently I'm fat too. Or was he calling you fat? I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to find out.
Yeah, fuck that.
Oh, the other dude. Yeah, that's great. Go away.
pH fat, which is a good thing.
Are you guys 100% certain that the Earth is flat?
Yep.
So there's not even the tiniest little amount of doubt?
Not even a bee's dick, bro.
I mean, like, the surface that we live on is most definitely planar in nature. I mean, but, like, having said that, it could be inside a giant sphere. I don't know. Like, I guess, like, because that's something I don't know. I can't validate it. I could speculate about it, and that's throwing something out there. Like, I'm throwing you a bone right now. Yeah, it's possible that we're inside a giant one. And that's a way. It's the way that a lot of ancient cultures depicted their cosmology, as being on a planar surface within a giant spherical structure.
So you're telling me there's not even a 0.0001% chance that atmospheric refraction is the reason for all of the long distance observations that we see?
Dude, how do you get that number?
That show it curved. Maybe you should question that yourself.
Yeah, Q, how do you get that number, dude?
I don't know. They just put random numbers out their ass.
This is arbitrary.
Just so you know.
Yeah, hold on. It's arbitrary. You're right, dude. It's arbitrary. Instead of trying to sound smart and throw numbers and shit, just ask if we're sure. It means the same thing, right?
Well, because like, you could say I'm sure, but that could mean like 99.9 etc. % sure, right? Like, I'm just saying,
of course, it could mean 25% unsure or 75% sure. Who fucking cares? The problem is you can't get that. You can't crunch those numbers, or can you? How would you do that?
Well, you can't. But
okay, so why even say that? Because what if check this out, dude? What if you ask me, am I 90% sure? And I say I don't know. Do you think you're going to get a clearer answer by asking me if I'm 95% sure when there's no way for me to calculate that? Or 99.5?
I'm pretty damn sure the Earth is a globe, but even I still leave open a possibility that it's flat.
And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not harping on that. I'm just harping on this fucking idea that you can try and quantify that.
Well, I'm just
99.999999999% sure. Like, shut the fuck up. You're sure or you're not, or you're really sure. Like, it's a sense you have, man. It's not a number that you've crunched in your head. Like, get the fuck out of here with that, all you clowns.
Okay, I got a question for all of those who say, "Oh, the Earth is so obviously flat." Have any of you actually done yourselves an experiment and recorded data and have the observations and can provide all of it?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
Well, no.
Very, very, very suspicious.
Well, you haven't. We all know that, so...
Yeah, go do your own homework.
So it's trust me, bro. Got it.
Well, that's what you're giving us at the moment. No. Here's some cool photos from NASA.
Wrong.
Trust me, bro.
No, actually, it's...
Yeah, it is.
Trust the GPS that you use every day, but...
I don't use a GPS every day, mate. Unlike you little children, unlike you young fellows, I grew up in a time where the old Gregory's was the norm.
Maybe you've never flown on a plane or traveled out of the country.
Yes, I have been on a plane. Unfortunately for you, I went to the United States a couple of years ago.
So then how do you think they figure out the flight paths?
Well, they use a map.
Oh, really? So they just a pilot just looks at a map.
So let me get this straight. You do realise, Ice JJ, you do realise that planes didn't magically appear after GPS. Planes were around pre-GPS times.
Correct. But do you realize...
Excellent. So GPS...
Yeah,
they did it off a map.
We got the crash shot already.
They did it off a map.
It does...
Not off a map.
I asked you a basic question, you're crashing out.
Well, JJ, you seem to believe that GPS is the be-all and end-all of answers. They did it off a map prior to that, so GPS doesn't prove anything.
Does a heading or a compass require GPS?
No.
Exactly.
So anyways, I was going to say...
but it's not... Trust me, though.
You're not Kiva.
No, hold on. Trust me, bro.
No, hold on. You're not
GPS. No. GPS information is different from trust me, bro. You got trust me, bro.
So what?
I got the GPS on my phone.
Okay, you've got GPS data.
What do you have?
So what?
So what do you have?
You don't have GPS data.
Other than an oil rig GIF, what do you have?
You don't have GPS data.
So you have nothing.
All you've got is trust me, bro. So what about GPS proves the ground is a ball? What about
it? Yeah, the very fact that it's based off of an ellipsoid.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's based off of a reference system.
Yes, an ellipsoid.
You can wrap that reference JJ, hold your socks, brother. You can wrap that reference system around a banana. It will still work.
Can't. No, it won't make any sense.
Yes, you can. It will still work.
No, there's a reason. Don't
stutter on me. You sound like you're having a meltdown. It's a reference system. You can wrap it around any shape you like, my friend. That's all.
Do you know? Okay, just first of all, that's bullshit, and I'll just clarify that with this.
Oh, it's bullshit. Maybe you should look into it a bit more instead of just going, "Do you know how? Do you know?" and stuttering. And anyways, I was liking to talk to Kiba, not you. Before you have a meltdown.
Got it. You have anything you don't know?
No, you just had a meltdown, and now that you've stabilised yourself because you've had your meds, that's good.
I asked you for the evidence and for your experiment, and you said you wouldn't do it, you wouldn't give it. I don't believe it exists.
Why would I have to give my experiment? Why?
Because every time I present something...
You present fucking nothing. Right, anyways. Kiba, are you there? And he runs away.
Yeah, he's
good.
Yeah, he's back. Go out and do your own experiments, JJ. Don't rely on someone else's.
Kiba, you still there? Not there? That's alright.
The Earth isn't flat.
Probably got sick of JJ's voice.
The Earth isn't flat, by the way.
Then what's your proof of curvature?
I'm sick of this photo.
Curvature, the thing that proves that it's not flat.
Curvature.
Yeah.
Why would I need to do that?
Well, if you think the Earth's not flat, that means it's curved, and you would have to have proof of curvature.
I don't think it would have to be curved. Would it have to be curved if it's not flat?
Well, if it's not flat, what is it?
It's just not flat. Round.
He just realised he backed himself into a corner.
Yeah, flat doesn't deviate.
Wait, so does flat mean that the Earth isn't curved?
Correct.
Oh, well, then the Earth, I guess, is flat. Well, actually, it is curved because it has to be curved for it to be a ball.
Well, there's no measured curvature, so how can you have a ball if there's zero measured curvature?
There is curvature, I guess.
By the way, if I can interject.
Yeah, man.
If I could just quickly, I just want to point out to Ice, who, he's done this before. He jumps out in and out after being fucking muted. Dude, it's not going to unlock your mute. There's no point. In case you didn't notice that yet.
Wait,
Go ahead.
So if it's flat, how's it flat?
What do you mean, how is it flat? It was created that way.
It was created? By who?
What, did you think it just magically popped into existence from some kind of big bang?
Yeah.
Oh, so nothing exploded into something. That's crazy, bro.
Does an explosion create matter?
Wait, so what created it?
I wasn't here. It was already here before I was born, so I don't know.
You think Jesus did it?
Never met him. I don't know.
Would you rather meet Jesus or see the Earth when it was first popped in?
I'll go high five with JC. That'd be pretty cool.
High five with Jay-Z?
JC.
Who's JC?
Is this guy capable of tracking a conversation or what?
What are you talking about?
Fucking retarded. Clown car number 2.
Wow.
You asked me, which would I rather? See Jesus or the Earth? Yeah?
Yeah.
And I said I'd rather high five JC.
Who's JC?
And he still hasn't worked it out. I thought he was maybe a little bit on the not so quick side.
You have to explain the C. Really?
If you're not familiar with acronyms, abbreviations. JC. What do you think that stands for?
I don't know.
Wow.
Jelly crystals?
What does it stand for? I don't get it.
Cricket.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I guarantee no one else gets it.
Oh, no way! This guy is backwards slow. Holy shit.
Backwards slow.
Dude, you have that shame among humankind. That is just sad.
You'd high five JC. Yeah, I don't.
Who were you talking about prior to me saying that?
The Earth.
And?
Jesus.
Well, there's something that starts with J.
Why don't you just say Jesus? What's the C stand for?
Keep going.
Oh!
Oh my god. Clipcord, please! Please, brother! I know you're out there!
It stands for Jesus Christ.
Oh, no shit.
Oh. I get it now.
That's something. You should have picked that up instantly, mate.
Well, I don't think anyone else got it for a minute.
How
Did you guys
baked
get it?
on a scale of 1
We
to
all
10?
got it.
I don't
We
do
all.
drugs. Everyone got it?
Wait, where's this text chat going? The fuck?
Yeah, but the Earth isn't flat though. Like, you guys realize, like, we have like space government agencies.
Ooh, government agencies that tell you it's not flat. Oh, how did they prove it to you?
Why would they lie?
Where are you guys having this text chat? Like, I don't see it.
Why would they lie?
Who are you guys talking to?
Down the bottom, white people.
Is he talking out loud?
Yep. Oh, he was.
What the fuck? Oh,
I think this guy's a little lost. I can't lie.
I have him on mute. Oh my god, I have him on mute.
sometimes-
I had no idea.
Yeah,
He
that's
probably
weird,
should
eh?
be. Yeah.
What an idiot that guy was.
Probably for a reason.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, good reason.
Sorry about that.
You may have. What I've done before is I've gone to server mute people and I've locally muted them instead, like accidentally. Maybe that's what
okay.
happened.
I thought you had him on. I thought you guys were doing like a VC to text chat kind of battle.
And you're sitting there going, "Who the? What the?"
I'm dropping out, thinking I'm just like lagged or something. What the fuck? Sorry.
That's
Go ahead.
Well,
Missed
maybe
classic.
what you should do, 20, is go back and have a listen to the last, 5.
That's okay.
No, it's funny, man. If you hear the full lot of it, you'll be cacking yourself.
Oh shit. Okay.
So you would rather meet Jesus, but okay, that's cool. I don't know. Jesus seems cool. Did he create the Earth flat? I don't think so, though.
Oh well, if you want to answer your own questions, yeah, go for it, mate. You're cool.
Well, I'm just speaking out like loud, like just putting my ideas out there, because I don't think. Why would he make it flat? That wouldn't make sense.
The creator created the earth.
Who's the creator?
The creator is the creator.
Yeah, Jesus, right?
How do we know that?
I don't know, the Bible and stuff.
I don't believe in those things.
Yeah, the Bible says that the Logos created the earth or whatever.
Who's the Logos?
Jesus.
That's what I just said, though.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm right?
According to the Bible. Well, the New Testament at least.
If you believe Jesus is the creator, then that's on you.
Wait, so do you believe that?
Created it flat, so we got something stable and level to walk on, move around.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we believe, mate. We all have our own relationship with the creator. No religion here.
No religion? That's a big
No.
word. What do you
Are there
guys
any-
talk about then?
Just reality.
24/7 flat Earth.
Are there any
Have you guys ever been proven wrong?
The things that are verifiable.
Not yet.
We like to talk about things that are verifiable, like the reality, the surface of the earth.
What's under the earth?
We don't like speculations so much. That's
Under the
funny.
earth, there's a thing called the Kohler Super Deep Borehole. What's that? 7.6 miles or 7.4 miles, something like that. Anyways, underneath that, wouldn't have a clue. Between here and there, they dug up a lot of dirt.
Do you think, like... Wait, what do you mean? Like, under the earth, there's dirt?
Well, you asked what's under there.
Wait, is it like a box? What does it look like? In your guys' opinion.
What does it look like? They told you what does it look like.
Is it just like flat and then like is it a box? I don't get it. Is it a box?
So a box have a specific shape, So flat is the description of a surface. For example, the box have many flat sides. So what we are talking about is just one side, that it is flat. No one knows what is the shape of the earth.
Wait, why would I believe that?
That's a good question.
Why would you believe that? No one is asking you to believe anything. It's just the thing that is verifiable, like the surface that you are standing on. It's not, you don't need to believe that the surface that you are standing on is not curved. It's something that you can verify. What you are doing is question that you could ask yourself, why did you believe that the earth is a ball? Is it because you love balls?
Ooh. Now that's a good question.
That's a good insult right there.
That's a great insult, actually.
Well, let me ask you this, right? Let me ask you this: Did you work it out yourself, or did you need to be told?
I just trust like NASA and stuff. They like do that, you know.
So you needed to be told, right? It wasn't
Wait,
something you
Tito,
worked
you
out
realize
yourself.
you're going to be needed to be told like a lot of things by people who work in specific professions, right? So like when I go to like a fucking mechanic, right? I don't need to know everything about cars to trust my mechanic, right? You know, I don't have time to like study into every field, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't trust mechanics.
Okay.
Even
Yeah,
the bullet,
because
dude.
when you trust mechanics, they will charge you a bill bigger than what they made or repaired, because you
Maybe
are
in like your country,
ignorant about what
maybe in like
you're
India,
ignorant
bro. But
about those things that are related to the car. So I can charge you anything I want. You don't know shit about what I have
maybe
done to the
yeah,
car.
maybe in like India, but that doesn't really happen in America, dude.
Good point.
It can happen anywhere. Doesn't happen in America, because
can.
morality
It can happen, but
because
that's
of morality, because of people in America, they are educated, they won't do that, but they just chose to not do that.
I don't think it was numbers, yeah.
Because you ask why I had to trust those people. So, that's the good question. Why do you need to trust them? It's not necessary. You can
never
go
said you needed to.
and learn about how cars works, and you can repair it yourself if you want.
Yeah, but imagine you did that for anything in which you do, right? Are you going to become a food scientist when you try new food? Are you going to become a mechanic when you want to fix your car? Are you going to become like
You don't need to be able to be a food scientist for you to cook your 2-minute noodles.
Yeah.
You know how trivial this would be?
That's why I don't go to a food consultant to ask him, what should I eat tomorrow?
Okay, yeah, so when you have food, you're just like trusting that the people at the FDA.
Why
like,
are you
actually
reducing
were
this down
correct
to
in the
absurdity?
Wait, mate, just like calm down. Stop trying to speak. So like when you have like.
Why
food on the
are
table,
you
you're
trying to reduce this to absurdity? So let's get to the point. Let's get straight to the point. What field of expertise talks about the shape of the Earth?
Stop being so angry. Just calm down and let me speak.
I'm not angry.
Like,
I'm
stop
asking you a
speaking
very
out loud.
direct question.
You sound pretty angry.
What field of expertise? You're going to answer the question. What field of expert deals with the shape of the Earth? Since you've done the best to avoid the topic, I'm putting you back on.
Yeah, do you think that was a coherent question? What field of expert? Do you think that can be expressed within a formal
Well,
language?
you've made the claim that in order to deal with your car, you go to the mechanic. In order to deal with food, you go to a food
I never
scientist.
said that.
What
I
about
never
the
said
shape of
that.
the Earth?
Wait,
Yes,
mate,
you
I
fucking
never
well
said that.
did. It's
You're so
recorded.
Yo, mate is so lost in the dialects. No, mate.
No, mate. That is the worst Australian accent yet. And yes, you're the one that said that you go to these experts because you're a numpty. So, when it talk about the shape of the Earth, which one of these experts do you go to?
Yeah, so first of all, I don't really know what expert there is, but mate, just so like I can like.
Oh, so you're not an expert then?
Wait, mate.
Excellent.
Calm down.
So how do you know you're on a ball tard?
Hey, calm down. Why
Mate, I am calm. You're the one that's just trying to be a clown shoes. How do you know you live on a ball tard?
Yeah, if all relevant data fails to support Proposition P, and
what relevant data
P makes you all relevant data. All
relevant data?
All the facts currently in support of the proposition. All relevant data fail.
Okay. What's relevant data? What relevant facts? You've provided none of yet. Please provide some.
Oh my god, can you shut the fuck up, bro?
You're asking why I believe a proposition, right? So obviously I'm saying all relevant data that I've seen fails to support your
post
view,
some.
right? I wouldn't affirm
Post
your
some.
view. All relevant data.
Post your relevant data.
You're asking me a question. You're asking me a question, right?
You
So
made the claim that the relevant data supports it. Post your relevant data.
Dude, you're so fucking bad at tracking. No, I said all.
You made the claim that all relevant data backs up your claim of Baltardia. So, the side chat that you like posting in, post your relevant data. Please.
He will never do that. He talked about experts. He never showed the
This is like
experts.
your 30th time misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Post your relevant data that gives you the belief that you are living on a Baltard. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing relevant right now is your data. So,
Yeah, stop strawmanning my argument, right? I never said.
This is not a straw man. You're the one that says you have relevant data that backs up all of these bullshit. So post it. So why don't we ask a yes-no question? Do you believe you live on some kind of spheroid? Yes or no? Maybe that's easier for you to start off with.
Yeah, sure, I would say that, yeah.
Excellent. What is your data that backs up this belief?
Yeah, so I would just draw a probabilistic conclusion based upon all the planets in which I've observed with my telescope have been around.
That's not
So I can
Earth.
say that
We're
the
talking about
planet-
Earth. We're not looking in the
Yeah,
sky. We're talking about the ground. Listen, your debate bullshit bro tactics doesn't work on me. So stop being a
What are you
child.
talking about?
We're talking about the ground that
I'm
you
doing an
stand
argument based on
upon. So why are you talking? Why are you looking up in the sky to prove the shape of the ground you're walking on?
Okay, so I have a high prior for anything which is within space being round. The Earth is within space, therefore it's probably round.
Probably. Again, you're looking up into the sky. We're not talking about the ground. Why are you avoiding talking about the ground that you walk upon? This is what you're
Yeah,
supposed
you're
to be
begging the
proving.
question there a bit.
It's just more likely than not.
Yeah, I hope you know.
More likely than not.
Is like
right.
relative,
If my idea of the universe is correct, and Earth is like those other things in space,
has to be
then
reactionary,
yes, then Earth is a sphere. Right? Like it's fucking stupid, bro. You don't even know what the sky is. You don't know what the planets are. You don't know if the Earth is embedded in a larger space. You don't know if the Earth is the embedding space. You don't know anything. You're just assuming that what you've been told about the things in the sky is true, and that we're all in outer space, and therefore the Earth is a globe. And it's more likely than not.
But my assumptions
That's
are
a
more
great
likely than
argument,
not.
bro. Really great argument.
Yeah, appealing to the bodies in space fallacy.
Yeah. Matrix asked him about the floor, and he told Matrix that he have data about the light bulb in the ceiling that tells him things about the floor. What the fuck is that? Because for
Everything's
him,
wrong.
the light bulb in the ceiling and the floor
You're also probably
are the
wrong.
same.
So, Fexia,
yeah.
If you're basing this whole logic that everything else is round, if you walk into a forest and you see trees all around you, does that make you a tree?
We're talking about planets or saucers.
Yeah, because
So
you
it's the
look,
same
because you
logical
look at the
path.
sky. You look at the sky, you see something in the sky that is not the thing that you are standing on. For you, the things that in the sky and the things that you are standing on are the same. It's the same logic that you are walking in the forest and you see some trees and you consider yourself a tree too, like Tarzan. He saw some monkeys. He considered himself a monkey. That's what you are doing. You're comparing the thing that you are standing on
Tarzan.
to the things that are in the sky.
That's like Tarzan. That's not planets and or saucers.
Sorry?
I said that's Tarzan. We're talking about planets and/or saucers.
Yeah, that's Tarzan who thought some monkeys around him and called and
very
were
inclusive.
thinking that he is a monkey too. That's what you are doing. When you look at the sky, you see some lights in the sky, planets and stars. You think that the thing that you're standing on is similar.
It's
Yeah,
called an
this is
analogy,
soy
mate.
ideology. It's very reactionary.
He's putting forth an analogy, okay?
Wait, actually, I still want to argue about this.
It's a terrible analogy.
Yeah, it is the same logic. It's exactly the same logic.
I just don't think that's a very
same as
good
thinking you're a tree
argument.
because that you're surrounded by trees.
Yeah,
So
because
how would you know that you're not a tree? How would you know that you're not a tree if you're surrounded by trees?
So I fucking said so.
Okay, so you don't want to have a
No,
serious
Actually,
conversation.
no. I'll be
Okay,
fair.
let's go back to the other person. Let's go back to the other person.
See you later.
Yeah, so I'm guessing I'm just gonna get muted again because like you like guys are like subhumans and can't try.
As long as you're honest interlocutor, not just a clown.
You notice when I was giving like an inference, I added qualifiers, right? So the reason like your shitty analogies won't work is because within the tree analogy, I will look around me and say, "Oh, I'm not made of wood," right? So I add these qualifiers, and then I'll have relative.
So how do you know? So how do you know with these quote unquote? How do you know with these quote unquote qualifiers that you haven't put out yet?
Quote unquote.
What's the logical
Notice how I
end of
did
your
add
argument?
qualifiers.
Okay, so that one there can shut up.
Disabled interlocutor, bro. Mate, are you like actually disabled, bro?
No, that's brilliant. I like what you've said. It's perfect. It's perfect because it's exactly where I wanted you to go. So you're distinguishing qualifiers and identifiers, right? So law of identity, right? So you can distinguish differences between you and the tree. You can know that you're not a tree. Perfect. So can you distinguish that there's similarities or differences between the ground that you live on and those things in the sky?
That's trivial. That has nothing to do with the inference I made. That's trivial.
That's one of the qualifiers.
No, that wasn't.
It's exactly the same as what you did with the trees and yourself to know that you're not a tree.
That wasn't one of my qualifiers. And no, that is not. That's like so trivial. And by the way, do you even know what the law of identity is? Wait, hold on.
Hey, bro, if your probability of the Earth being like the things in the sky is correct, then it must share similarities with those things. Is that not true?
Yeah,
right, what if it doesn't share those qualities?
What if it doesn't? Then that'd literally be impossible. Yeah, because then you're saying...
It would literally be impossible. How?
Yeah, so it'd be nomologically impossible. Yeah, so if it is the case, right? Yeah, you just okay. What does it mean for something to be nomologically impossible? Go ahead.
Like you said,
it sounds like to me this little. And he's gonna start fucking talking when others start. You rude little pistone. Stop doing that.
It's just like the tree that you were talking about. You saw the tree, you saw yourself, and you saw that you are not made of wood. You said that, oh, I'm not a tree. So it's like that thing with the earth. You're comparing the Earth to things in the sky. You say that the Earth is a planet like those planets in the sky, which is not, because a planet is a spheroid that is orbiting a star. First thing, the Earth is not a spheroid. The Earth is flat. It's not the surface of the Earth is not curving anywhere.
Yeah, W question begging subhuman. Anyways.
I'm not a fan of your debate bro bullshit tactics. I'm going to smash the shit out of this mute button if you don't pull your head in. I hope you understand that. You had no reason at all to cut him off then when you were unlocked. As an interlocutor, you are a very poor,
rude,
dishonest, slimy little shit stain interlocutor. Regardless of what you thought of his monologuing or speech or whatever you want to call it, it was unnecessary to talk through him. Had you finished, Necros? Or would you like to keep going?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell him that a planet is a spheroid that is orbiting a star, which the Earth is not. It's a flat surface, and it's not. orbiting
Okay,
anything.
so we're literally just gonna have to do this again, right? So you notice how in all the analogies that you stipulated, there was a defeater to the given probabilistic inference, right? So I'm drawing the probabilistic inference, and you're saying that there's a defeater to the Earth being round. So yeah, what's the argument that the Earth isn't round? What's premise one? Go ahead. What's premise one?
It measures flat.
What's P1?
It measures flat.
It measures flat. What does that mean? Yeah. What does that? Wait. You think
It's
that's the
measured
premise?
as flat, as in not
Premise
curving.
one, it's measured as flat, as in not curved. Okay, yeah. What's premise two?
Don't need one.
That's moving.
Okay, yeah. You think that's going to be deductively valid? You think that can be established within like a proof tree? You think that'll work?
There's just two things.
Hey, it's measured.
flat.
You get a tape measure and measure it.
Wait, yeah. Wait, someone measured.
So all your logic now doesn't match up to a straight measurement.
Wait, hold up. Who measured the Earth? Let me see the study. Let's see the study that measured the Earth with its.
Oh, there's got to be a study. FE Core have done it multiple times.
Yeah. Give me the study. Give me the study where it says.
Yeah,
they
play by
measured
his
the Earth
rules.
with the tape measure. Let's see this. Let's see it.
Yeah, dance like a monkey for him. That's what he wants.
What's the study? What's the study, man? Let's see this, dude.
You started with the study when you said that the Earth is a planet, like those things in the sky.
I'm just looking for the link. I'm just looking for
No,
the
no,
link.
no. Wait.
No, he
because
wants to confuse the
your inference-
conversation.
Yeah, where's your study?
Your inference was that the Earth is a planet like those things in the sky. Where's the study that you've seen to claim that the Earth is a planet, a spheroid that is orbiting a star?
Yeah, I'll give you a study immediately. But once I give you a study that says the Earth is a planet, you're just gonna say it's like it's lying to you, dude. It's like so funny.
So go ahead. Just go ahead. Don't appeal to future.
Yeah, Natural Geographic, Earth is a planet. Let me guess. In 10 seconds, you're gonna say this is like government controlled, bro.
Hang on.
You said it in all
Mr.
fucking right, man.
Hang on. Mr. High Fructose Corn Syrup over here. Dude, you were talking about probabilities earlier. Could you reframe that or expound on it, please? I'd like to know where those data points came from and how you actually crunched that number.
Wait, oh yeah, I'm just giving a Bayesian inference, and I'm saying all the data in which I've observed have been things which are in space have been round. And given that hypothesis, I'd be justified in deriving the conclusion that the Earth is probably round, as well as all relevant data fails to support the Earth being flat, as well as it making me have more ontological.
Let's see.
Obviously, if the Earth is flat, like there must have been some. Like, let me finish speaking.
All right. No, that's a lot. That's a lot of.
Yeah, we don't need to hear the rest of your blah
Let
blah.
me finish speaking.
No.
Wait,
Dude,
hold up.
no, dude, you're gonna have a fucking heart attack. Relax. I asked how you got those. How do you got that number? Okay, you said Bayesian inference. Can you walk us through that, please? You're going way
yeah,
out
so
of.
you notice how like when I'm trying to explain my inference, you mute me. Like this just goes to show like how bad.
No, dude, you're talking out of your
We
ass.
only need you to answer the questions asked. You don't have to go on for 5.5 minutes.
Right, just because you use the word, just because you use the fancy word Bayesian inference and didn't show actually what you did, you didn't show your work, doesn't make you intelligent, dude.
You already explained it.
Oh my god, bro! Like it's so funny.
Can you walk us through the steps, please?
It's just trying to obfuscate,
in
right?
the middle of me explaining, you.
No, dude. No, you weren't. No,
He's
you
doing
did
it again.
you did like an intellectual drive-by, right? You used the big word Bayesian inference, and then started
say
saying a
anything.
lot of shit that had no meaning. Okay.
Didn't say anything. That's what these people do. I find is they use analytical and process philosophy, and they abuse it, and they try to, and they misuse it for one thing to try to make it seem like it's some sort of advanced knowledge or something like that. It's pretty pathetic. But there's no
it sounds like
insight ever.
sounds like a retard in the process. Carlis de tabarnak.
Yeah, what happened to intellectual honesty?
The logic behind his inference, we already understood that. What I asked him is from where he got that idea that the Earth is a planet too, and he sent
So I'll show the study.
a link.
Yeah, I'll show the study, but you'll just say, "Wait,
shut up.
let me guess."
finish. Shut up and let me finish. So he sent a link where the link there is some variables that have never been measured, some variables that people are pulling from their asses.
Wait, that's a positive claim. What's the argument that they're making up these numbers? What's the argument for that? What's P1? That's a positive claim. Go ahead. How do I believe that?
Where's your numbers?
Wait,
Like for
hold on.
example,
Why was it
distance,
inverted?
There it is.
the
Hey,
distance of the
dance
sun,
monkey.
the distance to the sun, the values for that for the geometry of the Earth itself, like the thickness of its core, the thickness of its crust, and its size. Those variables have never been measured. It's just plugged there.
Prove that. Go ahead. Prove that.
It's a negative.
You're the one that still has to back up the data that you're got to put forward,
You're the
Sonny.
one that said it's never been measured. You have to show me.
Wait, Matrix. Just listen, brother. Interlocutor. I'm making a negative claim. If you know what is logic, negative claims have never the burden of proof, because I'm telling you that it have never been measured. What the one having the burden of proof is the one with the positive claim, posting those things as like it's variables that have been measured. So the burden of proof is on you. The one who has to show that those variables there are measurement. It's not on me. So you are shifting the burden of proof. It's a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy when you shift the burden of proof. It's not on me to show you that it have never been measured. And to make it further on that point, I'm showing you, here it is, I am showing you that no one have never measured those variables. By telling you that I'm showing you, I'm giving you nothing. It means that no one
Could I be able to
those things.
type? I don't want to say anything, but could someone let me type? I just don't want to interrupt, so I just want to be able to say something.
Cool, then listen.
You got the bar.
I just want this guy to be honest and answer the question that 20 asked him to 5 minutes ago, and he's done his best to weasel his way around it. So much for honest interlocutor.
You also didn't answer his question, his initial question.
He was asked a question first. He has failed to answer it, so there's no point even me continuing on.
Which question is this that you're trying to get him to answer?
The one that 20 asked him.
I asked him how he arrived at this probability, because that's what
that was after he asked.
with, right?
That was after he asked for the measurement of the Earth being flat, tape measure.
And it's posted inside chat. So thank you for your interrupting us, JJ. Please listen.
Yeah. I did ask the question after he was talking about that. I just didn't get a chance to step in when he made the claim earlier on. And so I thought it would be fair to just wrap around quickly and get some clarification. And he couldn't do it, so he made that claim first, technically.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, let's just go over all the blunders that guy made in like a single sentence. Okay. So first of all,
no, let's just go over. And no, you're not running this show. I am going to tell you what's going to happen. You are going to answer what 20 asked for. Full stop.
Please.
Okay, yeah, I said I was using a Bayesian inference, right?
Yeah, with what data?
Make a point,
What
buddy.
data? Yeah, the planets in which I've observed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. So you look up at the sky.
Do you think Bayesian inferences require data? Are you a fucking...
Hang on. Right?
See, he did it again.
So you look up in the sky. If you actually want to quantify something, yeah, you're going to need it. Right? Because you're arriving at a probability, right? So you look up in the sky, you count the number of wandering little lights.
Show me.
Hang on. You look up in the sky, and you see a bunch of little wandering lights, right? You count the number of them. All 100% of those things are wandering, and therefore I must be on one of those things up in the sky or something similar to those things up in the sky. That's basically your logic, right?
No,
because all 100% of them are up there wandering. Because all 100%. Because all 100% of them.
Can I give a brief? Look, I'll just say.
Hang on.
JJ, silence.
No, thank you. Right? In a nutshell, right? All 100% of the wandering things up in the sky are actually wandering. Therefore, I must be on something wandering like that. Yeah, he's a little bitch.
It's just a debate, bro. And when you shut down his bullshit debate tactics, game over.
Yeah, he's a fucking clown.
Muting someone is not a very good way to win an argument. But
Ice JJ, that wasn't a debate. You can't debate measurements, mate. I don't know if anyone's told you this or not, but when something is measured, it's not a debate anymore. It's just a, oh shit, what measurement did you get? Well, the only thing you can put against it is another measurement showing something different. That's it.
So, was your measurement a YouTube video?
You want to look at that one? That's one of the tests.
I just want the best, like the best one. Something that's text.
Well,
I don't want
really
to watch a video.
The Black Swan covers it, mate.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I want to read.
Wait. Just want to clear something up, right? The YouTube video is not the measurement. The YouTube video that a lot of people would refer to presents a measurement in it, right? The YouTube video itself is not the measurement. Can you be clearer in your questioning, please?
Yeah, but like the primary, like the data, like the actual text, like or is it just in video format?
Right. So people would cite a presentation done in a YouTube video that has data and measurements and shit like that. Yeah. Not all of them.
Science.
A lot of people do. But the way you framed it, it's like to say, oh, like we're retards because we think a YouTube video itself is a form of a measurement. It's like, no, you don't have to frame it.
Just on the scale of verifiability, that's like bottom of the barrel.
That's well, not necessarily, because a lot of people can go replicate it.
Next to that,
because they present a methodology, and people can go repeat it, which some people have.
Right, but you can't access, for example, raw data. You can't, unless they're giving you links to actual raw data, then you can't access it.
No,
so it's just like it's just pure trust me, bro.
Wait. Hold on. A link to a raw data, like what? To a text file? Then you're gonna what? You have to trust the text file. Like, what do you mean?
Corroborate it with, like, for example.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're taking an observation measurement, you would get air pressure and temperature data, and I could corroborate that with previous historical data. I can test these things.
What if it's the first one?
What?
Then you can't. Hold on. Are you saying that the data itself is only valid if it can be cross-referenced with something?
No, but you guys are saying you need to personally verify every single thing you've sent, including that entire experiment that gave primary data.
Right, that's fine.
So if the study I gave gives more data and more information than the video that you guys sent, and we're contesting, who has the better measurement for the Earth not being flat or so on, I'm going to say my one with primary data, tons of different data, is better than the YouTube video that says "Trust me, bro." I mean,
well, hang on. Would you? Hold on. Aren't you just trusting that too? Like, are we just gonna throw around "Trust me, bro," or your argument is "Trust me, bro"? It's like, no, you have to look into the material itself, man.
Yeah, but data itself.
If you have data, hang on, bro. Hang on, dude. If you have data, it's worth scrutinizing. That's fine. That's not a problem. But the shit that you brought yesterday, we already showed you that their modeling, for example, was inferior, dude. They were begging the question. They were baking in assumptions and shit like that.
No, even taking out the assumption, right? Like again, it's like a misunderstanding of what's happening.
Like the best engineering the K vector, right?
Okay, so what's the study that I should be
right?
Hang on, I can read?
Hang on. Just to be clear, right?
No, because it's not.
I just want I want some clarity, dude. I want some clarity.
It's not just that. It's not just that. No, it's not just that. It's not just that.
There's more? Okay.
There is more. Okay. You should look at it. I'm not going to go over it again. You should look at it. Like, you didn't look at it the first time. You should look at it now. I'm asking.
Should look at what IceJJ. You've been talking through him. IceJJ, just breathe for 5 seconds. You just spoke through him. Nobody knows what you're referring to.
Fair enough.
That's why I assumed you were talking about what you brought yesterday, because that was our last interaction.
Oh, yeah, that is one example. And to say, if you propose, for example, a video, then it's like you have to trust that video. So it's like it's just
right?
and one is like a monetized probably thing that
Hang on.
On a content creation platform, the other one's
I prefer a video where you see the measurements.
Well, they have a video also, but it's not a YouTube. It's not like
I prefer
a for-profit video.
Bro,
I
you have
prefer
to
a
poison the
video
well
that
like
shows
that.
measurements more
They
than
include a video also.
but more than an article with variables that are just assumed.
No, it also has a video. Like I want both. Like if you're gonna tell me I need to verify everything this thing I've sent to you, then you should be able to verify.
They didn't measure curvature. They didn't measure Earth curvature. They did not measure Earth curvature.
You should be able to verify the stuff you send.
They did not measure Earth curvature.
Okay, well,
Okay,
you should
Ice
read
JJ.
the study.
Ice JJ, when I first started with 24/7, someone said to me, and this was to you too, Keith, this is what I was going to tell you earlier, before that other clown dropped in. Observable, measurable, repeatable. Have a look at all the stuff that you've proposed to us over the last couple of weeks and whatnot. How much of it has been observable, how much of it is measurable, and how much of it is repeatable. Just question that. 3 simple things.
Well, no. Well, the experiment I sent you, the Rainy Lake one, is repeatable to the extent that you have the materials and the ability to repeat it. Because
what was the measurements in it, though?
With the measurements, they took visual measurements, they took temperature measurements,
not
they took
of Earth
air pressure
curvature.
measurements.
So not of Earth curvature then. That's the only thing we're interested in is the measurement of Earth curvature.
And
you're giving us you're giving us measurements of other things.
Look, here's the issue. I'm actually asking for like the stuff that you have that supposedly shows this, and it's a video.
Why?
Yeah,
Why?
no,
Where's all the measurements of Earth curvature?
Hold on.
Why?
Hold on. Can I
Where's
finish?
the measurements of Earth curvature?
Can I finish?
No, you can't. Where's the measurements of Earth curvature?
Okay. So if you won't let me finish a sentence, I don't know why.
Who measured
I don't know
the
why
Earth
I should
curvature?
speak if you don't want me to finish.
Whoever measured it? Who measured the Earth curvature, bro?
You tell me.
Who measured it?
You're saying it was been measured and to be flat.
No, I'm asking
yes,
who
it was
did.
it's been measured to be flat.
Who did? Obviously, that they've got values for the Earth's size and its dimension, right? So who measured that?
Well, someone said that it's measured to be flat, so I'm curious.
Yeah, you probably have unwittingly and unknowingly every time you held a level. So
Every time I what?
let's just
No,
move
that's
on
not-
from
no,
that
no, no,
because
no. You
even in
understand that
geodesy they measure the Earth flat. So let's just
that's
move on
not
from
true.
that.
That's
And I want
the Odyssey was used to create
hear you
WGS
provide
4084.
direct
That's
measurements.
just wrong.
No,
Like, the same
it's all based on
geodesy-
planar. It's all based on planar measurements, bro. When they go out into the field and do survey, whatever. When they go out into the field and survey, they use planar geometry, and then on paper or on a computer, mathematically convert it into a spherical coordinate system. They don't
Yeah, I'm
go
gonna
out
need
into the
a
field
source for
and
that. I'm gonna
measure
need a source for
curvature.
that. I'm gonna
Otherwise,
need a
you would
source
have
for that.
appealed to that directly, immediately, as soon as I asked, but you didn't.
I'm gonna need a source.
That's literally what it is.
No, I'm gonna need a source that they. No. If they, WGS. How do you think they came up with the WGS 84?
Just listen. We surveyed the
No, like, how do you think they came up with that?
Just listen. The WGS.
How about you shut up and listen to him? Mute
So the
yourself up, boys, JJ, or I'll do it for you. Press the mute button. Thank you.
So
Necros.
the WGS 84 is a correcting method to the missing curvature. So what we do when we survey, what they do when they survey the land, they survey it as being flat, and they correct for the missing curvature, like refraction, the radius. They add the radius of the Earth in the equation, the thing that have never been measured at all. They add it as an assumption because in their mind, they assume that the Earth is a geoid. That's in a geodetic survey. But in land survey, normal surveyors, they don't have to assume that or use WGS 84 or anything of that, because they just survey over short distances. For geodetic survey, they have to correct for the missing curvature, because the measurement is planar. Just take away that WGS 84, you will live with the flat horizontal planar surface if you don't correct for the missing curvature.
Sorry, was I muted? Yeah, how was WGS84 an improvement from the other models?
And I'm glad you put the word model on the end of that, because that's all it is. It doesn't represent reality.
Just repeat the question again.
Yeah, how is WGS84 an improvement over the other models?
An improvement.
Why does it exist?
It's a correction for someone who believes that the Earth is a ball. So they need that WGS84 to make the surface as a ball, because when they survey it, they find that it is a plane. So what they do, they say that, it's planar measurements. We are surveying it as a plane. So what we do, they have to correct for the missing curvature. Where is the missing curvature? Oh, okay. So refraction and those things make the surface appear as being flat. So we have to correct and take it in consideration as being a geoid, like we assume. So they use WGS84. That's why it works. It won't work if you don't make that surface curved.
So compared to WGS70, you're saying WGS70 was what?
It wasn't.
Why did they need an update?
JJ, the different models of WGS have nothing to do with us. This is something.
No, but I'm asking him because
why do we care?
Because he stated that the WGS.
Why do we care? The ground is flat. It is just a modeling system. That's all. It's a model. It's not reality.
Okay.
So you can use 70, you can use 84, you can use whatever comes out next. Don't care.
It's just about the variables that you're assuming in the model.
So when I asked you,
the difference between the 70 and the 84 is just the assumptions and the variables that you have in it for the correction.
Okay. So my question originally was, how did they get WGS84? And you said it was just ground-based surveying, and then they retrofitted it, right?
It's assumed.
Right. So it's just assumptions. So assumptions and ground-based surveys, right?
It's based on an assumption that the Earth is a spheroid with the radius of 3959, and another assumption that the atmosphere is creating a refraction that has a specific variable.
Okay, I asked you a very straightforward question, and you're not answering me.
He did answer it. You just don't like the answer.
No, he didn't.
The way they create you just don't like the answer.
No. The question
is. I'm glad you said no.
The way they created it. Do you think it was just ground-based surveys and math?
Created it based on ground survey? No. Like I told you, it's just
assumptions.
Based on assumptions.
Okay, that's it. So they didn't use any. Okay, so they didn't.
Just listen. I give you the major assumption that the model is based on.
That wasn't the question.
An Earth that is a spheroid with the radius that is 3959, and air creates a type of refraction that has a specific variable.
Okay. My question was, let me restate, because I think you're missing it. Did they only use assumptions and ground-based surveys and math, or did they use any data collection other than that? For WGS84, do you know?
I don't know if they use any specific data to in.
Like you claim.
I've never seen any specific data that will give you the radius of the spheroid that you're assuming when you are surveying.
Okay, so you're claiming the shape was just an assumption, correct?
You're correct.
So it wasn't based off of any data.
So can you tell me? Yeah, I answered you multiple times.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay, so now is when I point you towards. So now I'm going to point you towards the fact that the WGS84.
JJ, how about you let him ask his question?
So
Instead of
you asked
steamrolling.
me the question multiple times. Now, in reality, I want the answer to that question. Did someone measure the radius of the Earth? Did someone measure that the Earth is a ball? Is it a spheroid? So, from where they got the data? Is it just assumed or measured?
Measured.
Oh, okay. Who measured the radius, the R?
Like the name of the guy?
The guys or the guy or the community or the country or whoever did that, and the measurements, the method that the measurements were done. So,
okay, so one of the main sources, and the fact that this is why I asked you why the update. We've had a bunch of WGSs. If we had assumptions, we would have already just would have been assumptions. But the Doppler,
if it's not the assumptions, if those are not based on assumptions, you would have one for the first time because it's based on measurements. So the measurements, because they are real, they won't have to change.
No, but the thing is, okay, but here's the thing.
Based on assumptions, you will have to correct the model every time.
How was the Doppler
JJ, that's great. See what I just did to you? JJ, please stop trying to steamroll over him. You're not talking to me, you're talking to Necros. He doesn't need you to try to run over the top of him.
Okay, but I need to be able to finish the sentence.
You're the one that shut him off from finishing. That's what I'm trying to get through your head. You didn't even listen to what he said.
I am listening.
You were so interested.
I am listening.
You were so interested in getting your word out because you believe it's so important. You didn't even fucking wait till he finished. Stop doing that, bro.
Okay, but notice that that's also happening on my end too. So
it's happening to you because I'm showing you what you are doing to him.
No, I wasn't even saying you.
It. This is not fucking kindergarten. I shouldn't be here teaching little kids.
Look. Okay.
Use some manners.
Yes, finish your point. Please finish speaking so I can finally finish the sentence. Please, go on.
You shouldn't have been fucking speaking in the first place.
No. I just need to hear.
No. And now you're starting again. You are so interested in having your voice fucking heard, you're not even listening to what's going on. This is 98% of your problem, child.
I am listening. It is based on assumptions and not math. It is not based on actual data and measurements. You wouldn't need to have new versions if you had initial measurements right the first time. I remember
so what's
every
the
word
initial
he said.
measurements?
It's not no, that's the issue. The reason I asked him before.
So there's no initial measurement. So like you said, it's based off of assumptions.
We have new measurements.
Okay, new measurement, old measurement. Which one proved the Earth is a globe? So one of them would have measured the globe. Which one? New one or old one?
Well, both apparently, but the satellite laser ranging, do you know what that is?
Personally, I don't give a fuck because none of them have measured the globe. It's based off of assumptions.
Yeah, that's measuring the. Yeah, that's. I don't know.
So they are assuming it's a ball, and then they're throwing measurements into a calculation.
No,
you do know that.
No,
plain surveying. You can sit and say no all you like. Plain surveying uploads their data. It then gets crunched into a formula, which turns it into a ball. It's not the other way around. They don't start off with a ball and then go, oh, wow, let's do some surveying.
Okay, here's the issue. Surveying was an additional add-on. The main way they measured it, which none of you seem to understand, was using satellites and lasers. That is hardcore.
And when, this hardcoreness, when has this been done?
This was done before when they created the WGS84.
So using...
Sorry. One sec.
The Doppler satellite.
One sec. We're going to go back to what Necros was asking earlier because that's going to require an R value.
Yeah, and
what he said is doesn't. Because satellite laser imaging is a method
Just
Yeah.
listen.
measuring
So are you
distance.
telling me that they can put satellites into orbit without knowing the distance between the center of two masses?
No, they use lasers they use lasers to measure
How did they get that?
using satellites.
Do they need to know the radius value in order to get the satellites into orbit?
No, you use the satellites and lasers to help calculate.
Okay, all
radius,
right,
like,
okay,
that's
I
how
get
you do
that.
it.
I
They're
get
using
that, bro. I
lasers
get
and
that.
satellites.
I get that. How'd they get the satellites up there without a radius?
Rockets.
Before that,
without a radius value, bro.
You don't need a
Without
radius value to get satellites up there. We do understand.
Yes, you do. Are you telling me they don't need to know the distance between the center of two masses?
They don't need to know the radius of the Earth to fly a rocket.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's baked into all their math and equations in order to know what sort of trajectory they're going to send that rocket into the sky, etc.
and so these rocket flights are successful. You can watch them with your own eyes. So it's working.
I don't care. I don't care what you think they are. If you haven't,
well, it's working.
If you no, that's working backwards. You're going to have to walk forwards, right?
No, but I didn't prove that was the evidence.
If you can't, hey, bro, if nobody can present to me a valid radius value, I'm not going to believe anything that they claim that they're doing with that radius value.
The worst thing.
You can ignore it all you want. The point is, it's based off of laser ranging, which is
okay. So no radius value. So no radius value. So they're not doing that.
No, you have radius values. Like we've been over.
Okay, they're not doing that with radius. They're not doing that.
So where do you get your radius value?
No laser interferometry.
Actual data and laser ranging. They use lasers.
What you said.
We live in the 21st century
with lasers from satellites until you verify that radius
check
value.
it out. So here's this kid telling us that lasers from satellites are proving we're on a globetard, but we've got people with lasers shooting the bastards across large spanses and no fucking curvature. Every time we've mentioned lasers, his knee-jerk reaction is refraction. So fuck you, JJ. Refraction. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, the lasers you point on a little beam are not the same as the lasers that go towards satellites. And
so what's the difference?
And refraction.
What's the difference?
Come into play
refraction. How about you stop scattergunning and you stick to one fucking thing? How are you going to prove refraction when you are 2 foot from a fucking laser? Please enlighten everybody.
We're not talking about refraction.
You were. You made the claim the other day that the laser tests done on the ground are incomplete and improper because of squark refraction. So how, when you are 2 foot from the laser, can it be refraction?
You have to account for refraction if you're shining it directly over a body of water or a body of land. Like, obviously. Because, again...
Yeah, listen carefully. The refraction that you're claiming, atmospheric refraction that you, my friend, are claiming, I would give to you, but you need your R value first.
Yes. Because you can use refraction on flat surface too. And
we're not looking, but the point is, there's no refraction.
No, there's no point.
At the satellite.
In order for you to claim atmospheric refraction, you would have to know the radius first. You can't have that. You don't have that.
And before that...
Okay, yeah, the primary data that I'm...
And why are you talking through Necros? Stop doing that.
JJ,
well, you just said something to me.
I wanted to say something about the satellites that you talked about earlier. I couldn't get my point out. So, you said something really, really confusing. So, are you telling me that they surveyed the land using satellite to create a model for the land surveyors? What? So, they surveyed the land with something more accurate than the land surveyors, because you are telling me that the Earth wasn't measured to be a ball from the surface by some surveyors, some land surveyors. So you are telling me that they used satellite. So they went to the sky because it wasn't accurate here on the surface. They couldn't do it here on the surface. They went to the sky.
We get it, Nicholas. We get it, bro. We get it. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, hey, bro. I'm just gonna chime in on that for a second. Thanks. All right. So basically, he's saying you've made the entire industry of surveying redundant. There's no need for them anymore.
Okay. And yeah, sadly, a lot
Post
of them
up these satellite laser tests that you've been squawking
what I'm
about.
responding to now. We're gonna go for a
Post
fourth?
up these satellite laser tests you've been talking about. I want to see one.
Okay,
You
so-
can talk
okay.
while digging that up.
Okay, so when it comes to lasers and satellites, yes, GPS.
They don't have a radius value. No
GPS,
satellites with lasers. No satellites with lasers, bro. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you're not appealing to something that relies on a radius value.
Here's one up.
You give us that radius value. How they established the radius value?
You said no. He made a claim.
No, then
the other guy said
then you can appeal to your lasers on your satellites, bro. No,
you're not responding
sorry,
to.
bro. No, sorry, bro. You're not appealing to lasers on satellites until you put the radius. No, you're not doing that. Sorry. It's imperative. It's essential to being able to appeal to your lasers on satellites. Knowing that radius value. So I'll unmute you. You're not appealing to lasers on satellites.
Yeah, I'm responding to the other guy who said that it makes them redundant. Why are you telling me they use this super accurate thing in the sky to like correct what the land surveyor is doing? Yes, GPS has rendered land surveyors to be largely irrelevant compared to what they used to be, because GPS is far more accurate. GPS is based off of these satellites, the same shit I'm talking about, and this laser imaging measures distances. That is how we got the ellipsoid WGS 84. It was not assumptions going off of what people measured. It was correcting that based off of actual measurable laser like tests.
Yeah, the GPS that's used is ground-based that surveyors use. Sorry, kid.
It's literally based out of a satellite. Like, I don't know what to tell
It's
you.
literally ground-based.
Yeah, connected to.
So at the
a
moment,
satellite.
JJ, listen, you've said it's literally satellite, so prove it.
Yeah, the ISS.
I've said it's ground-based. So at the moment, we've got Trust Me Bro versus Trust Me Bro, and you've put nothing on the table yet.
Yeah, when a satellite goes out of orbit.
So, Ice JJ, you're telling us these cool stories about satellites. You've told us the cool stories about satellites. You've still backed it up with nothing.
I've backed it up with the fact that the actual measurements for the shape of the Earth,
which you haven't posted yet.
Actual measurements. Now
Which you haven't posted yet.
Okay, now you're just refusing.
Which you have not posted yet.
Well, if you had known what WGS 84 is, you would have already known about this.
It's a reference system. Like I said before, your WGS 84 reference system, whilst you're having a meltdown, can be wrapped around a fucking banana. It can be wrapped around a pretzel, a Dorito, a peanut. It doesn't matter.
That's not true.
It can't be because
give me a source for that because it's not true.
Just listen. It can't be because you are telling me that it's based on satellite. That satellite and its orbit is based on the R value. So you are telling me that something created the R value, which is a satellite orbiting the Earth. So they measured the Earth and they surveyed the Earth using lasers. But those things that they surveyed the land to say to have that R value, they are based on their path is based and calculated here on the surface by some engineers. That's what you are telling us, that are using that R value, which was created before the creation of the satellites.
Yeah,
so satellites never made that R value at all. They use it.
That's not true.
That's true. In the when you calculate orbits, you're using an R value for the Earth.
Don't you just love it, Necros? Every time you put facts down, that's not true. That's not true. It's like a little kid puts his fingers in his ears. La 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 la. I don't want to hear it. That's not true. That's not true. It makes me feel bad. It hurt me in my naughty spot.
The reason WGS 84 is different in shape.
Ice JJ, get back to the point. You're trying to prove lasers. Ice JJ. You're claiming that you're measuring the ground with lasers. So what's the difference between your satellite not measuring the ground with lasers and people on the ground measuring with lasers? What is the difference?
Satellites can incorporate, one, the actual lasers. Two, the satellites can.
So the laser. Let's go there. What's the problem with the laser?
I'm pretty sure the lasers that are used in satellites are redirected through a series of mirrors and are high strength. Different.
What the fuck do you think the lasers on the ground are made of? Custard and apple pie?
Yeah, but the actual, like, the type.
Yeah, but what? You do realise that the guys that go out and do some of these laser tests on the ground, their laser costs about 30k. This is not something you're going to pay for out of your piggy bank.
Yeah, but okay, but what you're doing is an optical test to see where does
Well,
this
what
laser
the
go.
fuck do you think the laser that you're claiming is?
They use data.
Peaches and cream.
ranging. Okay, laser ranging imaging is not look where things are. These are eyes.
I hope you're looking inside, chat. Anyways,
I think
you keep claiming, IceJJ, every time any one of us says anything about lasers, you nearly break your neck trying to flip your head backwards so you can say refraction quick enough. You have no refraction.
Laser
You've got no
ranging
R
imaging
value.
Is not.
IceJJ, put 2 and 2 together. If you're claiming refraction on ground affects laser, what the fuck do you think's going to happen when your laser is shooting through more layers of atmosphere?
Oh no, yeah. If you're going through atmosphere.
Oh, so now that it's put back on you, there's more refraction. Oh my goodness.
No, hold on.
Hold on. So now what you've got to do is you've got a choice. You've got a choice. Listen carefully. You've got a choice, JJ. Choice number 1, there's no refraction on the ground. Or choice number 2, your laser measurements mean fuck all because they're heavily refracted. Which way are you going to go?
Yeah, no. It's a false question.
Because that's what you've got. You've either got refraction or you have not. Pick one.
No. Yes, there is refraction.
What do you mean no?
There is refraction.
You either have refraction on both of them or you have no refraction on both of them. Which one is it?
Yes, there is refraction.
So your measurements mean sweet diddly. Game over.
No. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
You are so slow.
Claimed, JJ, you claimed the other day that the laser tests are null and void due to refraction.
Vertical. It's mostly vertical.
Claimed, why is he talking? I'll help him not talk. You're the one that made the claim the other day that refraction is the reason why these laser tests are null and void. You went out of your fucking way to not look at them. Every single time anyone in this panel has posted up anything laser related, you can't say refraction quick enough. And don't say no, and start stuttering again. This is what's happened for the last couple of weeks. Now, here's you telling us all about this laser shit. So, number 1, both of them are affected by bullshit refraction, in which case none of the measurements mean fuck all. Or number 2, neither of them are affected by refraction, in which case the ground ones measure 0 curvature. And you are just restructuring a model. Let's call it WGS84.
Can I add something very fast?
Go for it. I was just about to unlock him.
Guess what? Vertical rays, when you have laser or light rays coming vertically, they are going through mediums, not mediums, one single medium that is gradiently going from less pressure, so less density, to high density. And there is many layers there compared to a horizontal beam that is going from a horizon to the eyes of the observer, or a camera that is sitting 1 foot or 6 foot above sea level. So that beam that is not going through different density in the medium, it's just one layer of gradient, not compared to vertically. So it will be refracted more if you give them refraction. It will be refracted more when it's coming vertically, because it's going through different layers of density, from less dense medium that is the sky to the surface.
Good point.
And not to mention deflection of the vertical. But I was just wondering, IceJJ, you got the data, the raw data set from your satellites?
I mean, I haven't been able to finish a fucking sentence, so I don't even know. Like, I've responded to 5 different people now. So
the one that he was getting the data for earlier, T-Dub.
I got to get to the first 4 first. So
All right, go
when
on.
it comes
Post your
to
data.
okay, I'm starting at the beginning. When it becomes to
We don't need you to restart. We need you to post your data to back
I'm
up
trying
what
to
you're
address
saying.
everything's been said.
You can address whatever you like. Just back it up with data.
Okay, so let me explain.
Excellent. So get your data, post it up, and then explain it.
Yeah, so
Oh
just
my
before you post that, IceJJ, are you hushed in the side chat? Because we want you to post the data that you're talking about and the laser test from the satellite that you're talking about.
From the Doppler
The one that
satellite?
you're using as your evidence, we want to see it.
Yeah.
So are you hushed in the side
Yes.
chat or not? You are?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just fix that quickly, and then you can
Unhushing.
post the evidence that you're presenting, and then we can all...
Unhushed. He's good to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can look.
Post it first. Post it
I can-
first, and then we
hold
can
on.
look at it.
Do you know how to interpret long range imaging or
Post
laser range imaging data? It's
Post
going to
the
be
data that you're talking about.
It's a whole bunch. I'm talking about.
Post the data, right? So if we present something, we're going to post the evidence to back up what we're saying. So you need to do that, and then you can go back to explaining it to us, right? We need to see it. So go find it, post it, and then we can go over it. Are you looking for it now?
Yeah, but do you actually want to have a conversation?
Yeah, after you post the experiment or the test that you're talking about, right? So go ahead and get
you
it.
don't want a response.
Go and get it and post it so we can look at the evidence that you're presenting.
We already know the explanations. We heard them. We understood you. It's completely understandable.
I've got no problems with his explanations, Necros, as long as he's got the data to back it up. Explanations are worthless.
Yeah.
Any drunkard down at the pub can tell you a story. As soon as they put the data to back it up, however, that's when it becomes a different game.
We're being generous because he hasn't proven the R value in order for him to appeal to his satellites.
And he tried to flip his argument because he tried to say that they use imagery satellites, not lasers.
That's why we want to see what...
No, lasers. Laser ranging imaging.
Yes, so are you getting it? Are you going to post it in the side chat?
Yeah, I'm looking for the data from the 1984 Doppler satellite and the range of different methods and range of different data that they use. I got 2018 data, but I got to go back 40. Like, again, this is insane. Like, you have to acknowledge that in order for me...
You're the one that's got to back up your claim. Stop having a meltdown for what you've got to do.
If I post this...
You said lasers. Were used to measure the radius value of the Earth. Okay, so you must have got that information from somewhere. Okay, so post it so we can look at it. Very simple. Right? You've never even probably looked it up before. You're just kind of bullshitting, and everyone here can tell that. That's why you have to go find what you're already claiming that you've seen. Good luck. That's what you guys do. You make claims, right, that you haven't researched, and then you have to go research it after you've made the claim.
Yeah, he's gonna have problems getting hold of the raw data once he hack the US. Oh.
You're breaking up a little bit, T-Dub. You sort of went fuzzy there.
Oh, oops, sorry. Did you get what I said though?
I got the first bit, just the end. Or was it me?
Yeah, I said unless you hack the US Department of Defense. It's just I doubt he's going to find the raw data.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to unmute you, but yeah, thank you. All right, so they've posted...
That's not raw data. That's not raw data at all. That's an explainer.
Well, I want raw data.
Okay, well, you can read that while you wait.
Okay, next, this is the same thing that you said earlier. The same story. Repeated, but
Yeah, it's what I was referencing. So, you, like, if you want to actually know it in its true terms, like what, because you didn't know that the WGS was actually made using measurements or data. Like, you believe it's fake,
From
but they did use
surveying. Yeah.
Like, this is a matter of public record.
No, the raw data isn't public record. What they say they can make out of the raw data, that's on public record, but not the methodology.
It's public record that they use satellites and lasers
they just
and
tell
lidar.
you that. Yeah, that's full story, bro.
Right. Okay. So it's just to deny.
You can always
Everyone's
ask you
lying.
for the radius value again.
Everyone's lying. Yeah, probabilistically, that the other guy said. I don't think everyone's lying.
I don't
What did they
care
use
what you
before
think.
the WGS-84?
I can use those types of instruments to on a flat surface. Like, for example, they did to survey what's below the pyramids. That doesn't tell you that it is a ball or something that's usable on any surface. And you can use it to also know the topography of the surface. So no one is denying that that kind of technology can be used. We're not talking about satellites in outer space. We are talking about the use of that type of technology, laser measurements and those things. So, yeah.
Again, we are talking about satellites. They use satellites.
So it's not telling us that it is a bot. Like, for example, when someone will want to talk to you about what they found underneath the pyramids, they will show you the raw data. Those images were with the colors changing because of that, the range of the laser, the distance, if the laser reflected back or not, if there was a cavity inside the surface, and those things that are taken in consideration when you are looking at the raw data. That's the first thing they present to you when they want to talk about pyramids and those things that they assume they found underneath the pyramids. They know that that technology is used. Do they agree that yeah, there is a cavity underneath the pyramid? There is those pillars underneath the pyramids. Do they all agree with that? Because they know that those satellites works, Doppler effect, and those things works. So do they all agree? No, they don't. They should, because they claim that they use those things to calculate or to measure the radius, like you claiming. So it's irony.
Yeah, if you can
use it for the measurement to create a model for the they use that technology to create a model like the WGS-84.
Nicholas, wait for someone to reply to what you said after a pause, dude.
Yeah.
He was trying to reply, but then you overspoke him.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
He probably owed a few, Jamesy.
So the guy was saying something, replying to Necros?
The guy was supposed to be getting the data to back up their claim, and that's what they're meant to be doing.
I'm still getting it. No, it's a lot, but I'm getting it.
Yes. Get it.
But I hope you understand what it is I'm talking about, so that when I post it, you don't have to ask.
Yeah, you can hope all you
about
want.
what I'm talking
right?
about.
Just focus on what your task is.
Literally every battle I could. If Gyarados
Oh, and while I'm getting this, because I'm literally going in like fucking satellite data right now, like the fact that I'm going through raw satellite data, can someone just give me raw data proving the Earth is flat, like measuring it, like showing it? You keep saying, "Oh, we
posted it up
measure it as
earlier.
flat." Like raw data, not a video.
You can't
like
be.
actual
What
text.
are you an employee of the U.S. State Department? I mean, Defense Department of Defense.
I'm just curious. That or a map of what you think the Earth is, things relative to each other. Like
not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
No, like if you could do any of those things, like I'm pulling raw satellite data from decades ago. Like if you can't pull a fucking map or get one measurement, like raw data for the Earth being flat, I think this conversation is going to be done by the time I post this.
No. I can destroy you with long distance observations. We can go after that, over that after you find your raw data.
Yeah, no, the data is just not there.
Yeah.
And I got to respond to because they said like 6 things. Someone said every time they present me with something from their side, I just say it's bunk because of refraction. That's not true. He is lying.
Bullshit. It is true.
He is lying.
Every single time someone has posted up a long-range observation or a laser test, you have thrown the refraction card down like it's a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Here's how refraction works, and here's what I say.
We know how it works. That's why it pisses us off every time you throw it down like it's a get-out-of-jail-free card.
No. I say you have to
Yeah. Stop stuttering, boy.
You have to consider it. You have to
We do consider it.
No, it's not always considered. That is
yes,
all
it
I'm
is.
saying. No,
okay.
Not always.
Ice JJ, Black Swan, you know the 2 oil rigs that you fucking hate? Let's consider it.
So
1.22, JJ, silence, 1.22 times the square root. Why are you talking? How about we help you? So you're not going to have a meltdown. Obviously, you've got trouble. Oh, you want to run away? Because he knows the truth. Fancy that.
Looking for an escape, right? Because they couldn't find this data that they were looking for.
T-Dub, get my data, you evil man.
you can't find the raw data. It's protected.
Yeah, and even if you
share it with the public.
Refraction, and you use 12 to 20% of that refraction, it's still 46 times magnitude bigger radius. With those observations in black swans, it's a 10-mile distance to the horizon. Use 12 to 20% refraction. It's still magnitudes bigger than what you claim as having as radius. So what do I have to add as refraction?
You have to set the refraction to flat. You have to set it to flat Earth setting, and then it will work. That's basically
like zero. Like
you
zero.
have to slide the slider so the K factor is 1, which means that the Earth would just look flat. That's literally what you have to do with most of these observations, right? If you go on Walter Bisland's calculator and put in the, put in the distance and the observer height, you have to slide it all the way up to maximum, which is what they say the Earth radius would be so big that your observation would make the Earth look completely flat. That's what you have to set it to for it to work on a globe. You have to set it to flat.
The density gradient, or the thing that they're saying is actually causing the light to change direction, is curved. Otherwise, it'd just go straight. So anyway, they have a curve into their model refraction.
It won't work because they will need a vertical density gradient to make the light go from less dense medium that is close, the one that is closer to the light source, and the denser one will be the one next to the observer. But it's not the reality. And also, if you give them that and you plug it in reality, the denser medium is the one in the bottom from where the light leaves the surface of water to create that horizon. So that horizon is the light coming from the sun, reflected on that surface of water, hitting your eyes, you the 6-foot person. The light is going from a denser medium to a less dense medium. So normally, if you give them refraction, it will be opposite refraction. It will bend up, not down.
Exactly. So you laser's level, and you turn it on, shoots out. When does it start reaching a different density layer? To start changing direction.
One guy the other day said that the light is going from that object in distance, like the horizon, it's going to the sky, like through the clouds, and because the clouds, they are thick and denser than the surface, the light will bend down toward your eyes. So if you draw that, it will create, I'm sorry for the word, like a dick. The light will go up to the sky, and then to your eyes, you the 6-foot observer. And it will be the image of a dick, I swear. Try.
Someone tell me when the refraction index changes in front of the laser. When does it start changing? Immediately? A few feet out?
Is that T-Dub?
Someone tell me, like, when does the refractive index start changing? Is it like immediately, as soon as the laser's turned on and the light begins emitting? Is it a few feet out? Tens of feet?
Let's have
100 feet?
Let's have a look at a laser beam from a long distance observation, right? So here's one in the side chat. This looks like it goes straight.
Okay, now that you've got a long shot of one, if we're standing at this end, looking at the other end, there's obviously more air between here and there, as opposed to here and this end. We all agree with that. It's pretty bloody obvious. Now, if I was standing way down the other end at that laser, right? I'm standing beside it. The laser is going across in front of me. I am 2 foot from the laser. Why is it all these little kids seem to think that this laser is going to be magically bending like a banana when I'm 2 foot from it? Standing at this end, looking along it, if there was going to be some kind of refractive index, it would be greater when there is more air between yourself and the target that you're looking at. So looking at a long shot like that, the one where we see it bending up, the reason we see the end of it bending up is because as it gets further and further along, there's more air of a different density gradient causing this, or temperature gradient, whatever it was that was causing the deflection.
I don't really see it bending up. It just looks like it's ramping up due to perspective and diverging out.
No, not that one. That one's a straight line. You can see that.
You mean the one where it looks like it's bending upward drastically that people post?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because it is.
Yep.
But the problem is, it's not bending upwards that we need, or they need. They need it the complete opposite. They need it bending downwards.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen one do that in
I haven't either.
in the air. You have a look at John Dee's laser tests, you know, it just looks like a perfectly straight line in those ones.
Yeah, it's right obvious. It's a get out of jail free card. I'm going to slap this down and get myself out of trouble. I've seen that one before, but I still like it. It's good.
So, but the best one today, the funniest one, was that punchline, is that they survey the land to create a model for the surveyors.
Nah, I reckon the funniest one today was JC. That wins, man. That shit was great.
I even gave it to him.
That was the best bit. The fact that you gave it to him on a silver platter and it still didn't click. It's like, dude, if you're going any slower, you'd be going backwards. Bro, come on. How did you miss it?
Right. I thought it was a common expression. I thought everybody heard it, like.
He was the only one that didn't get it.
We lost dice.
They were meant to be getting evidence, and they ran away to avoid having to post the evidence.
But he was sounding confident. He was all over the raw data.
Yeah, all over it.
Guys, better have your
He's all
fucking
over it.
fire model and map ready.
Couldn't find it, I
there.
guess. Yeah.
He said,
But
"Why am I doing that, though?"
They must have found it. They must have found it in the past to have researched it to be able to make that claim, right? But couldn't find it when asked to present it. Interesting. It's almost like they.
It didn't seem like he was going to bail. You know, I mean, he wasn't being bullied. He wasn't in his feelings too much, and he was sounding pretty confident there. Maybe he lost his internet or something. I noticed with that guy, Ice, he seems to have a big problem with the notion of anybody lying to him. It's his hang up. My mic's sounding okay, by the way, guys.
Very nice, man.
Yeah, very clean.
Crisp.
Okay, cool.
So did Ice pull a 12-hour shift? He was on for quite a while yesterday and was on when I went to bed.
Yep.
No,
Maybe on
he
the
dropped
ice.
in and out a couple of times.
Yeah, yesterday it was really spiraling in chat when we dropped ISS fakery on him. Started freaking out. What was it, mate? Me, Tita, were laughing about that fucking Simpsons thing. The moment you can see his heart break. It's like yesterday, the moment you could see his brain break, you know, with the ISS stuff.
Well, that was like Ricardo here, who's on Deafin. Ricardo a couple of weeks ago was all like, I can't believe those motherfuckers. Because he was looking at Blue Origin footage and seeing how the horizon goes, concave to flat to convex. Those lying motherfuckers. Oh, and then he starts like questioning the globers, asking them for measured curvature. Now he's done a reset, he's gone back. He's like he's like back to like, you flat earth is this, you flat earth is that.
I think it's pretty sus when you show them just a handful of things that are not necessarily like good points of evidence. Like ISS fakery. It's not good points of evidence that the globe is fake. It's just supplementary. But you show them stuff like that, and they suddenly become flat earthers. Yeah, that's not right.
Yeah, no, that's true. But it does get some people thinking. Young fella was in here yesterday and we were going over a lot of the ISS fakery, showing him stuff. And he's just like, no way, man. I think he was a bit high playing Xbox or whatever, but he was like, no way, bro. It's like, oh god, man, they're fucking full of shit. Just right into it. Yeah. And like, it was said to him, this is just the tip of the iceberg, man. You haven't seen anything yet, yeah. But come back another day and we'll have another talk about it,
Have a look how well that NASA GIF in the side chat works with the Thunderbirds footage. I need to make like a little video where I compile a mixture of Thunderbirds with with Apollo footage. I think it'd work well together.
It would actually, yeah.
Yeah, just put the two together and say, do you remember that episode? It was weird how they had that other bit in black and white, but I guess, like budget and stuff. And they'd be like, oh yeah, I think I do remember that episode of Thunderbirds. Then you can turn around and tell them. It's from NASA. You remember the episode of Thunderbirds when they went to the moon? Oh, yeah, I think I do. Yeah, that looks like it, yeah.
Do you guys not get the feeling that like, even with all their announcements of like Artemis missions and whatnot, that they really don't want to be doing moon landings again? They don't want to be getting involved with putting out, high definition, or having to put out some kind of high definition footage of any kind of walking on the moon or orbiting it or anything like that,
Yep. Because it wouldn't be able to contradict the older footage, right? It would kind of have to match up with kind of how that looked, in a sense.
Exactly. But not show any stars.
I mean, think about how easy it was to just fucking slap anything in there back in the 60s. Because I always say, these Globers forget that people watched the moon landings on like 6-inch black and white fucking grainy TVs. You know what I mean? You could put any shit on that screen. Nobody was telling the difference of anything. You either blindly believed it or you denied it. You know what I mean? Was it based on what you were seeing?
Even the media didn't have direct access to it. They had to film.
Yeah, they had to
NASA
film it on another
screens.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Further diminishing the quality. So yeah, but they can't get that. Can't be the case anymore. You know.
Do you remember too that NASA recognized that they had quality issues with their original Apollo footage, so they remastered it and then removed the originals from their internet archives. So it's not like the internet forgot, right? I mean, there still exists old footage that people had on their websites and servers that they had taken down and copied.
Yeah, the sound delays with the radio was one of the things that got changed.
Yeah.
If you
So
watch
it's also
American Moon, they've still got the original in that, showing the sound delays in the original footage.
I've got old NASA stuff from the early 1980s from like the Houston Space Flight Center and other places that we've been to. Like I've got stacks of old postcards from the gift shop. Yeah, now like 40 years old. They can't screw with that, and I tell you, they look bad.
I mean, how weird would it be if they did like another moonwalk? And they tried to get away with not showing any star field, you know, from the ground to the moon.
Starfield.
Yeah, they're like, hey, look, it's due to the overexposure of the surface. That makes sense, but they also say, well, the cameras also had like a fixed focal length and you couldn't adjust it. So sorry, like nobody thought to maybe bring another camera.
Well, India got away with that. I mean, this is the only footage, right? They just show this little buggy just rolling out, and they don't show anything else. And people think that India did this, or that when they went to the moon.
Yeah, it looks like a sandbox with a toy model, like what they say they train on, and they show you all the training stuff. The whole training apparatus is a sandbox with a toy model via remote control that they practice with.
Yep.
Couldn't
strap some cameras. They couldn't strap some cameras on. Not India's greatest ever achievement, but they couldn't strap a few cameras on.
Right. We can get 8K, 4K live streaming from Mars. 15 years ago, infrared gigapan footage.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah.
But we can't get that from the moon today.
What would be the case on the moon with it being a third of the size of the Earth? How much more, like, constellations would you have in one field of view from that?
Well, interesting. Yeah. Neil Armstrong said it. He doesn't recall ever seeing a star, and it was the blackest black you could ever imagine.
William Shatner said the same thing.
The blackest black you could ever
it's
imagine.
just ridiculous, that fucking claim. I mean, they
The
orbited
souls are-
around the dark side. They should have been blown out by fucking stars, you know what I mean?
The souls of some of these globes are pretty dark. And yes, exactly right, obvious. It should have just been pure white up there. There's no, like, look what we've got down here. You go into the city, you can't see stars due to light pollution. You go out to the country and the sky is just totally spectacular. Up there, away from all of the light pollution, it should have just been absolutely mind-blowing. But here they are saying
it
it's
really
black.
should have been. You know, it would have been like the most spectacular thing you could see.
Yep.
Well, that's what some of the astronauts said.
Seared into your memory, man. That'd be burned
Don
into your
Pettit.
brain.
Don Pettit and the other guys were saying that. It's like exactly how you just described it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, but
putting
I remember that,
telescopes on satelloons
Don't
for
put it in
60
the
years.
guys back and forth.
Interest rates are rising.
What were you saying, Amy?
They claim to have been putting
yeah, light
telescopes
pollution.
on satelloons for 60 years. I've never seen a single image from any of these balloon launches with telescopes aimed at the stars. Or maybe I have.
What, the weather balloons?
Yeah, that they claim that to get better footage, clearer footage of the stars, that they've been putting high-powered telescopes on satelloons and sending them up. And this has been going on for 60 years. And I don't know if anybody's ever sent us footage that is claimed to come from that balloon.
Well, we know about like things like Sophia.
What's that?
It's in a plane, obviously.
Yeah, they've shown us some footage of that. But like, where is all the satelloon telescope data and footage?
Is this when were these claims made?
Going back to the 60s. Like telescopes on balloons.
Probably walked back on that stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they claim to do it today too.
It kind of like, who the fuck was even listening to NASA and anybody back then? Besides the moon landings, like, the average person didn't give a shit about any of this, you know? Like, these claims were only heard in what, like, Congress and stuff, budgetary meetings.
Yeah, that's what I keep finding with my research. I mean, the average person didn't care, and the average person was more skeptical. And it was like a big effort by the state to try to tell the public to care about this, encourage them to care.
Really? And why no one cared?
Because it
People
had
only care
nothing relevant with their lives.
Exactly. People only seem to care about what the media tells them to care about.
There wasn't this this social thing where caring about NASA and whatnot is tied to your intellectual level.
Wait, what? There's
Well,
a
the
lot of
average
people in this
person
chat that are
thinks they're
really smarter than me.
because they keep up with space news and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, I think
But
that
I don't think
just
I've
makes them
ever
smarter.
once been like, oh, how stupid I am matters only because of how much I care about NASA or whatnot. Never thought that.
Wow.
There's a lot of smarter people in this chat than me.
Maybe you're an exception to the rule.
Well, okay, maybe I'm just dumb, but I don't think that's what people care about.
I never said you were dumb. I never said you were dumb.
I am, but I don't think I've ever been on like a blind date where they're like, "How much do you care about NASA?" And I'm like,
it's like feeds into a person's
not very much.
ego,
And they're like, "I hate you."
cares about themselves.
Well, I mean, you guys are like fucking jacking yourselves off. It's crazy.
You wish, bro.
What are you
That's where
talking
your
about,
mind's
man?
at. Yeah.
It seems actually it fucking struck a nerve because you seem to be getting triggered over the statement.
Over what statement? How much we care
Maybe
about NASA?
you do actually regard yourself as more intelligent just because you keep up with NASA's bullshit.
I have no idea what NASA is doing. Do you even know what NASA is doing right now? I have no idea.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
nothing. That's what it says on their website. It says that they're not updating their website anymore because it says NASA is shut down because we lost our funding, and Donald Trump says NASA's not a space agency anymore. They're now a spy agency.
They won't present to you what they get.
Their website says that they're a spy agency.
Yeah.
What?
The White House says it's a spy agency, the executive order.
NASA's website goes, "We're a spy agency now." That's what it says on their website.
I should say that. You know about the executive order?
It could. I don't know. I don't sit around and look up NASA's website.
It's an executive order from the White House. The White House passed an executive order, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, that made an agency and the follow agency's primary goal the following: intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security matters. And NASA was one of those agencies.
White House NASA spy agency. Reclassified NASA as an intelligence and national security organization. Didn't Trump want to make the Space Force or whatever? Isn't that a thing?
He also did to the patent office.
Space Force.
So
didn't he like reclassify NASA as the Space Force, and also SpaceX or whatever? Didn't he do that? Didn't the White House do that?
I don't know about the Space Force thing, but he reclassified a bunch of sub-agencies under the Department of Commerce.
Okay, if you know that, you don't know that the White House created a Space Force?
It's military.
Okay.
It's the Air Force anyway.
It's a different authority.
Okay.
They even have different uniforms.
Okay, so an executive order called NASA an intelligence agency. Okay, I'm cool with it. I'm with you guys. I just
want me to post it, dude. I can post it to you.
I saw it. No, I looked it up, and you're absolutely correct. An executive order passed in 2025 reclassified NASA as an intelligence agency, like you said.
Why'd they do it to the U.S. Patent Office?
Wait, what?
Yeah, that same executive order mentions the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. They are now, their primary goal is also now intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security matters.
The patent office is also national security.
Yes.
And the National Weather Service.
Yeah, and NOAA, yeah.
Oh, yep, them too.
Okay. I don't know what any of this means. What does it mean? Can you explain?
It means the wheels are falling off the car. That's what it means.
Okay. What does it mean?
For the employees, it means they've been reclassified. Now they're all part of what could be called like an accepted service, a special branch of the government where their duties are deemed so important that they can't really be shut down, and that they must. They are also all eligible to be tapped by another agency to be snitches and to do tasks.
They weren't before.
Probably not without a lot of red tape.
And
okay,
for national security matters, the United States government reserves the right to be able to do fucking anything, including assassinate people. Imagine being assassinated by a fucking patent clerk.
Never saw that coming.
I mean, I don't know, dude. Got to be careful about.
Do you think they patented that idea?
Probably.
I really love
They
how you had
classified
trouble saying patented. I really like that.
What a way to go! You've just been Einsteined.
I don't. I mean, you throwing a bunch of stuff at me. I don't know what
We don't
any of
really
it means.
understand it ourselves, to be honest. We don't get it.
Somebody, okay, look, man.
Something's going on.
You're just
Weird.
like, oh wow, look at all these agencies being classified as things.
Look,
like,
dude, the veil's still over my eyes.
No, not as things. It's important that it's national security, because when it's national security, the government claims the right to do anything. They can lie. They can do whatever they want for national security.
I know, but like to pretend that like you didn't already believe they were lying before is crazy, right? You believe they already lied. So why would them being classified where they can lie change anything that you feel about NASA? I don't
Can do it out in the open.
What do you mean? What does that even mean? What are they lying about out in the open now? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
They could get caught doing one of their space bloopers, and if anybody in the press tried to say anything about it, they could shut down CBS, ABC.
Isn't that already
NPR.
what you believed?
How do you know what I believe?
Don't you believe that when people were trying to talk about NASA's bloopers, they were shut down? Don't you already believe that?
No.
Nobody in the mainstream's ever attempted that.
There's a lot of articles about NASA's bullshit.
Post one.
Oh, the black astronaut where he was actually underwater, and then they like edited the stuff out. Is that not like just well known shit? Like I don't.
Yeah, post it for us.
But no one was shut down. There is videos that shows bloopers about NASA. No one was shut down.
Yeah, and it wasn't on TV. That's what we're talking about. We're talking.
Wait, hold on. You're saying they're lying. They were lying before, and now you're saying they're lying now.
We're talking about publicly licensed media companies can be censored for posting things about any of these agencies that the government doesn't want.
You don't think that they were before?
Probably not. National security letters and stuff? No. Websites too?
There's a difference between being infiltrated and moving a news organization into a direction and just going, shut up, or we're going to kill all of you.
What was the thing
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Can you explain this to me? So you think NASA,
Operation Mockingbird.
before 2025, you think NASA was above board or
no
below board? Like what do you... I don't understand what this executive order means.
All the non-above board stuff they were doing was probably harder to do because they had to bury it more, and now they don't have to bury it as much. Now they don't need as many clowns working for them.
Oh, okay.
They streamlined more permissibly.
Okay, I understand now. I think.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe you could explain that thing it was that Obama changed that allowed basically, the U.S. government to legally propagandize its citizenry and all that.
this guy a Glober? But
what, like Citizens United or? No, I'm not. I'm not a Glober or a flat earther. I'm just wondering what you guys think.
No, you are. Yeah, we don't think anything except we know the Earth is flat.
Okay, well, I definitely don't know that, but
are you like agnostic to the fact that you about the shape of the Earth? Like, I mean, or you just?
I'm agnostic to a lot of things. I mean, I would. I would like to think the Earth is round, but I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're like, "Hey, dude, have you proven that the Earth is round?" I'd be like, "Nah, I don't know. I don't know." But I have no idea. It sounds like people are like really, really concerned about this, like 2025 executive order that turned NASA into an intelligence agency, which allows them to lie.
Yeah,
but
all of that stuff
it sounds like most of everybody here thinks that they were lying anyway. So I was just wondering
all that
what
stuff
changed.
is sidebar, man. Like everything that we've been talking about so far is like a sidebar conversation, where the main topic is that the deception about it being something that it's not is like the overall arcing like main event.
I mean,
We're
like,
not
how do you know
concerned
that it's
about
something
it.
that it's not? I
We're
mean, I
not
don't know.
concerned about it. All we do is notice. That's it.
Oh, okay.
You didn't notice, and we're telling you.
Yeah, well, I guess I noticed now too. Thank you for telling me.
So it's also in what you do with the information. I mean, you could just like listen to what everybody's saying here and be like, okay, that's great. I'm gonna go read the paper now. Like, I mean, you know, like, or you're gonna go tell somebody about it because it's enlightened you to a point where now it's like a revelation. Like, wow, I need to tell someone. That's why we're here, man. Every day.
Okay.
Every day.
I don't think I heard anything here that I need to tell other people, but I'm
really.
Yeah, I mean, what would I need to tell other people?
So, I mean, if you learned anything, what was the one thing that you learned today?
That there's a lot of people that believe the Earth is flat, and they thought NASA was lying before, but now it's easier for them to lie.
Yeah, but belief. You think that people in here believe that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I do think that. Yeah.
Well, nobody knows that it's flat.
I mean, I don't know. I
that's
don't,
the thing.
but I don't.
If people in here are telling you they just believe that it's flat, that's one thing. But if they're telling you that they know that it's flat, that's something else, right?
Well, I mean, when as soon as I came in here, we were talking about NASA being reclassified in 2025 through an executive order as an intelligence agency.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about.
So
we don't rely on NASA for our information.
That's just what people were talking about.
We're making like a social. Our noticing of NASA is like more like a social commentary because that's how other people get their information. We're not in a freaking bubble here. We know what other people think and doing what they believe and why they believe it, right? And what influences them to think the Earth is a globe. We're not on that time. We're on our own shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems evident. Yeah.
Would you
I'm
like
just
to
saying
know
that's
how
what
the
we
Earth
were
is not
talking.
a
That's what
globe?
we were talking about. That's when I came in here. You guys were talking about that.
Yeah,
and I was
that's
like,
great.
oh,
That's about the third time you said that. Like, agreed. Now, do you want to know why the Earth is flat and not a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a more productive conversation, right? Maybe that's something you can tell somebody when you find out.
Okay.
So large bodies of water display no convexity when at rest. Do you understand this simple fact, or do you need more expounding on that?
Don't they?
Yeah. So it's a simple
Like
truth,
Lake
right?
Michigan is level.
Flat. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a simple fact, right? You
Doesn't
can carry
it have convexity?
No, no convexity. Means that it doesn't.
So the middle of the
conform
lake
to the
isn't at a higher elevation than like the side of the lake.
Yeah, it's a level surface. Water is a level surface.
Across
You
all
get the simple
distances?
factor. Yeah, do you get the simple factor? Is there something that's kind of like really stumping you on this? Do you think that it doesn't do that?
Stumping
It's
me,
not
dude.
flat?
Because I thought that like across large surfaces, water is level, but like it's on a round thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's level but on a round thing. So how do you perform that magic trick?
I thought it was just like curvature. I don't know.
Right, right. How is that anything in physics that can be demonstrated?
I thought it could be demonstrated by like looking at like boats going over the horizon and shit.
Aha. Maybe somebody can break it down for you. I just got to work.
All right, dude. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so you can see Chicago across Lake Michigan, right? 52 miles.
Okay. I didn't know that, but yeah. Okay.
Lots of people. In fact, lots and lots of people have seen it. In fact, they've also seen Milwaukee across Lake Michigan, just 80 something miles.
Okay.
So if the Earth was curving in the way they say, Chicago and Milwaukee would be hidden by. Chicago would be behind 1,400 feet of Earth curve, and you'd only see the top of Willis Tower. And then looking at Milwaukee, you wouldn't see any of it. So both of these have been on the news, and the news didn't realize the ramifications of what they were showing. This is often the case. So what happens is that people think the Earth is so big that any observation will fit into the globe model, but these observations do not fit. Okay, or even close to fitting.
Don't people say that you can see that because of light refraction off the atmosphere?
Through the atmosphere? Is that what you mean?
That's what people say. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've like driven down a hill in Colorado, and it looks like there's like a lake at the bottom, but there's not actually a lake. It's just more
of a mirage.
Yeah,
that's an inferior mirage. That's caused by internal reflection, which is a different phenomenon.
Okay, wait. Okay, so isn't that refraction?
The way a fiber optic cable works is reflection is not refraction. It's both involved light, but they're not the same thing.
So what's refraction and what's reflection? How do you tell the difference?
Visually, by just looking, it's hard. It's hard to just tell the difference from looking.
So,
I mean,
like, what's the
typically there's
difference,
signs,
like,
right?
physically? Like, what is the difference between the two?
Well, there's three ways a medium can interact with electromagnetic radiation. That's absorption, transmission, and reflection. Okay. In the transmission sense, it can be refracted if there's a boundary between two refracting mediums and they have a differing refractive index. So, say one medium has a refractive index of 1.3 and the other one has 1. When the light intersects the water, it will be deflected by some amount, according to Snell's law. Light, on the other hand, will just reflect. But that also depends on the angle. So if it hits at like a 90-degree angle to, say, the surface of water, it'll just 100% of that light is reflected. But if it hits at a shallower angle, it'll be transmitted and reflected. And if it hits at a super shallow angle, it'll experience something called total internal reflection, and it'll be 100% reflected again. So there's different spots, different angles.
So why does it look like water when I'm coming over the hill? You know what I mean?
That's total internal reflection off of a thin boundary of heated air.
Wait, but like, what is it light?
So you have a high temperature gradient. You have but no, hold on. It doesn't look like water. It's reflected. It looks like water to you because water reflects the sky, and what you see is a boundary layer of air reflecting the sky.
Oh, okay. So I'm seeing the sky.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And you can see, so one of the phenomena that's observed is called a fata morgana, and it looks like a ship is hovering above the horizon, like it's floating in the air. But if you use like,
how do you spell that?
Color,
Can I look that up?
Fata morgana, yeah, FATA MORGANA.
Fata Morgana.
That's a type of superior mirage.
Check the side chat, bro.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What the fuck is happening? There's a bunch of boats floating.
Yeah.
If you
take one of those images, right, and you put it in a negative color filter. So some of the problem here is that the human eye sees the least amount of shades of blue. So if you change it to red by flipping the color values, you'll be able to see that the boat is actually on water, and that water looks blue because it's reflecting the sky.
This is part of the issue with the rig clip.
That is crazy, dude. I just looked this up. There's so many pictures of boats just like floating. They look so silly, dude.
But they're in water. They're in water, and you just can't tell they're in water because that water is perfectly reflecting the sky.
You think that's funny?
So that it looks like
that
sky.
happened to the entire Chicago skyline.
The entire Chicago skyline was floating in the air above the horizon.
Pretty sure someone.
I'd like to see that.
The floating cities.
I'd like to see a floating Chicago skyline. Me and Yoder will get the ships over the horizon with
I was just about to speak up.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, why isn't the Chicago skyline behind the curvature, and the curvature is just miraged up?
Dude, I'm just telling you what I heard.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, but
He's asking the other guy.
The issue is that the mirage, or so on, and refraction isn't even enough to overcome the curvature that makes you unable to see the base of the Chicago city.
It's JJ. We were chatting to the other guy. You ran away mid-conversation earlier because you failed to get the data to back your claim up. You don't get to
just made a flat Earth claim. Amazing.
You can't just run away in the previous conversation and then come back half an hour later like that never happened and interrupt another conversation.
Maybe he forgot.
He did.
Okay, so I'd like to point something out is that the only evidence for this globe refraction that lets you see farther is the fact that you see a flat Earth. Now imagine how crazy it is that your globe Earth evidence is observation of a flat Earth.
Well,
it gets even stupider. What just gets even stupider, right? What causes this refraction, right? What they say is that there's denser at the bottom than higher up. And because it's dense, the light bends down toward the more dense medium. Well, what's this density caused by? It's caused by gravity, right? So gravity formed the ball, and then it created a density gradient that bended light to make that ball look flat. That's absurd on its fucking face. Yeah, gravity not only makes a ball, but it makes a flat looking ball.
I don't understand what you're saying. Can you explain?
So refraction, they claim refraction exists because there's a density gradient, because the light is supposed to bend down toward the more dense air. Right? So if you have something at 10 feet...
Wait, what?
You have something
they say refraction exists because light bends towards more dense air?
That was what's called terrestrial or atmospheric.
Wouldn't light just bend because of gravity? It's not about the density of the air.
No, not because of gravity. I mean, this is second order because of gravity, I guess you'd call it. It's not the gravity itself. That would be general relativity, and that would predict a bend so small that you wouldn't be able to even measure.
Well, that's what I think of when I think of like curvature and general relativity. Like I learned,
Yeah, but the Earth, its mass in that theory would only deflect light like 1/16 millionth of an inch, or 1/16 millionth of a degree.
I wouldn't think it would like bend light super hard.
Well, they'd claim there's mountains that are picked up 11 miles. There's the guy Jay Tolman who filmed outside of a plane with an infrared camera from 27,000 feet in an airplane. He filmed mountains 500 miles away. Now those mountains should be like 11 miles under the horizon. Miles. Not feet,
Okay.
miles.
I have so many questions. If the Earth is flat, like, what else is there still space?
No. Well, I mean, that's not dependent on a flat Earth. That's something that's independent. Space can't exist because it violates natural law. The idea of outer space is pretty.
Wait, hold on. Well, outer space, but like space,
outer
like
space vacuum.
Like I have a space in my room, right?
Yeah, that's what you call metrical space, right? But like outer space, is a
Sure, but
particular
like, okay,
place,
so
right?
like, if the Earth is flat, then what's outside of the Earth?
What makes you think there is an outside?
What else would there be? What do you mean?
No outside.
I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean?
Why does there have to be? Why does there have to be an outside?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I could ask my dog that, but I let him outside sometimes.
Yeah, the idea of this being a place that's light years and light years and light years and light years, quadrillions of light years across, you can throw that out the window. This place is small.
The Earth is flat. Isn't also the sun and the moon flat?
Wait, our Earth is quadrillions of light years across? I feel like all the people.
No. In the Big Bang cosmology, right? You think that Earth is a tiny speck in a sea of a cosmic void. That's not what's happening.
I mean, okay, so that's like I would still have the same question, right? Like, what's outside of the cosmic void?
There is no cosmic void.
Sure, but so I just have the same question: what's outside of the Earth? So, like, I'm outside. I'm looking at the sky.
It's like asking what's outside the universe, dude. It's like asking what's outside the universe.
I know, but
What you see at night is part of the same system. You could say, man, this is all one realm.
You could say what's above the Earth.
It's crazy, dude. You're like breaking my brain.
Not outside the Earth. It's above the Earth, not outside the Earth.
What's below the Earth?
Dirt.
Increasing density? Uh-oh.
Okay, so I'm outside right now.
These are all like derivative questions. So
He wants to know everything, but why there's no measured curve.
This is like so that's the most important thing. So we only need to answer one question, right? Does the surface of the Earth curve or does it not curve? That's it. That tells you the whole story right there. You don't need any more information than that. Because if it does not curve and the surface of the Earth is flat, namely the waters of the Earth, which consume most of the Earth, it can't be a ball. And if it is curving, the waters do curve, like you said, like you posited, then it can be a ball. Right? So you have a true dichotomy. You only have to figure out which one, and the rest will follow. Because we can construct any freaking nonsense, just like they did in the past, the ancient cosmologies of what the stars are, what they do, what the planets are. We can make up some bullshit that we can never prove, just like everybody else does. I've been talking about the stars and the planets for fucking millennia. Everybody thinks they're right. Nobody can prove it.
Okay.
Can you prove what a star is? Anybody? And in the future, even in the future.
No, I mean, I'm looking up at it, and I'm wondering what it is. What is it?
Yeah, no one's ever gonna know. In the
So we
Gold
just live
paradigm,
and
you'll
die, and we
never
don't know.
If you're going the speed of Voyager, it would take you 400 or 150,000 years to reach the closest star. So you're never gonna know.
So we just look up and we go, I don't know. Is that what we do?
Well, no, some people look up and go, I don't know. Other people look up and go, oh, I know. I'm going to tell everybody else. And a bunch of people are going to believe them when they actually don't know.
Isn't it cool, though?
Amen, brother.
Yeah, it can be cool. We can be fascinated by shit, but we have to realize there are limitations, dude. Can't
Like
know
I said,
everything.
I don't know everything.
Well, I'm
It
just
looks
saying,
cool
as
though.
the human beings as a whole are never going to know everything.
I know
Yeah,
Scary, ain't it?
that's true. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
This is one of those things. I mean, people have convinced themselves a lot, but that doesn't mean anything. There's people very convinced that elves and leprechauns and ghosts are real.
Maybe they are.
I mean, they
Oh,
could
wait,
be.
so like you
But
know
you're
that
never
the
going to
Earth
know
is
for
flat?
certain. The only way you're going to know if ghosts are real is if you die and you come back as a ghost.
Okay, but like, do you know that the Earth is flat?
Yes. We know that for the reason I just said. We know that water does not curve at any scale.
Okay, but like I watched like this documentary where they did like a thing about light. And they were looking at, they were like if 17 feet up or whatever they were doing.
No, you didn't.
Talk
No, you
about
didn't.
Netflix.
Yeah, yeah.
You talk about the Netflix
It's a movie.
documentary. Yeah, that's
And
all
then
that is.
they were like,
In
yeah,
order for water
17
to
feet up.
curve around a globe, it would have to be intelligent water.
What is it with just like the fucking crazy peanut gallery?
I don't know. The high guy, he's pretending to be really high right now.
Who, me?
No, not you.
No, the other guy that sounds just like you.
Oh.
It's in the room next to you. No, just kidding.
So okay, so I watched that documentary. Like, what would it change if the Earth was round?
What are you talking about? What documentary? Netflix?
The one about like 17 feet up or whatever, the light that they were doing. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
Well, I mean, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't. I really don't.
Did they use a laser?
I'm just saying, like, okay.
What did they do?
Okay, so I'm saying I don't know, right?
So you saw the documentary, but you don't know what they did.
Exactly. I was going to say
No, he heard through the grapevine.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying I don't know if the Earth
I
is
know what
flat
you're
or
saying.
round. I just don't know
I
what
know.
it changes. If the Earth was round, would it change the fact that we don't know anything?
Hey, go tell the people in your house you're a flat earther. See what it changes.
I could tell my
Actually,
wife
bro,
that.
don't do
I
that.
think she would
Don't
just be like,
do
"Okay,
that.
babe." I think she'd be cool.
Well, you got a good girl then.
Yeah, she'd be cool. And then I got a 9-year-old, and he'd be like, "Ah, whatever, Dad." And then I got
He'd be like, I know. No, he'd be like, I know. The baby would definitely be like, I know. Kids think the Earth is flat until adults tell them otherwise. This has been actually studied. Not by us. It was studied like in the 70s and 80s.
I don't think I ever told my son the Earth was round, but
They get told in school, primarily.
I don't know.
But nowadays, with all the space crap on TV, they get told by, like, you know, if your kids watch any amount of TV, like PBS, public broadcasting, right?
Have you ever seen that
Sesame
thing
Street.
on YouTube of like the ISS?
If you've ever watched a movie or a TV show, you will see an Earth at some point.
No, you know what I'm talking about. The ISS is like coming over the
Your
Aurora
sarcasm is getting
Borealis.
annoying, bro.
What?
Not you,
Not
the
you,
other one.
the other guy.
Yeah, both of them. They're both being the same way.
Your fucking ass is hurt. It isn't our fault the Earth is flat, dude. We're just telling you, dude. You can fucking take it or leave it. Go, just take your head buried in your sand. Tell yourself everything you see is an optical illusion, and go on with your day.
I'm not saying that. I'm just talking to you.
Well, listen, brother. At the end of the day, the facts are you observe the Earth is flat. That's what you've ever observed. You've never seen the Earth as a ball. No one you know has. And some other people came along and said, well, that's some sort of optical illusion. It's actually a giant ball that just looks flat. Trust us. Look at these equations. Watch this TV show. And you believed it. And that's the situation with everybody. You're just told the Earth is a ball, and they just accept it. The problem we have is it's contrary to their experience. And these people don't show evidence that what they're saying is the case. They don't have enough proof. It would be like, it's like being gaslit. Hey, dude, the earth looks flat. Nah, dude, that's not really flat. That's a ball. Nah, dude, I swear, man, the ocean looks flat as fuck. Everywhere I go, I look at water. It's flat as fuck. I sailed across the 7 seas. Flat as fuck. Nah, dude, that's actually a ball.
I've been to
Look in the
I've been
sky.
to the beach
Grab a
though, and
telescope.
the ocean doesn't look flat to me.
The ocean doesn't look flat. Really. What's that horizon thing?
Look out at the horizon. It looks
Yeah,
kind
when
of,
you go higher up, the horizon gets more curved.
How do you know that? How high?
Because I've been higher up.
How high?
Thousands of feet.
How high do you
Oh
gotta go
shit!
to see
The only
curve?
guy in here that's been on a commercial flight, Ice?
I've been on commercial flights.
Yeah,
but
1,000
I fly
feet
it
or so.
all the time.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post the time lapse. I'm gonna post the time lapse. Hold on a second. I'm gonna post a time lapse of a commercial flight right in the side chat. Let's see if this code is true or not.
Commercial flights are fake. All the windows are tampered with.
No, you can't see curve from an airplane.
Go on,
okay?
go on a balloon. Go
The
on a
windows
balloon.
they disturb the curve.
Why would they be tampered
They make the windows make the curve more.
Why would they be
There is no
tampered
curve
with?
from an airplane. Y'all are idiots, okay? Now I'm gonna get mean. Because you're fucking idiots. Nobody, even in the gold model, says you can see curve from a plane. There's published papers that say you can't see curve from a plane. There's upteen gazillion freaking photographs from planes which just show no curve. It's not high enough. It's not close to high enough. It's not even close. 10 miles above a ball that's supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter. How the fuck would you ever see the curve of the Earth? The ISS, which is supposed to be 250 miles, would only see 3% of the Earth. Now you think you see 1/100th of the fucking Earth and you're going to see curve? Even 1/100th. It's 1/800th. Stop saying you see curve from a plane because you're just fucking lying, dude. That's the shit that pisses me off.
I'm responding.
You're gonna say
dude.
you're gonna say in 30. You're gonna say in 20 minutes. You're gonna go in 20 minutes. You're gonna go. Why would they lie when you just lied yourself? You're the
It was an
people that you're talking
explicit
about.
response. No, it's explicit response to your claim that the horizon is completely
You've never seen
flat.
curve from an airplane. That's a lie.
No. The point I was saying is that the higher you go up, the more curved.
And I
the
asked you how you know
horizon
that, and you said from an airplane. That's a lie.
I mean, that's actually not a lie. Like you can say,
It is a lie. It is a
the
lie.
Windows and all that stuff, but look,
It is.
yeah,
I didn't
Windows
say
and
Windows.
shit, yeah, that plays a role. But the higher you go
I said
up,
the Earth
you're gonna
Yeah.
I posted
In your theoretical model, Ice, yes.
primary measurements. Do you know how long late LiDAR works?
I know exactly.
And I'm just going to jump to a totally different subject because I was just
they muted me and demanded I post raw satellite data.
Ice JJ, how about we continue our conversation that you run away from?
No. Yeah, the one where they asked me to demand.
How about we continue our conversation that you ran away from?
I just spent an hour getting raw satellite of it.
How about you and I finish the conversation? You made a claim about refraction.
Oh, we finished.
How we don't allow for it.
Plain conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. How about we finish that? I don't want to deal with the freaking LiDAR from wherever. Look, dude, not even mainstream claims that they see curve from an airplane. I'll tell you the publication, Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth by David Lynch. Can't see curve from a plane in the globe model. If you see curve from a plane, you're a tiny earther. Now, if
Yes,
you want,
but we
you want
can
to go with
measure
that?
curve. But we can measure curve
From an airplane?
above.
From an airplane.
From LiDAR.
Don't
from
change the
satellites.
subject. We're talking about airplanes.
No, yeah, airplanes are going to be bumped.
You have no knowledge of
It's just a
satellites.
subjective experience of going in an airplane, but it's not a good reliable thing because you're too close. But the actual
so you
primary
can't see
data,
curve from an airplane.
the primary data, which shows the measurement, it shows the curvature of the Earth. I posted satellite primary data, and its actual satellite data It shows how fast a
Actual
laser
satellite data, as opposed to what?
Yes. As opposed to, I don't know, a
satellite
video
data?
from video from YouTube. And it shows
video from
how
YouTube.
fast it
What the fuck?
takes, how fast it takes a laser to go to the station and come back on the course of its orbit around the station. It's called pass through. And look at the distance and look at the change in times and then look at the cutoff. The lasers travel in a straight line and then it cuts off.
Now they travel in a straight line.
Predict from the Earth's
Now they do.
curvature,
They didn't
and the
earlier
change
when we were
in
talking about
change- no, and
lasers along the
change in
ground.
travel times exactly matches what we would expect. It forms a U-shaped
really?
curve over
Exactly.
the ground base. It is
Show me the error
confirms
bars.
we live.
Can you show me the error bars?
We do not live on a
Show me the-
flat surface.
No, can you
We
show me the
measure
error
this
bars?
with satellites?
Can you show me the error bars? The error bars.
I just posted
Do
you.
you
raw
know what
data
error
that
bars
showed-
are?
Yeah, just read it.
Yeah, raw
Read it.
data has error bars because it's something called measurement uncertainty. So I like the error bars because you said exactly matches what we'd expect. So
Yeah,
I don't expect to
it
see
does.
any error bars at all.
I don't know if do you know what satellite data looks like?
You know what
LiDAR
exact
data
means?
is you see
You know what exact
how fast
means?
it takes to come back and forth. You
You know what
measure
exact
that.
means?
You don't guess.
Yeah. You know what exact means? Every type of measurement has something called measurement error, as measurement uncertainties, and there's the precision problem, right? So post the data, okay, with the uncertainties and the precision. Can you do that?
Wait. You want the LiDAR satellite data with?
We want the data, the output data. The
That
actual
is the
data.
output data. That is literally the output data. That is the raw output feed. The raw data from a satellite. Orbiting, that is unaltered raw output.
How do you
And it
know
shows
what
travel
happened to the
capacity
data?
time.
How do you know what happened to the data?
Why would
Okay, so now, now all the satellite data is.
No, you just made a claim that it's
this is raw data that people like. This is
How do you
raw
know it's
satellite
raw data? How do you know it's raw
Because it is
data?
literally the source.
know what it
I'm going to ask you one more time. If you don't answer, you're getting muted. How do you know it's raw data?
Because it is literally the link to the official government source, to the actual satellite that is connected to. The people who publish the numbers publish the fucking link to the raw data.
It doesn't mean it's not post-processed.
It is.
Just
That is. So now they're all lying. Yeah, exactly. You can't believe the numbers
now you're
because the
gonna
numbers
straw
show
man.
the Earth
Now
is
you're gonna
not
straw
flat.
man.
You have to deny
Now
lasers.
you're
You have
gonna
to
straw
deny
man.
measurement.
Look at the spiral and spurging. It's so funny. So really simply, okay, I asked you, how do you know it's raw data and not post-processed? You said because they released it. That proves it's not post-processed. In what way? They might say even on the website that it's post-processed. This is what happens often with what's the other one? Himawari. It's 3 levels of post-processed, and people think it's raw data. They don't even give you access to raw data at all. Okay? So if you know if it's raw data, I'd like to see it. I want to see the numbers, dude. The figures. I'd also like to know what the instrumentation they use to do it. But you don't know any of that. All you'd read was the title and the conclusion. You did zero analysis and sit here on your soapbox.
In the link where the title and the conclusion are. That's raw satellite data. Just
how do you know that?
There's no words there.
How do you know it's raw?
Because it's the official output of the satellite. Like, look at the data itself.
How do you know it isn't post-processed, dude? Do you know how signal processing works?
No matter
you know how signal processing works.
No matter what you say,
no
matter what post processing you want to claim.
Here we go.
Under any post
processing, I claim I would go by what they said. I would go by what they said. I would go by what they said.
So now, exactly. So, if you want to claim,
if you don't,
hold on.
What if they're taking the data?
If you don't want to accept it, if you don't want to accept it, if you don't want to accept it, if you,
I don't know what to accept because you haven't posted anything. I haven't posted anything to look at.
I posted the actual data. Here, I'll post more. I'll post more from it.
Okay, what are the numbers in the first column of the data?
Yeah, I'm not on the document right now. I'm trying to get you more.
Okay, you realize
and
that
then
signal processing.
and if you're looking at wait,
you're going to talk over me. You're going to get muted because you're not going to mute me. Okay,
Okay,
you're muting me by talking over me. Okay, you're muted, dude. I warned you.
That guy likes to talk a lot.
Yeah. So, in case you haven't heard, digital electronic devices, some have post-processing internally. What if they take data, right, the signal from the LiDAR, and then project it onto a preferred coordinate system? We don't know. Is it timing data? Is it phase data? Is it group-based data? Are they measuring angular momentum? Are they measuring polarization? Like, what are they measuring?
We don't know because it was just a bunch of nonsense. I looked at it.
Can you tell us what they're actually measuring?
Yeah, they're measuring the time it takes for a laser to go back and forth from a ground station to a satellite.
Circle where it says that.
Yeah, I'll point out. I'll point it out. So let me explain to you.
Can I ask questions? Can I ask questions? The ground station. What ground station?
A ground station that has a satellite receiver.
A satellite receiver. So they're bouncing.
The thing that mirrors and that bounce back the laser.
They're bouncing a laser off a mirror on the ground.
This is the thing. If I need to look, if I need to explain how this stuff works, then this is not going to go anywhere. Like if that's what's going to happen here, I'm going to leave.
Okay,
like,
Ice JJ, shut up for a second. Remember earlier on when you were having a meltdown?
Second grade level interpretation of fucking some YouTube video and go with that. Yeah, Earth is a globe now.
YouTube video.
I don't think so. You're
you guys
dummy.
posted a YouTube video. I'm giving you satellite data.
So Ice JJ, stop. Ice JJ, remember earlier on before you had your nervous breakdown? When you just wanted to explain everything. And I told you, explanations don't go any good without data to back it up. Well, you've got your data, now put the explanation with it.
The original argument was that they used satellites with lasers to create the WGS-84, and that's what they were supposed to go and get the raw data from. Instead, they came back an hour later with this other data from Lagos 1 from 2025, which isn't what they requested, and then apparently it's not even the raw data anyway, it's been claimed to be. And there's the link in the side chat that I put there that this is the link that Ice JJ shared earlier in the chat.
Is he trying to describe how they update WGS-84 from space?
He said they created WGS-84 using lasers that were shot from a satellite that measured the radius of the Earth and confirmed, and they used that to build the WGS-84. That was his claim.
Yeah, when did they build the time machine? The time machine they would have needed to do the measurement to go back in time to create the WGS-84.
Yeah, do you know why it's 84? Because
that's how many scientists worked on it?
Because in 1983 they had to update WGS-83. Would you like to go back in time on the history of reference ellipsoids? We can talk about that.
I think you should go back to talk to CW 666.
I posted the page that has the link to
what do you want
all the satellites. It should go back.
I'm just listening.
The point is, if you have a satellite passing over a station, and and the time it takes for the laser to go back and forth matches the increase and the decrease that you would expect on a curved Earth, and it cuts off at the point you would expect on a round Earth, due to the curvature
So
of the
how
Earth.
do you validate that it's curved? You've got a time delay in a device. So you've got a drone flying above your head. It shoots a beam which has a time delay. So let's just throw a number at it, 5 seconds. Now, how does 5 seconds tell you that the ground beneath it is curved or flat?
Because
I've got a more fundamental question to ask than that, honestly. How does a satellite know where it even is?
Know where what is?
How does a satellite know its location?
Well, it uses, know its location. It uses the same method of laser imaging and SLRI, and there's also VLBRI, which I don't really understand fully. And there's another one that they use, and there's also GPS. I mean, they have.
Yeah. Really? How does that work?
I mean, that's a different question. We can get into that, but
a satellite in space uses GPS. This is like GPS on the moon. This
like if we have if we can shoot a wave, we can shoot radio waves even. Like if you know how fast a wave travels, and you can shoot, and you know how it affects given X atmospheric conditions and X temperature and so on, you can shoot it to Earth and back. And if you successfully aim it back at you, then
there's
you
a lot
can
of
get
ifs in that.
Estimate on.
Yeah. So the question is,
if
how
you're
do you
successfully
determine
pulling it off,
coordinates?
it means you're working it out
How does a satellite determine its coordinate based off of that?
by using the same GPS that everything else uses. I mean, they bounce signals off of the ground to other things.
Yeah. So why do they need to do that if they're using GPS already?
I mean, that's how GPS works.
Yeah. So your point is they're using lasers to determine their location on a coordinate reference grid, and then you say, well, they just use GPS. So are they using lasers or are they using GPS? What is going on here?
He thinks GPS is like LiDAR. GPS is a passive beacon.
They use a number of things. I don't know what every satellite uses. Clearly, Elon Musk's don't use good enough stuff because they keep flying into shit.
So here's the thing, Guy. If satellites don't know where they are, how do you know that they're on a globe?
I'm pretty sure satellites know where they are. They can position.
Yeah. Well, how do they know where they are? That's the question I keep asking, dude. You have no clue.
Well, if you can measure altitude. You can measure altitude, then you can measure where you are on a satellite. Like just
altitude.
Oh, altitude.
If you can measure altitude, you can measure how far our satellite is from Earth.
Just the vertical axis is all you need, baby. You don't need X and Y anymore. Well, folks, I guess we're done here.
Well, at the point at which you are directly above the surface, and you have a base just underneath you, so you can shoot a line laser straight down. You can get a good, you can calculate how fast it comes back to you. Look, and then once you know where you are, if you are in orbit, it's basic math to know where you're going to be, and then you can confirm that.
How do they calculate an orbit?
Orbital physics? Just physics?
Orbital physics. I mean, to understand
orbital mechanics, I think, is the
orbital propagation models and how they work.
Now we're going to get into that. This is called sea lining.
We're getting a kick out of you trying to
look up sea lining. I pulled raw satellite data.
This is actually just us taking a piss out of you.
At the point of around Earth.
What does that mean?
Listen, I asked how the satellite knows where it is. In order to do that, you need to solve for where it is in its orbital propagation path, which is based off of WGS-84.
Look, if you guys don't know how satellites work, then this conversation is useless.
I'm schooling you on how this shit works. You want me to continue?
No, you're not. Because
yes, you are. You're just failing to listen. Again, JJ, shut up and start listening. You might learn something.
My God. If you have a point, make it.
He's not going to help you
through satellites because
you're the one getting warped.
You have no idea how any of this works. You're trying to bullshit an entire room of people.
Look.
Know this.
The raw data.
You're trying to bullshit a room full of people who know more than this about you.
Good. We're entertaining you, embarrassing yourself. You haven't figured it out yet.
That's JJ. Read your DMs.
Yeah, a satellite can determine its position based off of the same thing I'm talking about. Using a laser, using a radio wave. Not that fucking complicated.
Is that how it gets its coordinates?
You can shoot them at other fucking reference points. You bounce them off of other satellites. You bounce them off of the ground. It's not that complicated. This is GPS.
Yeah,
like,
that's
this is not
circular reasoning.
positioning. Like this is like that's yes. Laser ranging is
you're
how
shifting,
satellites
you're
and
shifting
things
the
measure
burden onto
distances.
something else.
No, laser ranging. It's easy. You know how fast a laser travels. You know how fast it travels to X medium.
How do you convert
shoot
that
it and
to a
wait for it to
coordinate?
come back. There you go. I've answered
How
your
do
question.
you convert that to a coordinate?
Oh my god. Because you can put it in reference to other things. If you know how far you are from one perspective, and then you do a 90 degree change, and then you shoot it at a fellow satellite, you can do simple math to
How do
calculate
you know how far
Pythagorean-
when you're trying to determine that with coordinates in the first place?
Oh my god. You use the same, you use laser.
Circular logic is circular.
No, it's not circular. If you can position